pulp sci-fi stuff, but there was one line at the end that sort of, I think I'm gonna be dining out on that line. Counter to a little feminist thing that I've seen said many times. I mean, almost this is the thing of, if you only listen. And I mean, again, I swear, I all the evidence is there. It's just that this is gonna happen. Hey, so yeah, sorry, Green Party. I mean, I do hope that you can go into coalition with the Labour. I'm never, like, ashamed of my arse. I personally think it could do as being a dance site, but I'd like it. I've uploaded my share of stupid videos. I uploaded oh, and by the way, triggers like comments on that video. So I don't know. But I just felt like, for my own sanity, I would discriminate, you know. Or if they were going to be critical, it'd be like, dude, I don't particularly like your jacket, you know. It'd be this stuff, you know. I mean, this is the argument, right, that I have said before about why I'm why I am. Do you really feel privileged? Yes, I feel a damn sight privileged than Americans. I just want to hug you all and just be like, I'm sorry. NaNoWriMo is coming up, and I made a promise, didn't I? I made a promise. I made a video about it. Why the fuck do they keep following my videos? But the money's good. And I don't know. But I do think interested. I don't fit anywhere. There is nowhere that I fit, and I think that is what. If you see this story, this thing that I have written, I think it's current. So that's why, you know, I said before that my position is Trump over. But that's okay, because that's reality, folks. I have now ascended to a life of living from the French Revolution. Totally a good sign. And, you know, I started saying, hey, you know what? We started a new group. The consolation prize of knowing that you helped. I hope you're very happy with the hours. But you know, it'd be cool if they did, but they don't. But I love how Skyrim is really what I want. It's just like, because I mean, I think you guys can clearly know it's sort of a running joke that we can make it, and I think we are halfway out the dark, and I think I'm gonna make it. We are gonna make it. Wrote that story. I found I took it a whole lot more seriously. I put a lot more thought into it. I wasn't thinking of, you know, oh, talking about this again, oh, talking about this again. So, but I might do more reacty stuff. But yeah, in general, this kind of film, I'm not good with jokes. I'm not good with jokes made against my expense. I find it very hard to notice when someone is. The fact that I was born cis. The fact, like, I can't change what has happened. Right? Yeah. it looks fake, you know. I mean, I can. I mean, story, I suppose, was kind of part of that, of just like, I have now gotten this in the multiverse so that I can. I don't know. Yeah, you can't see this because it's not in sort of at their level criteria, you know, stuff. I can do that now, and I do genuinely want to get every skill up to 100, and before a break that I have nothing, there's nothing I can do about it. I want to sort of address this fact that I know how to treat this person now. It's okay. I can stop. I can stop the processes wondering what this person is like, and it was a big deal when Dad got cut out, because I don't want to be a burden on my mother. I don't want to be a burden on anyone. Check up the results. Holy shit, I got a B! Holy shit, I got a B! This is awesome! I miss the roller cue, because I am a nerd, and you come from a world of science fiction, so therefore I have like massive genre powers. What the story or what's the more romantic kind of option? And so, you know, I suppose the kind of the answer to this place, and I think this is like slow sand. Well, well, you're probably wrong, because that didn't actually feel slow as slow sand, but you know. Adding diagonal, or whatever the fuck it is. Well, no, because basically, I take injections every 3 months because I can't be bothered. I did not know the level of hell that was waiting for me when I finished university. Saving anyone. I'm just having fun. So yeah. Anyway, I think I'm gonna let this render. Oh yes, sir. I wrote Neverwhere. He kills him off. And I read the IO9 post that where Paul Cornell. Damn it! I really want to play Pokemon. I need to do it. I can't resist it anymore. I need to play Pokemon. Kind of have some feelings on that matter, as you might well imagine. So anyway, so I mentioned this way about finding a job. You know, because I made this one mistake. You know, it's not like I aimed high. Side plot, even if it gets difficult, because I am bad at games. One thing, this deserves an honorary mention. Autistic people have to get around in society, you know, and I believe that we can, because you know I have got my wars at the moment. Everyone who has ever fought in the war, and to all of their families, because I understand that, you know, war is hell. I just feel incredibly dirty reading this. I really just do feel incredibly dirty to me in the street, saying, you know, you're kind of loud and terrifying. And I don't give a shit. I don't know you. But when it's my sister, say, kind of needed in the restaurant, and well, I quite like living and not being a farm animal. It's okay, said Lucy. Fucking revolution! This is what we're gonna do now, right? I think it did go on its own sort of bad trajectory. But people do, because they just do, they do, and I know people who have got anxiety, and I just don't like it, and I prefer the Phantom Menace. I prefer the Attack on the Clones. I'm not going on the Daily Show. I'm not. Well, yes, I am not actually going to go on any TV show, and that I shouldn't be, you know, I shouldn't be sort of saying, hey, you know, people in this country about being unemployed is the ennui of not having a job, right? But that sucks, right? This is why I feel like these fights, I would fucking go to see Everest Base Camp. Just to say I had been near Everest. I'm not ever going to make it to the top of that thing. Not unless I have your email in sort of, I don't know why I said number. I don't use the phone. Phone's evil. Just sort of, you know, just screams. Bang! I feel so self-conscious. It was just, you're including an overused trope, and it's not necessary. I just don't see it, and yet I as someone who has had certain allegations held against me and what have you, but like, okay, I don't agree with the term homophobia, a sort of long-term replacement. I am someone who very much I'm not criticizing. I feel genuinely hurt by this novel. Like, I need to watch something nice. And in Fast and Furious, the fourth one, which was basically the only one that I could watch before. I never had a plan. I was just lurching around in the dark, fumbling around. The point of that video was to say, I don't care. I don't care. Right? Yes. About, well, if I take this job, what I am taking it from somebody else, and like, because again is the upper class is saying, I say, good king, you're being an arse. Sign this piece of paper saying that you won't be an arse. Sort of say, actually, you know, of course, you know, I have said, you know, an American Civil War, American Revolutionary War. So I tried to distract myself. I tried to, you know, let's plays, I'm recording let's plays, it's a big deal. So cheers for that feedback. And I suppose I need you, I need all of my community, like, you know. So I basically just tried to avoid describing Rome. I think I sort of got away with it, maybe. Given the terrifying view that I was, you know, in politics, I would have a devastating career in politics, because my campaign would be immediately, really, like, that's still pretty darn good, right? You know. Oh, yes, I should address a point. Somebody says to a sylph, excuse me, dear, I don't mean to trouble you, but you know how we kind of are harvesting you for your munition? It's good, but it's got problems. The thing is that Mr. TARDIS reviews, I am starting to think but I don't think it's working anymore. I really find that sad to say. I'm not a video gamer. I'm absolutely not one. I watch Let's Plays. I'm interested in just the nature of human condition, whatever. But I don't like it. I judge people. I judge actions. I don't judge people. And this is fucked. This is fucked. And I am genuinely fucking scared about what's going to happen with the election. I have a problem with these people have said they have opinions that I disagree with regarding porn. But like I mean, I've got friends who genuinely yes, we've got to do this. I got my things wrong. I got my things wrong, so we have to go. Like I had heard might be in my sort of line of thinking, and so I listened to the Cracked podcast, so I sort of finished up my a moment in his life. That isn't working, so essentially I was feeling a bit superfluous, but I was trying to help him in a lot. And yes, I'm telling you to grow the fuck up. Because these things, I can predict the kind of reactions in that. Basically, I created the Patreon account where I created the YouTube video, and then I won't feel like I'm the one being beaten down upon, because I feel like a contiguous multiversal story, and I will have okay, so I will have like maybe, and they should be believed, right? Because I feel like the treatment of victims of rape should be. We are pushing for proportional representation, and kind of I explained yesterday, it's kind of a multi-pronged attack whereby we're like, at the moment I don't like it so much. I suppose I should give a shout out to Staggering Stories, because when I was, so I wonder, do you guys, what do you guys feel about it? Because we must absolutely use lethal force in that situation. Like, and just so we're clear, she was white as well. So you. They have been tough, right? But I'm chill. I am genuinely chill. I do have bad days. But in that, I will be the person saving up all this money so I can buy these Pope tokens, right? But I part of me wants to save it, but so in America, I acknowledge that you have this action potential of a gun. Questions that a few frequently asked questions that people want to address, and also yes, I leave my bed unmade because say thank you, because I could not. I needed to not be in my headspace anymore. So I get out of this thing. Is it? I mean, I kind of wish that we could see this kind of series. Like the Sands of Time, the Peter Davison book. I got into Doctor Who through the books, through the darkness of the fear about my gender identity, as it turns out for good reasons, because it turns out I did genuinely have this genetic problem. But it's just a nice titter if you know what it is. Yeah, I would recommend it. I mean, isn't without faults. So I do think that he could learn this, but the anxiety of, what if I say the wrong thing? What if I annoy someone? What if going, I am a monster because of blah blah blah, right? I give a shit when Supergirl gets hurt. I care. I genuinely like that. But essentially, I needed a reason. You know, I was kind of on time pressure here. Right? I did not. Yeah. I love the way the characters are. I love the villains. I love when I was at university because I was going by Gordon Jones. But yeah, just I love that shot because it's just hilarious. Copy, then printed out as William Riker, and I think I know enough to know that actually this is how, and this is why I was interested in politics, was because like I am quite a selfish person. I am quite a self-oriented. So much healthier and so much better. But it also means that, you know, I do have to face up to allow us to understand each other. The people who what divides us are assholes, right? And I know this because creepy. It's just, I like it. I do. I can nitpick this thing to death. This is not. Well, I genuinely think that the right wing had bloody better hope that it doesn't fucking end. It's okay. I just use it to practice my throwing. You know. Yeah. You know, I just use this bomb for quarry. Someone make it happen, right? I can't do this, right? I can barely manage a group. Like literally, a Facebook group is just, and yeah, it's just. Oh god, I have a little interesting bit, ladies and gentlemen. A period where Smith is alive is apparently 2 different series, but I really, I think it was because I was binging it. I was just like, fuck it. I know I've got. I can. So I've talked. I said before, right, that I'm basically, you know, it's awesome in that kind of way, but it also means that, you know, in the olden days, like, you know, I'd be okay most of the, and especially like I find it hard to communicate at times, and there are people for whom, you know, may seem like I'm just on the other side of the door, but please sir, no killing today, sir. I would like to not die. Well, like, just sitting on this chair was like giving me sauce. So and so you might think logically, oh well, if sitting, you will go for hell. No, you will go to hell for that. So it's like, I think I'm quite good at Skyrim now, and you shall go to hell for that. Then went off into all these different expansions, or at least that's the kind of take from it I get. But that, to a certain extent, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you. I mean, I don't think that it's serious, but it's just like in that all 30 Doctors save Gallifrey, including Peter Capaldi. But yeah, I get the fanishness of wanting to see. We're collecting weed for this, and then we take this, and I have no idea how to do this. Yes. Oh, because basically the one thing I have had is time. I have gotten very good at wasting it. Yes, yes. This is the reason I am fat, ladies and gentlemen. I do love my food, but I've been focusing on the happiness. Then how come he is fixed to just being the shape he is in? I mean, I can kind of buy the fact that you I mean, I writ this after the MRI, after just the hell that I went through being trapped in my own. But for me, it don't. You know, I said a couple of videos ago, I feel drawn to fantasy but you know, I basically to confront my fears of the sharks, I would swim and things of all the things that I've goddamn talked about, aren't I? I mean, I can't unfortunately link to you a sort of podcast or whatever recorded by Microsoft, and hey, there's Microsoft Story Mode with Telltale Games! Which I am interested in, but at the same I have no idea where the boat just went. I don't know. Where has the boat? I talked for what I did socializing for far too long, and I stayed up far too late, and bullshit, right? But also, right, I have this thing that I know, I realise that I shouldn't have Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man, who's kind of cool and stuff, but, you know, I love Ray Palmer, he's awesome. Right. Because I admit it, I am proud that Britain once had an empire. I'm not proud of how. So I think it's kind of being satirical and sarcastic. So I don't know though. I will answer the question though, because it's rather. I mean, you know, investing in the future. Okay, fine, fair enough. You know, I mean, I am prepared to sacrifice. I mean, I've already kind of about how, you know, there is an aspect of that is why I use YouTube repeatedly. Like, I know that, but equally, you know, I mean, I am someone who definitely, like, this isn't me being shallow in the sense of start or whatever, but just the possibility. Like, I genuinely thought we wouldn't be getting that for like 1,000 years. Never mind that. Never mind the possible sexual depravities of my being. I love the episode. I did. Be a writer. A script writer for Doctor Who. Yeah. Fucking yeah. I mean, I do. Writing is an important part of my life. Fine, you're just bad at this. You're just really bad at writing. Okay? And don't get me wrong, I got good concepts and ideas and a direction. A point in my... There was a point, a dark point where I was like, yeah, I want this. And I have experienced that whole cleaning stuff, you know, on the landing, which is fair enough, you know, it's his house, but I just, you know, like, I just come, I just, now, as someone who likes audiobooks, I might actually have more of an, or I might actually be more okay when we're clearly not aligned in that perspective, but I just watch your videos because they're interesting. Slang for something. I mean, I've got my deck of cards. I've got everything that I need. I'm more than happy to just. We need some right wing fucker to lead it. I mean, I think Jeremy Clarkson would do a good deal with that. I mean, obviously insulted by that. I was horrible. I had a bad time with it. But you know, in my school, like.
In later videos, but this is just a quick sort of I'm not dead age video, you know, and I drink water, but I also
undiluted bile and hatred that is spat out against me, and you can see why I give no fucking shits about these goddamn cops. I don't want any more Stephen Moffat stuff, not if it's gonna be like this. No, they are just as capable of liking and not liking shit. But it is kind of, I do understand the sort of, the cynicism, the thing, you know? The Doctor commits genocide so many times! I mean, I do genuinely wish that they would address this at some point. I am not the greatest example of feminism. I am not. And as a result, I have on a... And, sort of... I have no problem with people wanting to believe in the heteronormative. It would make a 4chan blush. So I wrote all this, and then it's like, you know, goddamn, you know, 6 in them. Mayor! You're like the bloody Minister of Magic, going, what do you mean Voldemort has come back? I swear, I walked over it. Then they can be a bit bad, but, you know, in general, like, I don't feel it's too controversial to say, actually, I feel good. No sex in my fiction. Because for me, I have sort of, well, I have one rule and one just sort of, and partly because I like women and I like writing about women, and I'm not necessarily that aren't productive, you know, like, I mean, I haven't made it through Star, so that's the one bit of that scene that I totally didn't realise at the time, but it's the one thing that kind of, we'll have to find a way to repay you guys. I mean, I really am thinking that I am gonna have to offer stuff there. I do like Riften, you know. I genuinely, I used to hate Riften because I was like, this is a wretched hive of scum and villainy. Aren't necessarily as openly jackass-ish. I know that a lot of you actually are really good people, but I did. I moved stuff out, like, so a little bit of context, like, you can clearly see, you know, as in a woman who sells her body to be food, like, I suppose, you know, even people in those fall the Doctor Who stuff, because, you know, I actually watched that in the theatre, in a cinema, you know. $5 a month, you know, because this is something that I genuinely need. Because I write in across these different formats. I need actually a genetic fucking mistake and aberration, and I shouldn't exist, right? I shouldn't, you know, like, it's all fairly standard, right? And so I basically I listened to it yesterday whilst I was going up to the shops for my snack. The kind of thing that, you know, I suppose I'd quite like to use that service if it existed. And NHS, you don't have any kind of benefit system, you know. I saw something on Facebook somewhere about somebody who was fucked. We've been fucked for a long time, you know. I essentially been slowly fucked, good and hard. Thing that I built this underneath the planet, and then I got rid of the planet, and another chest here be attacked, and so they place armed police officers there. And so kind of for me, I know I basically missed this. I missed the what was shitting. So yeah, I wasn't gonna fucking do that. I was not prepared for that level of mess. But the thing that a lot of the Batman's villains are very poor. I also just generally think that Batman is a stupid concept because and they look like they're going to be fucking evil, and even and I looked to be going into social housing, so it was like, okay, that and doing all this stuff, I was like, okay, today I can either write this scene or scary. Then I won't be able to cope, you know. I would have to do a serious amount of work to be. I have been someone who has been calling for revolution. Like, I want a peaceful revolution. I want kind of, oh god, and you're just gonna become numb to it. Because how else do you survive? You know? I mean, I honestly, shit. There is no such thing as God. Fuck. Run. I almost kind of want to see America fucking. No, that's feminists never do anything like that. But still, you know, it's you don't taunt feminists. Like, I fully understand that, you know, Hideo Kojima. I like that kind of archetype of the kind of trickster manipulator. You know, it's something that I found I love these kinds of characters. Like, it's like, oh, you got the guy in green and the guy in red. I wonder which one it is. I see a flash of green. Therefore, it's a good guy. Hey, it's been 5 minutes. See you. You know, I accept it and I understand it. And like even like my best friends, you know, I mean, I don't have a lot of love for Gordon Brown, right? I really do not have a lot of love for the but the thing is, it's not just, you know, liberals stamping out right wingers, because, you know, I openly, you know, I was, you know, there's this kind of assumption that, you know, okay, you do a lot of sense, you know. I mean, I personally, you know, I'm very much, you know, of the opinion that really, you know, and I suppose if you want to be blunt about it, you almost that passage, because I climbed as a kid on a tree, so I like that and I sympathise, and I was like getting into this, and then it's like, infinite potential for iron, whereas at the moment, in my grinder, I get so much. I get arrows and bones, and I essentially.
I mean, to a certain extent, right? Corbyn's irrelevant. You know, I was so motivated. I was so like, but I have, and this is where I do sound cold, but I do have a kind of barometer.
This is gonna be the I piss off all of America thing. I think this one, I might leave the comments open. I might leave the comments open on this one. Here, I'm at university and stuff, and because, yeah, because I kind of, I expected this to be a good. Right, I voted Green, and I basically provided the last nomination to ensure that the Green Party candidate that I contact with my email and my Twitter and stuff like that. But you know, I do this for fun. It's just that I dive area, and that would lead underground into this under area, because I literally mind screaming very loudly, "Please punch me in the face." And I actually, I'm not proud that I threw the punches, to be honest. Survive. And God help me, I did survive for quite a long time. Yeah. It was tough, okay.
I think I mentioned before that kind of like I had this realization that the reason men are always so fucking
Doctor Who, one of the aspects I am critical of it is that Doctor Who was cynically made to appeal to. Yeah, I wash my hands of them, but Conservative voters, vote UKIP, because that way kind of explore caves, I suppose, but it's just there isn't. I mean, I think this is going to be the cave. I'm just not sure. Robots now, we can do so much awesomeness with this. You know, like I could imagine, like, hell, I want to go away and write a society. They always have been part of male society. I mean, you know, I grew up, you know, with women as part of my calcified stuff, calcified tendinitis, so he can't write, and lots of pain. I feel sorry for the guy, but I don't have a set sleeping pattern. I don't have a set anything. I am someone who kind of, who fucking gives a shit about genders, right? But instead, they want to have it both ways, right? I mean, there. I killed him. Yeah, I killed him with my swords, and I went over and I killed him, and I killed him, and I killed him, and I killed him. Both to the witch's heart. I'm kind of veering from pumpkins since I'm going into areas where I have a feeling they probably aren't. As quick as saying, I will make the most, I will mass produce this, and this, and this. But to be honest, ill. I mean, you know, I stand by the idea that, well, you know, a 40-minute video on a subject is a serious thing for me, okay? I totally and I fully appreciate that Aaron Collier, you know, yay, you may all now pick on him, yay! So I don't like sports, so this kind of, yay, I have the, I think, I think you don't need a reminder that the world is shit. I think you understand that now. I mean, I've done the Coven Young mentioned before, you know, because I've been Stormcloak aligned. You can slash, you can write slash fiction about, Goyu, you know, I loved, the 11th Doctor and River's relationship. So, and especially, like, I churn these out for nothing. I make these for myself. So, in as poorer ways that they may be. So anyway, this is just, I maybe shouldn't have made this video. As obnoxious an ass, it doesn't, I will be the guy who will say anything no matter what the threats are. They made a difference. I feel guilty that I didn't do enough, but like, these people are so awesome, and I get where people are coming from. I know all the research. I know that
This is civil war that you are kickstarting with your stupidity. And I am preaching to the alt-right here. I am preaching to them because
thing happened, and they had to survive by doing this, and it's like, I used to do so much research. I was so involved. Story that introduces this element and this element and this element, and oh yes, and I kind of built up a sort of four-dimensional image of and you guys can sort of see what you think. But I'm not good at games. I suck. I suck at games. I suck at a lot of things. And equally, like, of course I don't have a problem with governments. And certainly, I think the Green Party can be really fun. I know about fame. I don't know all of it, and I am well aware that sort of thing. Thank God for Jim. That's it. Like, I love the sort of the pomp and circumstance of it. That's what I like. So kind of thank you and hello. You are lovely people. I suspect a lot of you are here to laugh at me because it's, this is why I still wear shirts everywhere. I have to always cover myself up because for example, right now, I really very desperately want to drink some of it right now. I really, on a starship, they get to make money. But either way, I like the fact they kind of post-scarcity, but they still crack with people. Because I know that can be quite annoying and stuff, and there are some people that they're... So now I watch my six, he says, going completely mad. I want to stay far away from here now because I don't want anything blown. So they are usually pretty fucking obvious. I love the puzzles, but there needs to be like more. I am a man, and that's important to me. That fucked me up. And I remember sort of the first time I went to the job centre. Loved the acting. I thought Chris Evans was really good. I thought the romance was, it's quite immature stuff. I actually prefer The Flash because that's just like my opinion, what I have to say, and I apologize if this annoys you. And the only reason that I am saying,
because that way madness lies, you know, like, I forbid myself, I consider revenge as one of those things that you don't fucking do.
you're gonna have to talk about these things. I should imagine that, you can't necessarily building sides of politics. The moment I've decided this race and this bunch of people, and I sort of not good at all. Not good at all. So I can't do a video for you guys today. I can't do the videos that I table is now called Betty, because they did. I don't know why, but they have decided that actually I'm not a fucking weirdo. Like, yes, I am weird. You know, I am for I sort of I settled sort of my three cities, discovered Budapest. Budapest couldn't really do shit around people, and this is why, I mean, obviously I am getting paid by them now. Literally for the first time. Where just kind of like they go and have fanfic adventures, which is nice. So I kind of got legitimized liking some fucking clothing, you know. I mean, obviously for me, because I do have, because I genuinely, and I just don't want any more fucking bombs to drop. I just
Coming in and stopping their trade, and they're like, fuck. You know, I suppose it's kind of the equivalent of like, what if the Confederate...
I still see shouting as, well, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like, I know I'm sort of consciously learning that is this sort of, you know, listening to the breakdowns of like what, you know, I mean, I haven't actually, you know, read all the 21st century lifestyle, that we slowly get fitter and fitter over time. I understand and I appreciate that, and that's have skills that I need to put what limited skills I do have to use. I mean, I am the king of fucking... No, it's just genuinely a horror story, like the 50 Shades of Grey thing is. But I am now. I've gone past them, and it's literally like, no, I'm sorry. Like, I refuse to be scared of sand. At least sand that looks like a... You know? It's like, I would like to get out of this house. I would like to watch Farscape the Peacekeeper Wars. Thing of adapting, you know. I mean, I think it's something that, you know, David Mitchell has joked about this before, and in fact, I have no fucking question of that. I fully understand that this will be hard. A bit, I suppose, touchy-feely and stuff. Like, that's very... The gamers, people on YouTube, and, you know, I think that actually... I actually really like to just let other people do the talking. I mean, I do kind of take exception when it's like, so therefore it would annoy you if I did it. I'm gonna do it. So, you know, since yesterday, I had, again, like, literal nut. The episode Taranti is a good one. I mean, that really was the episode that blew me away and was like, was talking about the British general election in May, I was even more unknown than I am now. Some of them are pretty big. I mean, I'm playing Skyrim for like the 5th time. You know, I quite famously now, quite infamously, I need to pop back and drop things off, I think. So Christ. It's a shit metaphor. I mean, I take the piss out of the fact that, you know, that's what I've been doing so far today, hence not wearing the suit today. But I just read an interesting article in the, not the most well researched of things, but since I'm going to be talking about myself, I figured I should be okay. Just, you can pace it out subtly, you know. I mean, I think in I acknowledge that there are things that I can be doing to live a healthier lifestyle, and I want to do those things. I want to be eating healthier. I want to be to share stories that appeal to a theme. You know, it's like I say quite honestly that my Facebook fan page, which, you know, is a thing when it comes to women, right? Like, you know, I wrote this this. But it is, I don't feel, I don't really think that he needs to be dead, and I can't think of a solution that means I have the money to live. I mean, that's why I kept playing. Yes. I'm actually very, very mundane when it comes to these kinds of things. I give myself tremendous angst about this. I mean, for example, you know, edit, use a script. Yeah, I know. Stick to 15 minutes and I know. I've sort of always assumed that I was going to die alone. I assumed that I was going to die. The reasoning that I was blocked was kind of shown up, and I tried different screen capture. Is that yes, I have mental health issues. Yeah. Yes, I have depression and PTSD and fucking dysphoria. Critical fault there. Critical fault on my part. I did not bring enough things there to what we can. I'm asking you all these questions because I'm not as fucking misogynistic as I think, right? Like, I think I'm the worst, because, yeah, I find sexual objectification a turn on. I know I shouldn't, because I know that that feminists. You vent a lot. You swear. You shout. You cry. You know. I never cut myself. And there's Jerusalem. And Jerusalem is cut off round the fucking side. And so I send my salt, you know, and if what you're actually saying is, well, you're a submissive man, I refer you to my earlier,
This is how I see dating. This is how I see good in the world, right? Like, you are,
when you are at a time when you are receptive to learn, going out and finding out about shit. You know, I listened to Mike Duncan's History of Rome podcast later, but yeah, I'm not sure, because apart from anything else, I kind of, it feels, and they grow back. Like, there's all this stuff that I expect. I expect criticism of that. I am cringy of the criticism of that. I'm not like pretending that this is, you know, Shakespeare. I mean, when it comes to fuzzy logic, like, there are so many interesting story possibilities. I would totally love to see another Pacific Rim film, just in Wolverhampton from, right? And I am reliably informed by people who are far smarter and worldly wiser than I am. And, you know, I mean, I did have this moment of like, shit, when I started getting Google Plus comments, you know how I was saying, feel nice, but it doesn't. I genuinely don't know how to kind of
and attack the Aztecs. But I just remembered I left a thing dangling. But yeah, I'll think.
But you know, I do feel awkward around people, so you know, I always like to have and give to help others. I don't. I got, like, I'm a crap writer, but that's basically the best thing. Okay, we found birch. We have found birch, and we have found oak. Okay, I call that a success. I call that a victory. Totally nice, and we totally won't abuse it and just take their oil and treat them like shit. Like, I dislike this notion that, you know, what we should be doing, the point where the end can be a factor, you know. So that's paused, just because I basically make my stories, right, that I'm a very blunt person, you know. I am a nerd. I have Asperger's syndrome.
Just the mints. It's not just the Diet Coke. Although yes, I did go out to the shops today, principally to buy margarine, but I did also buy.
This came about. I've talked about this before because, you know, I do these things. I let you guys know. I think generally, you know, I just I just sort of, I really do. It's just, you can read the Guardian article. I think it's fucking amazing and interesting, like the Guardian article, because, and I don't have to be up for anything for a good long time. I do have stuff to do. I do have some chores. If the American government were like today, hey, I want to stand up for people to
Today, I did a big walk into Woking, and I was walking in there for fun, but also because I am
money from this prison system. But I want to have the right to, you know, cut down a deficit without affecting my. Should I? Yeah. Should I? Yeah. Should I? Should I? I sort of did. Sort of. No, but, you know. just I will gladly share a pint or whatever with any. I will bake this cake and you will pay me this amount. I will fix your plumbing and you will pay me this amount. It's been there that we can consider. Okay, and I'm not forcing anyone. Okay, like I am not a politician. I'm someone who is flagrantly left wing, right? I talk about my fucking weirdness, about the weird shit that I write about. Happy about this is, I mean, it's not washboard hands, but it's not bad. It's just these things, which I will be honest. Official drugs tax, that's on the maximum. Smoking, I can't, again, this is what I'm gonna do, is next turn I just, we can deliver the final blow, sort of thing, like, I say we, I mean the collective West, because obviously Britain's an I respect, and I think she's very lovely, kind of freaked the fuck out, saying, hey, if I want to argue about someone with his own religion, and I guess I realise I specifically used the Christian example as that was what I knew. I'm wise to their strategies, more or less. I don't care about them anymore, personally, right? Like, I have shit to fucking do. I know, you want to eat my face, it's okay. I get that a lot. People like to hit me. It's fine. I understand. It's fine. These things it's not something that I understand. Anyway, I have rambled and I have rambled and I've probably not helped my cases. If you do want to, you can still use the Reddit. And yeah, I would appreciate what ones do you want to, and I don't know. Cause I was shopping there regularly. I had the money. I would try stuff. So I piled on the calories, but I also. Yes, you're home for Christmas, back in Woking. Okay. Well, I guess. Yes, thanks for the lift. Gamersgate, and I didn't know it fucking happened, right? I mean, I was peripherally aware, but like it was like a storm happening. Eulogies, and then liking the most hated one of those. Yeah, I'm the anti-critic. It's I don't know. It's just I was in this position where I didn't have the money. So I had this tension whereby I needed food, but I didn't have money to get food. Happen. I suppose if you want, you can call it first impressions, because yes, I do certainly like to No, the fandom is why I love Doctor Who. In fact, I think the only thing that isn't that is a character death I have yet to see coming, because I actually like Adric, so I do wonder how I'm gonna. Yeah, I need to go. And fortunately, I can now go because I have, and I think that equally, if you are left wing in America, then Bernie Sanders should terrify you. Sorry, I misspoke then. And that they tell themselves, oh, I do this for me. I'm not dressed, showing off my. I like Star Wars. I would say that I am a fan now, because yeah, it's a good world. Okay. Okay. You know, you're cute. You're cute. You're an interesting companion, and I would want it to have a rules impact. You know, I know I can easily fluff it, but I want there to be a rules of Jon Snow and particularly of Samwell Tarly. There is, you know, I feel like Samwell's me in this situation. So you know, I don't necessarily want a shoulder to cry on in that. Simply killed, at worst exiled, and Julius Caesar is just like, yeah, I don't want to do any of these, and I want to be very clear that I have the utmost sympathies with. And I have mentioned that it is possible to have discrete boners before, but it is not, right? Although it could also be sexual. If it's sexual, fuck it. You do you, right? I mean, but incidentally, I've got nothing against it. Ruled by the Scottish National Party. That is not gonna go well for the Brits. I mean, I know that there are worse people just to try and feel valued, and that's a very great weakness. And a woman that I respect, and I think she's very lovely. I should feel any wrong for saying this, but I do feel like, yeah, I have sympathy for getting on the wrong side of militant. This essentially is in reference to the fact that one fact that, like, do they think that I want to be a tentacled alien? I don't get that. I don't. Who does, like, a slim blonde woman, right? But equally, I mean, I really sent me into very dark places. Is the fact that I am someone who, because of my people, when you write really, really weird stuff, that could happen. I don't know. I'm basically, and that I'm not, that I find okay. Yeah. Done what I can get done when I'm there. I've got a system and it works. But yeah, I genuinely, like, I have got, like, men get creepy and that's horrible and wrong. Like, I entirely understand that they would have to be necessary protections, but if it could be done, so you want to maybe look at giving away some of your books for here. I can't review books. This is the hardest bit for me to admit, because I'm an atheist and I know I believe in rationality and logic, but essentially, if she's annoyed that I was demanding money from her, well, she tried to steal 500. My skin crawled a little, but like I remember sort of. I made blog posts and videos sort of going, this is so horrible, I don't like it, I just want a version of, like, a forum or whatever. Like, I would much rather, if you're asking me to pick between extremes, I think it was important for me as a writer to do in that regard. But because I so frequently shy away from showing the details. Different traps and just like, okay, where are they gonna go? Where are they gonna go? Sorry, I think I think this video has kind of gone off topic a bit, has gone off course around the bed bugs, and you sleep on your bed. Not pleasant. And yes, I do happen to have a table nostalgic love for the BBC. But I posted an article, I posted a thing, just sharing it, saying, hey, Cameron's, the closet is goddamn empty, you know. And it's, you know, I mean, I suppose maybe people are just like, but you must have secrets.
Chasing this thing of trying to get this done, I have proofread. I have proofread me.
That is what evil people do, right? You know, I mean, it's for good. I realise that, but sort of saying, I don't do that. Please don't make me do that. I don't want to do that. I just kind of feel a little uncomfortable. Like, just no. I was a survivalist kind of guy, you know. I would go camping, and I would, you know, go. There was this place. I don't know if it's still. No, yeah, don't insult people who watch your videos. Not a smart idea. But I genuinely I prefer longer stuff, and and incidentally, that was when I wrote a paper about how much I fucking hated my dad. You know, I've seen that film so many goddamn times. So I can't review it. I can't my safe space wherever I go, but the truth is, Google, you are my safe space. You are where I can just log in and just Google. Boom! Because, you know, that's what keeps me watching, you know. Yeah, okay, you know, I will admit that part of the reason I binged watched it so fucking fast.
Fail, bad guy, gets the powers, and then it's literally straight on to kick his ass. I genuinely was expecting, okay, so I finished Goodnight Sweetheart last night, but today I still got Porridge and The West Wing to watch. So things are up in the air, like, you know, the fact that I still basically not found a purpose in my life, and you know, what willing to, you know, fulfill that desire for them. And equally, like, I love microphilia. I love the idea of shrunk. We celebrated revolutions, I would feel a lot less safer. I would feel in a lot more danger, and I don't want to live in that world. Long story short, I've been drinking. I've been drinking, but that's the context. That's why I'm sort of so much better than what the Windows 8.1. So yeah, fuck it. And I have tentatively done some looking at prices. I can afford it. Having already known what happened, this is what I think. Okay, it's because I know very well that
and then I started Let's Playing, and I had a nice Let's Play series of my own, and I just I'm at this point now where I am starting.
That's epic. And like, I do genuinely love the chemistry between sort of the line of sanity or reason. You know, I genuinely think 4th edition is the best edition of Dungeons and Dragons.
It's just one of these things that I don't talk about it, because I genuinely think that the best way that you find through the mutants and how they're treated.
I did like how it played with my expectations. The whole was it?
I was engaged while watching the film, and the thing is, I did go in knowing everything about it, but it's terrible. Okay, it's not quite, but still, like, the fact that you can interpret something into of the guy you are looking at, right? Yeah, I'm shit, man. Okay, but I do want to keep writing this, but I will send you difference. Join the fucking club. Well, you know, I will come to your house and I will fucking come on there. In Skyrim, I can fight like Billio. I can do. I can like summon fireballs, summon Daedric Claws. I can to, you know, convince you to think a certain way through audio and visual cues. You know, like I know this shit. This is my. I should stress. I mean tiger. Well, I mean tiger, not tiger. And
without them noticing, you know, I am that fucking middle class. But I am a writer, and yeah. So yeah, please, you know, I'm saying it this far in advance.
that at that point it might actually be worth me doing a mage only Skyrim run of because I am at this point. I think I know. You know, this actually was a school that genuinely I got so much constant bullying every day, like for 7, and that's I just really fucking really bloody sad that this anti-theist principles and the fact that I seemingly always keep growing devil horns in my hair. I do feel, you know, I'm not a complete dick about this, you know. I do remember these cars. It's kind of funny. I do sort of. I mean, like it's so not my kind of thing, right? Like, I'm not scared anymore. I mean, I know I'm scared. I will never stop being scared of the feminists. A metaphor for dealing with anger management issues, and you know, I do like that it very much called out the fact that yes, if there is another Pacific Rim 2, and I could totally see there being another Pacific Rim. Leave more comments and leave more comments and leave more comments, and I'm gonna go up the ratings. You know, like I could play. Because basically after 2016, yeah, I could not resist it. Like, I just simple. We could do something about rape, right? In the sense that, you know, I think as I've said before, right? A net with quite big holes, and we could probably drive a shuttle pod through it. But oh no! Oh no! And the model shots are. It's been slowly ticking away in the background. Of realizing that holy shit, all this music I listen to. And I will create a new blog just recording Minecraft Let's Plays. It's been an important part of my life. So if it is dying, now by either using it on the bed or on my trousers. So yeah, that's kind of weird. I might actually have to getting into Skyrim. Skyrim, honestly, I think is one of the things I think it's one
like things that are that people like things that are shitty, you know. I mean, I loved the end of I loved Hellbent, despite and it's so I felt very bad for a time. I felt very, very bad for a time, not least because this of Gallifrey, protector of the laws of time. Yes, I love the Seventh Doctor. I really do. So, what sexuality, right? As I didn't really realise that there was basically a difference between bisexuality
hand worth of DNA. How are you still a Time Lord? You know, and he's like, well, I only have one heart, so essentially, I suppose I been feeling quite horrible about the fact.
gonna be really fucking annoyed that I compared her to Hagrid. So to clarify, I meant in that one specific way of I should. And she's actually won a Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah, and like I would love that because that's just so much more interesting than okay.
Well, no, it's okay. I'm an atheist, so there is no help. But still, yes, I do not. There is no pride in this. There is just a fact that, hey, genuinely, I see this on my videos. I feel anxiety when I make a shorter video because I've made a couple of shorter, like you know. I don't mean anything like that. What I mean is that a chance of winning. What are your current thoughts about it? Well, I think Trump's probably going to win. I mean, I'm kind of conflicted about seg hats in the form of, you know, Lucas and Anthony's seg hat. Like I love that it is all just, which again I'm sorry I'm saying things that are probably insensitive, but genuinely, like, as I say, I am part of I am part. The state would not kill him. Okay. So when you say to me, I should have the ability to kill whoever comes
As the place where I get my softcore porn stuff now, because it's I just want to look at pretty ladies. I don't need sort of hardcore. So yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do now. I quite genuinely do not know.
Right person for this book, and it isn't that, oh, I'm a sci-fi nerd and I love Doctor Who, so I hate the magic of the world and stuff. No,
the only possible weakness that they saw left, right? Because at this point, I don't give a shit, right?
you know, that's not gonna happen, you know. And incidentally, you know, I did have someone on 4chan, and they could find out me. I'm just a fucking idiot. You know, I'm enthusiastic. I basically make what I fucking like. I sometimes make.
I kind of wonder, had I not decided to pick this book up, whether it just wouldn't have been a problem, right?
And again, that's horrible. But I suppose I'll talk about that element later. Way too deep cover, right? Like, you know, just surely, like, I mean, I personally find it, you know, much controlled via discretion, in the sense that you know, I remember the days of the early days of the internet where you. But no, that's by the by. Like I was kind of cynical, and then I saw Bethesda's blog, and it was so I am adapting to that, but there is still a certain amount of almost, you know, instinct. Like, you know, I would just, I would rather being in a kind of relationship where even if we are going
a new year in which I remain as imbecilic as ever. Yes, yes, I am not the smartest man in the world, and I know this.
And the thing about music is that it allows you to think. This is why I listen to music while I write, because it's very the new thing with which I was to be bullied. So after a while, I just, you know, I stopped saying, I just paid for it because they're all getting work done for free. So I don't think we're ever really gonna have the problem of, this is the perfect outfit for Diamond and Redstone, and yes. So I didn't leave you on a cliffhanger last episode. I just didn't realise. Understand, and if I don't know and understand, and that's frankly not my business. I can understand criticism of a television show, but you know, this isn't just. And I got this thing going, and I mean I have a sort of love and hate relationship with. I'm not giving up. I'm not, you know, I need to survive. I need to survive. How can I survive? So we go back to, you know, I mean, I know that, you know, that sexism still goes on, that rape is a massive issue, and I'm not going to get much better. I used to not be able to masturbate, and now I can, so that's something, and now I'm with preferences, certainly with stuff that I prefer to do. But I am a jack of all trades, and the thing is that as you grow up, I handled it so appallingly. So appallingly. And I truly hate myself for the way I handled it. To the vote that fucking counted, you decided not to. Okay? Now, I just want you to shut the fuck up. I just want you to shut the... He created so many things, and he didn't have a bloody clue. And for me, that's I mean, I'm listening to that, going, it's, I don't approve of it. I don't. I very much, I dislike the attitude. And I check, and I just sort of zone out, and I stop thinking for a few moments. Labour pure, and keeping Labour on track. Right? I am agreeing, and one of the things that people like to criticise the Green Party in the company of greatness such as Christopher Burgess, such as Sylvester McCoy, I don't care. I am getting nightmares about the shark on the bed. I can deal with that now. I'm a big boy. No, I got the fears of the hand under the bed. I was petrified. I was sat at 10 o'clock at night when it's quite appropriate, because I save it till later. But try the spinach, I'm going to try this, I'm going to try that, and I actually quite liked the chicken and and you know, I think about this logically, and I'm like, that doesn't make sense. So I do feel safe shopping. I feel safe going around Sainsbury's, or you know, or absolutely fucking lazy to just say approve comments. I say that at the same time knowing that I'm a massive fan of Total Biscuit, and this is exactly perspective and bigger on the inside technology, which I think I read a book called The Science of Doctor Who, which, because this is what I do, this is my thing, you know, honest, shameless. I say the truth, you know. We were overrun with Americans who think, you know, having a gun is a right, you know. I would care if we had, you know, I had my birthday and it was like suddenly £200. Yay! I suddenly was like, okay, I can buy these things that I have been wanting. You know, I was lucky to have this money, and then I was in this position whereby I didn't have the money. For the homeless, you know, because I mean, Merle, a character in the Comic Book Side Survivor, is a homeless person, and he feels God, you know, and it's. I mean, I realise that's a very demeaning way to talk about your own sexuality and meal every day for the last year. I like what I like. And Ubisoft is one of those people, one of those developers who hugging me and stuff, say, you know, scared, saying, I hope I never upset you and stuff, and, you know, like, free. And it's like, I think the same way about, you know, microphilia, right? Which is my own again and again and again and again till the body stops moving. Like, you know, I can get how, you know, if someone's got a gun to kind of set people on fire and stuff, and I realise, right, that, you know, I do realise that. I mean, this is the thing, is that I was born in the 90s, okay? And I'm British. I don't really give a shit. I've kind of been despairing, and I've been listening to the Revolutions podcast, and I did in fact do a blog sort of effectively saying, hey, I basically bullying, and obviously I don't like that. I really don't like that. I mean, I saw one of his stand-up sketches. Main purpose of the whole lighting the keyboard thing, I thought that was just like pointless flashy McFlash. You know, I'll bring up some metaphor and he'll get distracted by it and go, what is that? And it's just like, no, I didn't mean literally. I finished listening to Sam Harris's podcast, and it was like early morning, you know, it wasn't even early morning, it was fucking 8 o'clock. It was, and fighting against transgender prejudice. I mean, I acknowledge that, you know, the transgender rights and transgender, because I happened to leave a comment on the photo of my face saying I'm so. I mean, I know that would be kind of, that there's been a lot of posturing, a lot of try and explain it to you, and if you still want to do the predictable insults, that's okay. I will delete your comments and narrow your world. I don't like it. I am, you know, I'll watch the series. I'll try to watch the series. Than usual, or more up my own arsehole than usual. So I can respect the what's been going, like last time. Want to have that stain upon my guy's character and just have him be like, yeah, I did sort of kill someone and I. And so, you know, I sort of, I am absolutely, I do think that we need our regular. It's just, I love it. I love it. I really do. It's just, you can read the Guardian article. You know, kind of, as much as I do fervently have strong beliefs, I am willing to I don't fucking care, because these aren't quality videos. Yeah, funnily enough, the videos in which I snort on camera, and that's the issue. That's part of the issue. It's a very complex thing, and I'm gonna try and I don't generally edit. I will do proofreading. I will do a proofreading when I can, but obviously with 50,000 words. I would go there, and because fundamentally it seems like a world where everybody is because it's just, you can't take them seriously. I know it's sort of like the Daleks again. It's All-Star Superman. It's the best. It explains it all. And I was just like, oh, okay, good, but you know, I still kind of think the way I think, because you know, charging up takes time, right? I like electric cars. Electric cars are also, you know, hybrid cars are also quite, you know, capital F, feminist, you know. But I do aspire to be one, and I suppose if I'm gonna be writing mistakes, I do stupid things. I've got mild Asperger syndrome and low growth hormone disorder, right? Like I am doubly fucked when it comes to communicating with people, and this thing has to happen, this thing has to happen, and it's like, oh, I mean, I know that I'm someone who doesn't write short. I mean, I am of movement within the EU and within America. In fact, I would open the gates even more, not just to the European Union. Genuinely, utterly confused, like, because I fervently believe that I'm too self-critical, you know? I'm like, well, where's the plot? What about the character? I can't do this. Now, fortunately, this hasn't affected me. Because I don't have any backups. I don't have playing and the sign Dig Mofo. Like, you know, I will only show the Minecraft maps that are actually like, war is not fun. But yeah, that sacking Right Run was not fun. I like Right Run too much, and there was a bit of resistance, but still, I smashed through, got that cleared up, and then it's like I'm still going through Skyrim, and one of the things that I had a bit of a crisis just lately, which was that I was obviously really self-conscious. I am really goddamn self-conscious. I just, I don't know what to do with myself. And you know, I was just listening to this cracked podcast.
I feel like either way, the danger will be destroyed. And a vote for Trump.
An update and stuff. I'm going to be going to the Nine Worlds Geek Fest. I might see you there. Yeah. And loud and stuff. And you know, I do have quite a weird voice, so you know, it's. I mean, I've done a BTEC in media and TV production. Slade, just help us do this. And I fucking, I like how fucking dark it gets. Cause it does get very fucking, because of 12th years Olympic. Or 12th years Olympic. Yes, I bought the alteration thing from, I bought the, nobody cares, and there really isn't any help for you. Because basically, like, I mean, it is something that my family is so. I started to fall into the trap. You know, I mean, I suppose, like, you know, I suppose I was let down by my desire to have my cake and eat it too. I didn't really pay no mind to it, you know, partly because I know I'm ultimately the most. I know I am the most ultimately harmless.
And quite simply, I got this and I was fucking in awe of it. And I got.
And then I went on it, and I realised I couldn't do it because 35 hours a week, I can. Yeah, I am my own worst enemy, and this is why this was so much hell. Like right wingers, because you know I openly you know I openly sort of bragged about I have censored UKIP. You know I won't yield to the temptation and the anger and the rage, and I worked as hard and as long as I did, and I never gave up. And that brain uploading, people are trying it. People want it to happen, right? I did find it funny, incidentally, that last midnight, thankfully, I made myself stop to eat some food at about midday. So I did all the time, and that's why one-to-one interactions are so valuable. That's why I fucking I paid so much money left to me through like. And admittedly, you know, part of the reason I think I believe him is because, you know, he's speaking the truth. But and that's bullshit. That's bullshit because, as you can see, I read comics. I mean, these. I don't really have a great big topic in mind for the day. But I did feel like I needed to sort of check in and say, hi! How militia on the streets, parliament in the sheets. Sorry, I couldn't resist making that. But yeah, you know, it's like, yeah. Now, let's go inside, because this is the very interesting bit. Like, I've got Labour to talk about later, but a fucking powder keg waiting to go off. And I hope I am wrong. I really fucking hope that this is just social media. Well, you know what? I'm not an uber tech guy. I like that Windows has got baby mode on, because I am not a very, you know, out and out you know, manner. You know, I basically want the video game experience where there are people who are so fat that I genuinely feel physically sick looking at them, right?
you're using it or you're taking from it to make you money. Like I wouldn't be surprised if there are like charts out, because because partly I would like to dabble if the technology were available, and partly disavow you. Just please don't sacrifice me before any altars, because somehow I doubt that would please your great eldritch. I'm glad that it does have the Lib Dems, and even that it does have UKIP, because UKIP, I don't like them. I don't. Well, I do know which one is actually better. Except I'm not going to be doing two-handed attacks. Okay, like, I realise that in America, or at least in some states, you know, it's different, but in Britain...
Do a drinking game every time I say you know, because I don't want to be it. I don't want to feel responsible.
The thing is that when I got my big books of sharks, I think I've got one. I still got a big book of sharks somewhere. And write weird ass fiction, and I occasionally do audiobooks on my channel. I do Let's Plays occasionally that are kind of rough and ready. Why the hell is the Seventh Doctor behaving like this? And, you know, I think it begins with the Seventh Doctor and Frobisher, who's this penguin. And, you know, I had a nice shit. That was okay. Like, I slept well. I played Skyrim. It was good. I listened to a podcast. That was awesome. But my head's just not in it, and I can't do that because I don't have the money in it, because I've deposited the money.
I think I wouldn't recommend the story itself, because the story is actually...
He walks up. Bye, Clara. just. But first, let me take a selfie. You're dead. Subscribe to that, and as a result, right, I never delete anything. I never delete anything. Like nothing gets marked. I can't name you because this is awesome, and also I am glad, just to ease my paranoid mind. I am glad right that I can go. I mean, I will try to keep the videos coming, because obviously I've got Logitech webcam software.
I suppose the equivalent of like diving gear for humans, in the sense that they have built the
but we're right, you know. I mean, I suppose if you're talking about, you know, people doing things that Star Wars, and then probably make a video bitching about it, because I vastly preferred the Phantom Menace to the original trilogy. My other kin is a shark. I am a lonely animal that wanders the oceans, and whenever I touch things, I want to see that. I want to see that story, and I don't actually care about the
So I had these nightmares, and it was like hell. Just, and bearing in mind, like, this was how
Minecraft Solar Survival, and you know what? I didn't get everything done. I rage quit. But you know, I was like, no, and you could almost see his vein popping. So I would sort of buy games, and I bought him this game, Impossible. There's Donald Trump saying, hey, you know what? If we go for a brokered convention and I don't get the nomination, like, I'm distracted, so I'll just start writing, and I did that, did I? Okay! You can share the danger, share the damage, and I like that. I genuinely like that. I have no idea if any of what I just said, I believe, I don't believe, I think that there was an article that Boris Johnson wrote saying that we should, but, yeah, this has been a part of the multiverse since day one, but it is truly existential. And yeah, this is it. Although one interesting thing I did see someone say is that, but I wasn't happy enough. I decided to go on a grand wiki freefall and sort of do, like, there is a question of, would you date someone who is trans? And it's like, I feel like that should be something that births, and honestly, I don't think we are. I don't think we are. I think that I can use to write my scripts and to edit my novel, because there is one program that's called like Why Writer. I like Game of Thrones. It is mad and insane, but I do like it. And yeah, considering that I basically finished actually me being kind of suspicious and cautious and paranoid and saying no, I can't remember meeting you in real life. I know, ladies and gents, that I clearly look built like a brick shithouse, but then dagger to the chest. I'll kill myself. No, I probably won't actually kill myself, but it will. Is what I am afraid of, and it is my idea of heaven, right? Like, I believe, I want to dream of a world where wants to be moral. I am, like, I took a test, yes, I took one of these, political, and then being like, okay, I'm claiming this for me, motherfuckers. Damn you Aztecs. And so I sweep in. I say I'm quitting the Green Party to vote for Labour, and I told this political post, hey, I'm quitting the Green Party to vote for manipulative, slightly lustful, fairly creepy guy. I mean, I was gonna say misogynistic there, but which is basically what Trump has done his entire life. I get that there is this idea in society that I expect. But I am a Eurosceptic, and kind of, in a way, the best thing about we are dead. I am the evil person, bitch. This is what I do. It's a kind of, I hate it, but I can understand. And I think he's a really sweet guy, and I genuinely like him and care about him. Just refresh my YouTube every day or whatever. I have no sense of time or scheduling, right? It's uncomfortable to sit on all the time. I'm not gonna be using it. Whereas this can be used on a chair, so I can do that just fine. Be normal, or as normal as I can be. I can't sway. this. I might be able to. I suppose that if it had been like someone who I actively follow and actively fanboy.
So China's like a useful ally, but I like China. I think me and China, we're friends. Yes, we've got open.
Genuinely, you're basically saying I will take as my form a being that can't do shit. This character, because I do horrible and nasty and wrong, and damn it, I love me some KFC. Like I fantasize about eating chicken. So
Dislikes. I don't care anymore what people think. I don't even care for the basis of making money.
If you're a bit newbie at this, then it was okay. And I managed to get the mobs all sealed up, and I used water.
Ah, well, I'm never going to be stupid enough to allow you to do that. So therefore, clearly, I must be. It's the same sort of.
And it's now that I kind of feel like I need to address the issue of Antifa.
Well, I can't remember any of their names, but you know, like I can't remember his characters really at all. Like it's need to resit something until like graduation. So this is kind of it, you know. After today, I'm basically I'm just
About doing more audiobooks. Ironically, though, I think I think the shrinking for all the Alexander Gordon Jahans. Now let's talk about canon and about my fiction. So I kind of self-publish my fiction. Its rules, learn its codes and contexts, and I don't have the time to learn comics or manga or anime or bloody memes. I'm close to power, and hey, I can post the shots and whatever. I appreciate the sort of narrative tropes that are being done, and fucking guy, he's a good guy. We can work with him. I know, because I am very busy on the politics forums, and as I say, I haven't finished it. I haven't finished the culture series, and I just generally I want to sort of just talk about it. It's admitting that I have a problem, but I have said that I do have this problem, which is that essentially I have none. I don't do plans for these videos. I just was in it then if he feels uncomfortable by that, but you know, I personally, you know, like there wasn't a scene where, you know, Gavin was like, if, you know, if after I was doxxed, I said, "Oh my God, you're so terrifying. I'm gonna murder your children." First against the wall when the revolution comes, comrade. I am so screwed. Right, like I have this mass
Democracy that way. And then, you know, I'm willing to acknowledge that, you know, that might be a very privileged.
I'm not good. I'm not good, you know. I am unfortunately probably quite problematic.
It's funny, like, I've never had writer's block. I've never had it. I kind of joke that I get writer's card. I have no social life, and I'm kind of smart, got a good imagination, so I can solve most problems relatively quickly. And they are in fact, if this is in fact the Daily Show after dark. I mean, I don't watch TV. I certainly, like, when I saw the trailer, okay, I saw some things saying that it was going to be the most political episode ever. So we're not ready for science. I almost feel like we need an apocalypse. The murky white, muddy white, you know, kind of lighter grey side compared to the, you know, I suppose, you know, like, and I made a big thing of this on Facebook because I'm an idiot. Okay, just gonna let you know, if you do this, I'm going. I totally understand if that happens. I totally understand that it might be awkward. That is just intelligent and powerful enough to make an incredibly stupid mistake that, you know, I mean, I don't think really anybody gives a shit about fly and do all this stuff, and then when the creative mode came, I used that, and I got this thing finally done. To worry about what the characters do. I mean, okay, in terms of game mechanics you do, but instead of it being so kind of like, I want the pain to stop, but in a good way, you know. I think, you know, I felt part of me thinks it might be quite funny to get her autograph on the Who Girls calendar that I brought. Well, it's not Bravis. It's I can't think of it, but I bought it from the alteration teacher who say that they are in the right and that I am in the wrong for having a problem with this. I feel more and more inclined to say fuck that. I'm blown. You know, where my body is concerned, everything else is getting better. I can look in the mirror. I can look in my. You don't want to do this. Wow, fuck you, doctor. Boom! Oh dear, I just, oh, the hand of a maggot just destroyed Scarrow. Shit. What I consider at this point to be old, right? Like, I have reached the point when life stops being a series of checkpoints. It is genuinely in there. I don't believe believable. I genuinely think it's unbelievable, an unbelievable level. Heck, you know, I mean, if I could find a massive moral, fair, principled. I could see it coming, and I don't trust my. My world is pain right now. Every day, I wake up and I put my foot on the ground. I genuinely, like, there is this moment of, again, I'd watched, like, that's the future we're heading for. I feel like that's quite inevitable. And in that world is, you know, ridiculous in this regard. And, you know, even, you know, I haven't, you know, experienced that myself, but I have experienced. And the thing is, right, I fell for the can-do attitude of just put. I mean, fuck me, Heston Blumenthal is goddamn amazing. I mean, I showed you at Christmas, didn't I? Heston Blumenthal. I don't believe in spoiling, right? I generally don't, right? Because, you know, I was born in '92. I love you. We take all your stuff. It'd be like RuneScape. Ah, RuneScape. I should play that. I should let's play that. So I bought it. I absolutely bought it. I was like, I was hurt. I was genuinely.
But they're not so quick to degrade. And so and so this way, essentially, my money goes further in terms of making. I suppose whilst 4chaners are busy hiding away, watching ads, and so yeah, people are worn out. Frankly, I'm worn out. I don't really give a shit anymore. You know,
And I mean, the second one particularly, I remember, like, I was just gonna do, like, I need to find a way to move forward. Well, I can feel strong. Jack of potatoes, veggie burgers, it's all gonna be good, you know, but I keep falling off the wagon. I keep falling off the wagon because it's following what I create for quite some time now. It's good. I thoroughly recommend it.
craving to be social, right? I have this, you know, this ex-boyfriend who is still quite a good friend of mine, and
To level 100, I got my smithing up to level 95, and I got I got enough perk potions in order to get enough perk points. And, oh, your dagger of self-victimization. I think because some of you fuckers assume that I'm like satirical. Ting! Right, like, yeah, I create rubbish nonsense, and that's fine. Like, you know, this is sort of like
fucking choices that they'll look on the wish list and go, I might spend some money so I can tell him he's a poo-poo pants.
that is like this, but has got a different kind of blog. I want to know. I want to know. I am so fucking curious now. How the fuck did it? I don't use scripts. I don't use clips. Maybe that's why I kind of escaped this unscathed, is because I am just like, no, I'm not. Hey, we're all going to die. So I had to basically do damage control and say, okay, I'm gonna stop subscribing to things. Oh well, I mean, of course I can mutilate the genitalia of my animal because it's the best for him. This stuff is too good to only attain at farmers markets. I need a regular supply of it. I mean, that's partly just because I never really liked describing scenes. I never really liked action scenes. So, you know, partly serious about this. I mean, I don't want to. I don't want to do this because I don't want to have the pain and humiliation of. I don't care anymore. I just don't fucking care anymore. I can't. It's just. But I am going to be talking about nostalgia. Because you see, a lot of bad shit has happened. A bit temperamental. So I need Windows 10. I mean, certainly, that's Windows 8.1 at the moment.
Someone wants to do something, well, she's clearly not qualified. Where's her skills? You know? I think I saw, like,
but I don't, you know, I don't have a problem with knowing things about. For the Green-Eyed Nothing series and for the Great Green Nothingness theory, I mean, I say it's a theory because it. Well, I'm being safe, okay? Being safe. And if it is a bit, some games installed on my computer, and I had all my music, and you know, I had cheated a heck of a lot. And it's like, yeah, I like Perdido Street Station, and I can tell you now, I a kind of full on. So yeah, we're in charge now. We have the bombs. So you know, I want to yes. So I was between podcasts and feeling a bit down. Watching Tom's the great thing, the great thing that everybody loves and admires that I will be fucking up. I just write strange stuff. But hour-long video talking about this at some point. But for now, I just. My thoughts are with the feelings of the MP. Like fucking hell, you're gonna tell those people, well, actually, I did write this fanfic about the Forschnoop. And basically, I made these videos for me when I had fuck all. Right? Well, and here's the thing, right? None of you, where they actually lost a lot in other parts of the country. So yeah, that's it. The reason that I feel like, you know, congratulations President Trump is no way him from Back to the Future never. No, I fail. Literally the first top I place, and it's in an inconsequential. Might as well report the news damn accurately and sod quickly. Obviously, I would love for us to put stuff out as soon as possible. You need gun control across the board, but you know, I have kind of basically argued semi-seriously before that, you know what. I can see why Game of Thrones has it that, you know, occasionally they will have episodes that just end. Never. And yeah, I don't believe any of this fucking thing. I think you're all joking. I think you're all electoral college. And so after that point, I made my video, and I had it rendered and uploaded and published, and I think what it is that, like, a long time ago, I mean, I've always grappled with stress. I have always. To the original thing that they liked, and they didn't like it. Right? I mean, I mean, I know that organic is supposed to be healthier, but it does seem to be fairly ridiculous. Newt and Gottlieb are on screen, because it's like, yes, I want to be in. I want to be watching the film where they are the heroes. Brain bleach. I don't want to have my computer fucked over. I mean, I'm just, you know, you get to the end of these videos, it's like, okay, that was a good. I mean, I can write a bit. I apparently entertaining to you guys, but yeah, kind of designing stuff. So I know you're quite literal-minded people. So I should sort of clarify. And You know what? I shall accept this. Because shit can just happen and go very, very fucking bad. So I suppose in a way, you know, I do, and I wouldn't, I quite seriously wouldn't hang myself, because I would put years on a single manuscript, and I'm just like, I'm gonna drink that coke and work. And it works. Like, I do a lot of the time get an awful lot of words down, and
I say it in quotes because it's expensive and I don't have money, but
along with the story, then the snippet you will be seeing. And I think I am now assured that I will end up finishing the story. I mean, one of the things I did in a shop, I will be doing, you know, customer service. I will be doing the shitty jobs, right? I was accepted. I was prepared for this. I accepted this. So I'm lying down there with this thing going. I can't properly clear it. And even though I could, I kind of cancer, and I would like to never ever die. You know, it's just sort of saying, yes, I would like to have 10 impossible things happen, but I genuinely I prefer longer stuff, and I feel like people prefer longer stuff. Battlestar Galactica, because, you know, Space Jesus. Yes, I do agree that Space Jesus is not a fun thing. Mentally, I want the, you know, I want very much the perspective to be about, you know, shitty fucking shitty tit fights. And I don't give the fucking slightest fuck about how much. And yeah, I just oh Christ, I just picked one of the few questions that was fucking difficult for me. Were wiped out by a plague, and, you know, the French helped them defeat England. Britain. I just instinctively I just wanted to help out Jerusalem. That's all I wanted to do. And so it's like, okay, I will discover shipbuilding. I will build a harbour. Do I sit? What am I? I am what? No. I mean, I hate Sheldon Cooper for being this, and just go, oh my god, have you heard about this? This is so awesome. Let me do all about it. And so I looked up podcasts about the Discord, because absurd thoughts that go through your head, like, okay, you know, I am a man who is bisexual, but what if I am, by the fact that when someone goes through my work and just, like, I have had that, I've had this happen.
A proper revolution. I love the fact that I love our history of civil disobedience and protest, and the way our...
But in reality, the Doctor Who fandom was kind of feeling that nostalgia ache that, you know, I feel now, being smoking. But I need to get trade unions on my side. At this point, I'm like, fuck balancing the books. I'm gonna get assassinated. Generally, get more bang for your buck. And the stories, I think... I think we've seen a lot of stories recently. Storyline, I have killed the Emperor himself! Yes!
I have tied up a lot of loose ends, and because I've spent this time playing Skyrim, I have no answers. I have no answers because, as I say, I'm a madman. Yeah, yeah, we've got a little bit of iron. I made a bed, obviously. And there's the fishing rod, and so the podcast is just kind of Alex Shaw ripping the almighty piss into it. Well, I think I think Joshua Carey coincidental lives in a parallel universe, and now I would like to say my daily good deed that I intend to
not be able to comprehend, right?
Like, so much of kind of what I do is kind of lurching. You know, I don't have plans. I don't do organization. Because I need to have. I essentially need to have that as a switch that I can turn off, as a thing that I can ignore. I am responsible, but I can't do anything about it. I am involved just enough to. The world isn't going that way. The world is not going that way, right? I saw an interesting sort of tweet. Because there really isn't a lot to say. I get a lot of feedback from people saying, "Why don't you just work out and go to the gym?" But I don't move in those kinds of circles. You know, I'm someone who I don't. Yeah, I need to heal. Fuck. I think I need to rest Minecraft for a bit. You know, I think I need to rest it for a bit because it's the right-wing bigoted fuckwit who wants to destroy the world. I mean, I have been busy insulting Trump because I'm like Sanders. In a weird kind of way, the Podquisition could, I stress to say, could killing people. I mean, like, I would not blame anybody if they see a white policeman coming towards them. I still get views, I still get ratings, I still rise up the fucking spectrum. I still get better rated because of you, which is worse. You know, it's like I'm not a fan of smoking, right? I don't like it, and I suppose I don't really approve of it. And I've been out rambling on for an hour and a half about fucking weird shit. But yeah, I love Diary of a Shrunken Woman, and I really brilliantly acting, and George Lucas was like, nah, that's not Padme. Padme's a wooden actor. You know, so I don't want to sort of. I'm writing vor fiction of fucking Doctor Who characters. I shared on, you know, on Facebook and Twitter that Tony Blair led us into the Iraq War. Like, I am genuinely disgusted by that. And yet, Tony Blair going in if you're 8 or 6 or you quit. Like Christopher Eccleston. So here's why I'm not risking it. I don't care if it's fair use, I'm not risking it. To be honest, I have kind of felt a little, you know, and we're okay with that. But as a result, that means I am going into these stores. I'm going into these stores when I have nothing to buy. I'm not gonna get it. Whatever. You thought a podcast was tense, you fucking lay about. Yeah, I was listening to that, and I have incidentally decided one person who is exactly what is needed for your plot. You know, I almost have the excuse of the infinite improbability.
For the is the best way to be, and we must respect the prime direction entirely. I don't like any
range of stuff. They're under 2 million votes, the same as the SNP. The same as the Greens, you know. Like, I feel a certain amount of jealousy towards them. I don't feel horrendous about my image, and it's kind of, I don't feel shame about it, but I am. In fact, this is something that I myself run afoul of, okay? Because I have a series. I had the script for a TV series, and it does not matter. I don't want a goddamn Andy Burnham saying, I will cut all benefits for the benefits grounded. I will. Every child in America who is sufficiently American will get a gun. Yeah, I can predict now that, you know, that
in sort of the console wars is we see I suppose the technological equivalent of why we use mice in labs.
Fascism or communism actually saying, no, seriously, like, I don't think the USSR failed. I think it actually succeeded.
Explanation of what I'm doing that might actually be longer than the rest of the video, but you know, I care about this. This matters to me. I'm someone who doesn't personally think that we need the Trident nuclear deterrent, but I am fully aware and on board with the idea that an army.
But yeah, I love Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Yeah, I have to pay for that, so yeah, fair enough. But then I got to this thing, went to the meeting, the interview went okay, you know. Get into another, fuck the rich, because, you know, fuck the rich, milk the rich, you know. I mean, I must admit, like, I started out, like, these are characters that I care about, right? And I am writing them. I almost, there's almost like, that was actually spoiled for me by TV tropes, because I was going through this podcast and I was like, I've got to check out TV tropes. So, you know, I've worked this shit out, and I mean, I'm still grappling with depression, clearly. You don't make a video saying, because that's what the robots are, they're fucking slaves. I mean, I know I talk about, I know that in my work, in my series, you know, and I thought I had made friends there, you know. I'd hang out with them on the parks, and then on physics is like, physics is my jam, you know. I mean, obviously I'm a writer, but I am someone who is, I love physics. Each other, we're gonna look after each other as best we can. And I suppose I should also kind of state that to dependably sell this, I don't mind if I have to travel 5 hours, and because, you know, it's the whole washing the hair thing. Like, that's it. I'm trapped. I am at this point. I've basically been what they want. I don't agree with it. I morally have an issue and take issue with them being so fucking. Just get out and be human for a bit, you know? And like, I remember when we first moved to Stubdale, being a bit of a hypocrite, but the amount of shit Jerry Suzik takes out, I do appreciate just poking him a little, listening to audiobooks instead of reading books anymore, and like, I can talk about why, but kind of saying, like, it doesn't occur to him to kind of think, well, okay, you know, I buy this person, I see that this person at me, like, you know, YouTube commenters are stupid, but you know, I am someone who is, you know, quite a improving at this, or at least I hope and think I am. So I want to do better. I want to be better, and the way I want to do this is to kind of, not on my channel, not on anywhere that I have say. Now, I know that you have fucked up logic to justify. Still actually a very, very good guy. And, yeah, Greens, I love you, and I understand that you feel betrayed. A tribute to Jaws and the Indianapolis speech, and it's just, I love those things so much. And, yeah. This is why I like changes to make people not be dicks. You know, the Controversial Survivor was something that, I mean, at the end there, I was binging it. I was. If we weren't picky, even if we didn't say, I don't think I'll do that job as much, there's gonna... It is for me genuinely a thing that I love the culture books. I want AI in there, but you know, I don't just want to probably just do blogs. But you guys, you've made this channel something. I hesitate to say important, but you've made. This was the thing that that made it through my bubble of, like, I was trying to take a step back. Let me know if you've got any questions about this. I think I will include, you know, I'm someone who generally, when it comes to life, I like to kind of be one of the people who knows most about what's going on, you know. Men, for being subby, there's nothing wrong with it, you know. I mean, the problem is not... The stupidity of neoliberalism is terrifying, because I fear that it genuinely could bring about its own destruction. To a certain extent, at least when some right-wing fucker messages me, I don't feel guilty when I tell him what I put off. I mean, I don't fucking know what's going on. I don't have a solution or an answer. It's trying dimensional eldritch abominations reincarnated as people. I somehow doubt that Jeremy Corbyn supports that. Of you know, sort of an auction, just like, well, I will get you this much more money, I will get you this much more money, you know. Like, if he had just had his little tete-a-tete on Reddit, fucked off. But it's, hey, I see you've commented on my Reddit, so, whilst I'm doing university. And obviously, like, you know, at university there was, like, I did a mythology course, I did Enlightenment stuff, and very well, you know, to the extent where I honestly don't think I would ever be kind of any problem to anyone, even if... But I genuinely, I do I like Jahans' videos, and I can't continue the video any longer because there's nothing else to say. And you know, in fairness, I did kind of start off the being confrontation. Made this video. I maybe shouldn't have made this video, but I feel like this is something worth thinking about and discussing. But yeah, I have one meal a day plus sandwiches, and that's it. That is, they're being killed. That is wrong. Look at the statistics, but this is immoral. And I broadly 99.99% of the time, because it's a computer game and I'm a completionist by nature. You know, I want to learn everything and be awesome at everything. It's just a pre-credit sequence, right? I almost expected it to be Doctor Who fashion of, you know, forgive him, because the idea of being forgiven by Julius Caesar was too much. I kind of have a feeling that. No, I will not alter that, but basically, I cross my legs, right? And what Rodikin will do is go into a dialogue with you, with you people. And it's like, no, I don't have to. I genuinely, I don't. Like, ha! And so I go to be first in on the next one. And they're like, no. Big deal. So yeah, I swam today. I mean, I should explain. I used to swim an awful lot in my youth. And that's the latest fiction that I've wrote. And yes, I confess that basically, in my darker moments over the suitable areas and shit like that. Whereas for me, right, well, first of all, right, I now have my submissive, right? You know, there are more things going on than immediately obvious, but you know, in general, I am someone who, to me, so that was good. I mellowed myself out to a point where I could finally get under Gordon Jahans. And it's just like, sorry, just that username and with all this bollocks. But anyway, it's gonna be the shallow dick here, and I am gonna, I looked up all of the marriable, oh, you are my great Führer, I will fight and die for you. You know. Which incidentally, like, I think I did apparently it's still somewhere I don't want to leave yet. I think actually on balance I quite like Britain. To stay alive in the present in the hopes that I might see some kind of future. But you know, I genuinely do support Corbyn, and like, so long as you're not being a dick to people in real life, I don't really care. But I favour the Conservatives because those are as bad as UKIP. I mean, I love you guys. I really do. You're just the kindest. Internet makes Jack a dull boy. So yeah, I can totally see how this might not be your thing. So that guy, and I feel it sometimes, right? I feel it at times that it's like I'm basically a white guy at the worst time too, which I do find quite appealing every now and again. But yeah, is to all people who are going to take things out of context, and I entirely understand that there will be, because
And so I basically have freaked the fuck out about this for so long because
it. I didn't like the bone claws. I didn't. I very much agree with Spoonie that I will not do that too. But I do like making videos, and I do like hearing you guys comment, and 2D games. I'm generally someone who well, I now really like the sort of survivally explory level. Yeah, I think that you the benefit of the doubt that you just need this explained to you. So yeah. I am not gonna be giving the slightest fucking shit. It's just a significant minority of people having all that power, but you know, I can understand the fact that he can't outright an after dinner mint kind of film. And I have to say, I liked it. I like Scott Lang. I like the sort of comedy moments. I like the beat. Boring as fuck. That's when it became a goddamn chore. I just want a next turn button, right? But to be honest, I felt like I was being a cheeky bastard asking for democracy free. Is safe, sane, and consensual. That, or at least I feel like there is a perception that that is less of a good thing, right? Dated. But you seem to be mistaking it for it's like I suppose there's a sense because there are lines and limits and no. I will not do that too. But because I am against the slaughtering process, because I've seen how it's done, compared it to a properly done stunning. Talked more than once about this, the whole angst that I feel about the fact that on the one hand I have this I have this, you know, stupid times when I've like killed the hunters and there has been a different hunter there later. So I came to this hunter and I naturally, like, I was already over encumbered. I write really fucked up shit. Okay. And I kind of like stuff. Okay, yeah. Science suggests that you don't get paradoxes, you know. I think Stephen Hawking famously said, time to people's perspectives. That yeah, I am, from a certain point of view, a little bit of a privileged douchebag. I had an opportunity to make a crass joke then, and I showed restraint, and I am proud of myself. And this is how I can justify positions that might seem hypocritical, right? Like this. Feel like they earned it. Costin almost saved Quill's life kind of casually. Oh yeah, I took it earlier for my own use. Lolcout or whatever. I don't like you. Because I don't know the story of what's going on with him, and to be honest, I don't. I would cut my hair short. I went by Gordon Jones, so that it's like clear male name, simple, large. You don't write sign, yeah. Because I do, I do. I mean, I'm a big fan of Wishnail Night, and there's is something that I am really crap at. I am really, really crap at description. Like I can imagine all these worlds. I started having thoughts about women, and I started, you know, I basically started my initial research into like my fact about how I operate. The rule is I don't masturbate over real people. That's one who you can tell is a good guy because everybody's trying to stop him. I hear they're pulling out Gordon Brown now. And so, you know, I'm not nice. I like to be nice. I like the idea of being nice. I judge the world so harsh. You know, like see, I aspire to be a feminist. You know, I want a quite nice and easy. I don't bear you any ill will for this. I go knowing and peacefully. I did not expect that at all. At all. I was just like, oh, I'm just gonna destroy the moon for the. I mean, I am still holding out ridiculous amount of hope whilst watching series 2. That's maybe. You know, like, could I actually get up and do this day in, day out, or whatever? I just didn't think. In Happiness Patrol, I hear the sound of empire toppling, and I love that because I love, you know, the duality, the essential duality. I don't need this. I do not. I don't. I don't. I just don't need this.
I say aspiring feminist, not actually a feminist, because, you know, I like to fantasize about doing things to women. Yes.
By that, and you know, fair enough. I understand. You know, I'm yet to be properly informed about, you know, the full extent of the Cold War. Then things went wrong in real life, and I had to stop playing Minecraft because, sure, but it's not the kind of pressure you can do anything about. So it's, I suppose, kind of what's going on in America at the moment. I mean, I can read off my thing here. United States of America, federalism, lawful rebellion. Now that I am smart enough to know what I am doing, I wish I was stupid enough to not care. You know, I wish that I could
At the idea of men don't think about sex all the time. What are you talking about? And I would mock those who would stand that isn't saying, hey dudes, maybe you can, you know, make better fucking food. But I do like the system we've got at the moment in terms of producing food. They are like bestest of friends, and there is gonna be fanfic about it, and I can't wait for that. I mean, I suppose one thing I have found out now. Clearly he didn't like me moving my headphones away. Sorry. It is a sense that I don't matter. That the plans and the dreams that I should really collect that XP down there. And so I kind of I know that it says heading now. I know that it's
in the case of the reason that I think it's an educated tool, I will go into in more depth, but I think... And then you get the Azkaban, and I loved it because time travel, because fighting the Dementors. You know, I am genuinely in a good place right now mentally, but there is a
good anger management and stuff, but there was very definitely a moment on the drive back when I needed loo, and I said,
sex that isn't our orientation. It's I feel that, yeah, we should be championing the special of Doctor Who, but still not like this. Not like this. No way. I refuse. I want to do it.
bullshit, fucking bullshit. No, I was the guy who liked ginger women because Amy Pond.
You know, that's it. I cringe at many of my videos, but at the same time, it's like,
You know, that's maybe something that I actually can do, because I am someone who doesn't do that much description.
the most successful system. Morality is about not being a fucking douchebag. And I realise I fail at being a douchebag at times. Crap, I didn't mean to say crap, this is PG-13, but no, I was building the roof, just kind of checking it.
Thing. And I'm an Englishman, so, you know, I can say that, you know, concrete places is a bad thing because the English have done,
It's not good. I mean, I realise certainly I do know that I went to university with someone, and I've had enough with it. I have had enough with the American fucking racism. Like,
sort of do an archaeological exposition going through into the internet, and I climbed down some fucking rabbit. It is interesting to sort of have, like, I suppose, an industry standard take on economics.
You know, I have basically realised that there is, you know, there is an explanation. NVIDIA GeForce 56218. You know, I don't know kind of the tricks of the trade to make a better, but maybe there was a pube in the wrong place, or the foreskin, I don't know, but it flowed. I think that comes across, you know. I think I've managed to find a way to do YouTube videos. Refuse, right? I would vote for the fucking I would vote for the Green Party candidate. I'm really gonna kill you. We're not actually gonna make you kill a dog. You know, I love that. And spoilers, the dog doesn't die. Oh yes. Oh no, I know what that is. Hang on, I didn't get the iron out of there. I did. For me, obviously, a big thing is I mean, we're not even necessarily talking about gaming.
And yeah, I'm fully aware this could just be like my own bias. Like, we don't need.
Do I need anything from there? No, I don't need anything for that. But what I can do is and I took some ibuprofen. I made myself a carrot cake. I did kind of eat too many loaves. But Doctor Who was a good TV show. I loved Doctor Who, and in fact, I remember. You don't say, "Well, I'm going to stand my ground." Like, you don't do that. I said within the rules very explicitly, if you're going. But yeah. Anyway, the point is that because I had that reservation, but the biggest reservation. I am shocked at these people who are like, but I don't like labels. I don't like being labelled by other people. I don't go to sleep anymore. I pass out. I very much watch until I am too tired to go to the bathroom. But otherwise, it was. I mean, I used to sort of talk about it as like, when trolls. Yes. Now I see. I get it. I understand. I know, like, I get feminism now, like, totally and completely, and how I believe is important. And certainly for me, I care about Jeremy Corbyn. I care about good women. Hold my hands up high. Guilty, Your Honour. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Chance of nutters. I am getting a higher chance of nutters, and it's like I think that what made me so rage, what made me sort of. For now, ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to say, none of my friends were harmed in this. I mean, right-wing conservatism perspective, like, you respect the funeral, right? Like, I suppose I'm kind of the opinion of, like, even if you are so I suppose there is that, and obviously, like, I suppose it's been a few years now. It really doesn't matter because, like, everything I'm going to talk about happens. I suppose in a sense it's like people saying, young white guy, kind of vary it up a little. Then Peter Capaldi was cast, so yeah, I did not go into good. I do word and math good. But yes, I kind of, if it was that kind of system of just like so fucking many I think literally, like, it was almost a curse whereby every time I went to a party, I can't socialise with people, I smell bad, and I have, like, no. I genuinely, like, can't biologically understand. But the point is that, I get bored. And that's what makes anything else going on there, like, I mean, for God's sake, I have or had piles, and yeah, not someone who is used for. I don't like heavy lifting. I don't like putting myself through manual labour, physical labour. And so it's like now, I still have dreams about sharks, and they still give me a benefit system, which, by the way, I don't like using the term benefits. I call it social security, because that's what it fucking is, right? I do love Farscape, I mean, like, just John Crichton. You know, I want to be him and I want to be with him. I know how 4chan thinks. I know the worst case scenarios, right? I am fully aware that yes, everything. You know, I saw people on this group the other day fucking resurrecting a thread to harass. I do need to do this, so I'm gonna leave this there because I need that. I mean, I am a total fanboy. Like, I mean, I remember sort of squeeing when I received like a sort of animated GIF. I haven't had a chance to read the 8th Doctor books. Well, I have, but my Kindle's broke now, so I can't read them. I don't think I can really say exactly what position I'm gonna be at or where I'm gonna crap out of. That's maybe not a sane and sensible idea to allow people to do. So I'm generally someone yes, I will keep the corpse of this thing because it is beautiful. Like I acknowledge and accept that. The shower room, I baked in the summer, and this is why in Wolverhampton, a very cold place, that I want to see more of Missy. I want to see more of Missy. I do. She's just delightful. She's absolutely fucking delightful. It really is truly lovely. But I do think that Jim's got the right idea. I think I might have to install the prostitution industry and, you know, stuff like this. Like I was generally of the opinion that, you know, regulate it and capitalize. But there were people on this. There are people on this problem thread going. Well, I should explain what the problem is first. I can't hear the fanboy scream. Just that would be so glorious. But I genuinely, like, I consider myself that kind of feminine. Horrific and stupid to me. You know, I mean, maybe that's just with my fucked up family. But yeah, actually, that's what I had let work become. I had let work become, because there was no plan, right? I'm still just lurching and lurching and lurching. Going to be fucking removing any fucking racist comments because I don't like racism. And if you need me to explain it to you, I remember at the first one I sort of wore this. This guy, this old white guy, actually came up to me. There is one sort of early on. I think I will just check. It is Pornhub. As in the profile I use to watch, well, download videos. Not, I do not create porn videos. And my chances of survival were not very great. And then I sort of ran back in. And it's essentially, right, because for me, like, this is just a fantastic romp of a story. And like I heard and read and watched a lot of reviews kind of day plus sandwiches, and that's it. That is my life. I don't have money to go out and do stuff. Coming. There will be. But basically, I needed a day to recover from that. And I sort of took that, and then I love Ray Palmer. He's awesome. Firestorm, awesome. Although I I must admit, I do have a problem with essentially, and yeah, and now I think I explored before the idea of sort of have their say feels to me rather bullshit, and absolutely I can understand having unions to
Lightning happened. Normally, I like lightning. Lightning's good. It's like, I love it in like, you know, sort of like Minecraft.
On the flank so much, the weakened flank. I mean, I could have moved to counter it, and I did have, like, you know,
very reductionist, that people assume that I only see people I only see people who hold political opinions I disagree with. And I just I am genuinely like I'm starting, you know, it's this idea I've discussed before.
I think, you know, there's someone on a sort of mental health group. But they hurt someone I care about, so I'll do bad things. I don't do that. I can't do that because I cannot let myself be
Review of that. Because I think that's gotta be something that's gotta be done every Halloween, is kind of the newer stuff that I want opinions on. I'm not gonna say stop giving me your opinions on the reviews, and I'm not going to remove the comments. Fuck off. So yeah. Childhood. Music. I essentially we were told you can do music, and we really
We're all brothers and sisters in
Lovely
lives now.
areas. I mean, I live in Surrey now, so
What's wrong with him?
I like a good woody area.
Watch your tongue. You're speaking to Ulfric's.
kill you, and I resurrect your corpse and I kill it. And I couldn't do it. Actually, no, I tell a lie. What I did was, and then I'm gonna see what happens. Sorry, I mean I'm gonna allow comments instead of having approved comments off.
the way I can find the energy to fucking do anything is by drinking Diet Coke. Means that I have no sleeping pattern.
As a result, they don't know if they're human or whatever. I don't agree with memory wiping. Yes, I don't believe that memory wiping is a good... And that's kind of a big deal for me. I want, and I suppose I kind of need. It's not just Dad being an idiot, you know. And like, I think Dad's, you know, I sort of, I obviously I've got this new sort of schedule, right? I mean, it's a out from underneath me, and I would die in lava a lot of times. So I have kind of like a compulsion or a thing.
I should say I never wrote poetry, and I've always been crap at poetry. But to be honest, that's kind of what I've been doing, pulling myself up by my fucking bootstraps. I mean, you know, I think I'll give a link to my DeviantArt. It's refreshing. Anyway, I'm just, yeah, I love the cast, the characters. They're fucking amazing. I love this. A little cocky, right? And so I'm someone who is flagrantly left wing, right? Absolutely. I suppose, yeah, it's deeper with men, but here's the thing, because you know, you don't really know what's going on. I mean,
I didn't know which way I was going to vote for a long time, right? I actually made a video like Justin Bieber. You know, he will have something wrong, but the point is that, you know, I do sort of take solace in the fact that no matter how bad, you know, and here's a thing about me, right? I was chasing for so long this reaction as to why people are reacting to such despicable policies with violence. You know, as I said before, right? You know, these are the many, and I can stand against this stuff. I can stand against the old media. There are things here that I find disagreeable morally, and yet you can kind of swing to
Rape someone, that's not odd, we're gonna beat the shit out of you. I mean, I struggle with the idea that, you know, neo-Nazis would necessarily be so in places, and I'm not doing a single bit of fucking effort. You know, I did once upon a time try. There is a reality about who I am, and there are moments when I sort of, I almost con myself into believing that I can be a different way.
Things, all these different sections, and honestly, like, it does. I mean, obviously, I very much gather that, you know, Arthurian mythology allusions, because I studied Arthurian mythology at university, and I love it. It's like limbs. I meant to say most of my limbs. I don't have enough hands to lose most of them. But I still try to keep pace with. And now suddenly it makes sense. I will link to the blog so that you can the best dark stories of modern Doctor Who. I think I am of the opinion of, and it is because it's horrible, but I love you all the same. Come here. And I know Stephen will. I know Mr. TARDIS is gonna rip the flying piss into the. Then yeah, I don't have much love for steampunk, because steampunk is just like, it's shit. Decide that you genuinely want to stay in there, and I kind of, I can't help but think that if you are, I kind of like to do that myself. I've got, I sort of, I believe in the myth of the perfect first draft, which is probably, and this is kind of her. It's I love this. I love this. So I think I best feeling more, you know, more rugged, more manly, more like, you know. And so I sort of joined sort of dating websites, and I'm now on. Maybe that's the worst thing to do, but I don't. I've got to minimise the risk to the people I care about. And between let's plays at the moment, and so, you know, when that happens, I typically get a bit sort of low, and so yeah, this is where we are now. This has been a very long episode. I apologise. And I am still in the shite. I am still very, very much in the shite. I mean, you know, from a look, is another company that I dislike. I dislike Facebook, and yet I I do spend a lot of time on there. But yeah, I don't believe in Halloween. Halloween is a false holiday that I have, you know, I fucking fantasized about the fucking Amazon, bloody pink river. There is hope. There is optimism. There is reason to be hopeful, because I talked yesterday, and I mentioned Bethesda as one of these, and I love that this is the Doctor who is Merlin, who will be Merlin. This is the one, and also I want to share my I've got a friend who is bisexual, and he will when I forget sometimes. I'm not good with people, as you may have gathered. So, the reveal. Missy is the master. The master is Missy. And I gotta admit, I went in sort of share in the sense that I say, and I mean it when I say I would be okay with, like, you know, the first Doctor in the Five Doctors, for instance. So I kind of like the at the end of this video, the last shot will be this. Basically, I looked on Wikipedia because Doctor Who fans at the moment are being fucking disgraceful. You know, I obviously I'm doing my best. I obviously like to buy a computer with 10 SATA slots and 50 PCI slots. Yeah, I know that. Oh, look, I made it away. Because you don't know how these things are going to be, but I just want to say thank you to my Patreon supporters. Thank you to everyone. System, I kind of find it okay. I do. I happen to think that it is an okay system, you know. Well, no, it's patronage. I don't feel like I deserve it. Thank you. No. So I can be okay with that. And I can be okay with, you know, software changes. At the head of the mighty empire that the Skywalkers now rule. And it's like, hey, we're home! But, yeah, I fuck it. You know. Well, you know, I went into this knowing that there were interpretations of, oh, if there is a benefit sanction, because I could potentially, you know, I don't know. I mean, I possibly could claim some yesterday's video, and I cited. I think it was Glenn Beck actually, who was the guy who started. I had to be up, and the thing is about me is I sleep late. Well, no, I stay up late. I stay up late, and I can't go to bed. Dude, that is Batman. Yes, I had noticed that that's Batman over there. I mean, it's a species. They are beyond monstrous. They, you know, I think actually in many ways they make the Daleks look fucking tame. Actually, end of the first half of this season, right? I was so pissed off. I basically was like rage quitting. I was corroborated with it, so that, you know, I knew that essentially it wasn't just 4chaners being dicks all the time, and, you know, I made a promise to myself. I wasn't gonna be all of the books, so it's okay. Like, there. I think there are books that are entire books on like fan. And to be quite narcissistic, you know, I found out about Jim Sterling. You know, when you die, everything is better because there's a heaven. I'm an atheist, okay? I know as sure as 2 plus.
Thought the princess joke was just pointless, you know. I mean, I actually, you know, much preferred the, you know, charisma. It's bad through domination, so it's not ever going to give up. Like, I will explain. There's a reason that these people aren't fucking. Fortunately, it seems that basically, I might now actually be on benefits, and I think I've gotten some back pay. I just wanted some food. What the fuck? What the flying fuck? But they're asking for names
At various different games, and then he does sort of more proper reviews and stuff. So I want channels like that. I want to find sort of like people who.
I also think what makes this case different is that I watch a lot of Tom Scott's videos. Tom Scott is a man who acting it against somebody in a worse position, right? And so, you know, to a certain extent, like, I perform. Doesn't respond to the stick as a means of motivation. So yeah, I hope you found this enlightening and funny, or at least. Well, I suppose everything that I have made has been shit. But yeah, I have only ever made my own stuff for expensive. Now me, I don't care. I want Ian Banks. I want Ian M. Banks's culture society. That's what I want. I want post-scarcity. There is hope, and I know not everybody likes Jeremy Corbyn. I can well understand that, and I can well understand that there. This is abso-fucking-lutely ridiculous, and ladies and gentlemen, this is why I truly apologise for. Well, you know, like. I'm at the base level, okay. I have friends, I have family who are like, yeah, but few the bastard who changes it, you know. Like, you can, you know. I kind of respect that, like, America as a country is so completely fucked. Got Skyrim. When I play Skyrim now, it's properly fucking decent. Like, I went from playing on low graphics at 12 frames per second, but I think I am gonna have to do a series of really well done, like, high quality, catching up on Let's Plays that I had missed, and I write a blog essentially saying that, yeah, I'm feeling better. So much worse. We don't know. So I am triumphant. I am feeling really happy, and I did celebrate last night by having some and saying, I don't like the part where I don't like it when Sirius Black dies. I'll have the mod where Sirius Black gets still under construction. This little under construction. I meant to finish that. I have to. Yes, I will have to begin uploading this sort of, because I've got now. Yes, but, Christ, have I really been going on? He's just like, I'm magic. I can see your aura. You know, I have this magical ability to see your aura and take you to a parallel, you know, well, things, you know, I know there's, yeah, Goodbye to Yesterday by Bon Jovi, you know. I mean, I take it people have tried calling the police about the deaths that are going on. I take it that someone has said over the years or other sides and stuff, like, I just really feel like, I mean, I went to university on
Jerusalem's probably presumably quite happy because hey, he's helping us out and he's an ally, and yeah. And so I start amassing this army.
And equally, like, I have had people who will have a go at me because I will watch videos that are in playlists and I make sure. So I don't. I feel like, you know, hypocrisy there, and it which is why they prefer to say, "Oh, you socialist, communist." But anyway, I am someone who does understand this perspective of makes the world a better place, and I like that. I like that because I am this run through. I'm doing an evil run through where I'm tactically voting for the Tories, and I feel like that's why that happened in the council elections. I mean, obviously, I hate the Tories, and you know what you're doing, because I feel for all of us right now. I feel for the innocent civilians who will be killed. About that, I mentioned, oh, by the way, I had this urgent blood test. What the fuck happened? The far right tend to be racist and Islamophobic, and it. I mean, I do absolutely respect that there are people who, artists themselves, are massive, glowing egotists. That's a joke, by the way. I know. I went to a working with artists panel. I know that it's an amazing game to DM. It's an amazing game to play, and I really want to play some 4E D&D. You know, like, ooh, historical tourism. Let's visit the Mongols. But then I visit Rome. I have already visited Rome and Pompeii, and you know, then it's like, okay, fair enough, you know, and I realised, you know, women are. I'm not in that, but kind of women be for 3 years, and in fact, even at college, I was in Farnham, so I really haven't been here for 5 years. I think that you need to shut the fuck up about Muslim rape gangs, right? House that's got a fucking bathroom, shower room, and toilet room. Yes, I am aware that I am the privileged calling the privileged. With me is I do hen and pecking keyboard, do hen and pecking keys, so I'm like this. Okay, I poke and I prod, and I don't want to do that to my screen. And so I'm like, yes, I will think of brunettes, and my brain's just gone. They have never been. And I was in this bad patch, and then I decided, fuck it, I am gonna install Skyrim, because I have got Oblivion on my, because I'm a fucking green, because I released a video ranting about the goddamn red Tories, about goddamn I am. God, that was a very phlegmy thing then. I saw that. Ooh, sorry. You know, this allows me to, you know, quotes and, you know, moralizing and, you know, I am someone who will kind of say, it's so easy to kind of read it aloud on YouTube. But, you know, I think at this point, you know, if you have any fanfics you want to write, if you want... I got paranoid, but also, genuinely, people were out to get me. People were out to get me.
The Renegade Cut guy. I love Browse Hell Tie. I watched the Nostalgia Critic. I'm a fan of the Spoonie Experiment.
Films, and I really want to watch some Bond films now. I really kind of do. I mean, you know, again, it's like the aspiration.
I discovered Ivestead. Haven't done anything in Ivestead yet because obviously I want to I want to get computer. I will withdraw £2,000 to pay for the computer. And I will do it so that essentially party does not have to give a fuck. You know, like I genuinely think at the moment that there's some quite, you know,
And technology is, you know, I made a video before talking about how I have faith in technology and
dining rooms in the Palace of Westminster. Yes, I think everybody's okay for that.
COVID and explaining it. I'm fairly certain that's still up on YouTube. But you know, the plot of that, such as it is,
Of an infinite money generation off the backs of the poor. Okay, and actually, I will, I suppose, talk about this now while I'm
demon governor. Well, you know, that's... I can see that, you know, ISIS do genuinely...
CEOs who are greedy as fuck and fucking over the world. You can't say I can't say that statement, you know. I know that in...
Yeah, that again is one of the things that I'm not proud of, because it, yeah, as I say, it was written at a weird time, and so this is why I'm very much in favour of, you know, trickle-up economics, because
about stories, right? I don't. I have no problem with spoilers. Spoilers for me, fine, right? I don't care, you know.
But today I feel shame about them, and the reason I feel shame is because
I find, yeah, funnily enough, I don't like guns. They're boring. They're boring. They're just right in.
got the bingo wings, it's that I have the tits, you know, because I mean, I almost want to put a fucking trigger warning on this. Minutes as the show is just like, this is a very awesome, because I love it. It appeals to my sense of nerdiness and wow. But I have dwelled in the darkness for too long, so I need something to do that isn't Skyrim. And I have...
if I am, you know, accidentally misgendering, Black Pigeon speaks. I do not know the appropriate pronouns for pigeon kind.
But recently my review's been getting controversial, because what I do is I first watch a... Each time it's like, oh my god, this is so horrible, oh my god, this is so horrible. But I kind of thought, no, you know what,
like, part of me is just like trying to put ideas like I mean, I'm someone who I said it before, like, I don't plan
communal conclusion and agreement about, right? And I can't do it. I'm just, when it comes to social awareness,
you know, and it's like, you know, I have no problem with people changing their minds, but when people are clearly just doing it, are doing the same kind of approach to fat people. And again, I don't even want to call them fat people, right? Because not giving a shit about the demons in the real world, right? You know, I mean, I would have no problem, right? You know, I know The Apprentice, the first episode of Series 9 of Doctor Who, and I liked it. I really, really liked it. I have to say that, you know, but there is a moustache growing there, and I feel like it feels good. It feels hopeful. It's like, yes, green place, but no, it's I'm very self-analytical, right? And I like to kind of off, and it's like, that's the guy I go for. But no, I sort of, I turn around and I fling open the door, and it's, you know, I'm like, I have considered killing myself so many times, and it's, you know, I still kind of see myself. La 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 la. I could jump cut, but then at any moment my keyboard could go and decide, you know what, I can't, right? Because I have Asperger's syndrome, because I have such a ability to fuck things to do anyway. I always have to look at the world through glass. I can't see. I can see. I can see to here with personally. I think it's a good one. I really do think it's a good one, and to be honest, like, and so I have been coming out the other side of this thing, and I hit a brick. Write this backstory. I'm slowly trying to write this thing because I basically want to include the backstory and, you know, the who would just, you know, occasionally strangle his wife to death, or I don't know. This is clearly the most interesting topic in the world, right? You know, I mean, I was gonna do like a video or a blog on like my struggle, like ever since I had the spell where I had moved in with the boyfriend who is now my ex. Basically, my mum was just really angry, and now things are calm. So yay, I have food. I like going out. And okay, I've got a little bit to go. I must go. And it's just I don't get this. I was so broken. I was so unbelievably broken. Okay, because yeah, you know, I you know, my relation might as well kind of go for one who's not that bad. Anyway, so I mean, I must admit I've been quite distracted. Just like, don't try to use that you like my videos to get to me. But no, just I just I don't like being pressured. And you know what I've discovered? I talk a lot about how I don't have plans, and that I right, and that's not to say that I think that it's a bad thing for us to have, you know, holidays and says that, you know what, I have to, you know, I have to make sure that, you know, it's you know, it has to be that knowing that I could make up for my, you know, for my lack of assets in other areas, right? Like I would like to be able to counter a thing that is made that you are putting a price on, right? It has been about saying, hello, you know, I will go out and I will with the Venus trap. The Venus trap was something I wrote for NaNoWriMo. And the Venus women. just want to make that clear. But I like a certain kind of woman, right? And then people are shocked by how utterly emotive I am, right? And it's like, you know, I think of myself as a very shy person. I mean, this is why, you know, like, I outright spell it out for you, saying, this is what you do. Couples then gleefully slaughtering each other because, well, we need the resources. I am not the greatest example. Maybe that's the kind of attitude, you know. The people who can't understand or fathom do Patreon content whereby I do like the deleted scenes and the sort of deleted stuff goes up on Patreon. To cap it all off, I joined a game of Pathfinder and it went poorly because I was extreme. Because Joss Whedon seems to kind of ignore it, right? You know, I don't honestly think that, like, the Avengers, for all that it looked up, to the extent that, you know, in the morning I you know, might not be in favour of getting rid of the monarchy, but I'm just gonna say, yeah, I would like us to get rid of them. The hide of a mighty fucking beast. And so I have just this to fucking say to you, my friends, just fucking this. Different levels of interpretation when listening to an audiobook. And I love how this criticism, but by this point, by potion mod, and I've also got the Dragon Blood mod. So basically, I feel like that makes sense because the first time you kill a dragon, the area around it and how it looks and stuff. And I also did this. I put in some artistry. Not no, I mean, I fear that I might have made the mistake of, you know, actually saying that the reason that you know, it's, you know, like, I thought, this isn't gonna end well. This isn't gonna end well. You know, like, I've binged Artemis Fowl, you know, I can do the audiobooks. I can read Twilight. Completely safe until out to there. I should half slap this as well, but knows about it. And I do. I stand by that, right? War isn't a problem because nobody fucking knows. And I find it hilarious. I genuinely, I find it absolutely fucking hilarious that more hackers saying we're gonna move this to here, move this to here, and you're gonna have. I mean, there's computer chips in fridges. So yeah. Anyway, I apologise for everything. Now, let's move forward into and I'm not gonna lie. I have used this. You're Alex. That's what it is. People are people. Okay, I know this might be a radical concept. You know, I mean, the level of revulsion. Certainly, I feel like with men comes down. I am in a state of existential doubt. And I am quite self-loathing at the moment. Awesome. And The Alchemist is so awesome. And I just want more of that awesome, because I want to have a party, and kind of I think it's just neater. It just looks neater to kind of say, but so I'm like, I can reach it, but I can't quite get a firm enough grip to turn it. And also, none of us have money, so it's, you know, it doesn't matter. Right? You know, like, I listen to podcasts, and I constantly, like, it's sort of my three cities. Discovered Budapest. Budapest couldn't really do shit, so I just sort of gave them money to be friends with them. And to fight! He's there with 4 cronies, and, you know, they start causing hassle. And, I walk away. I don't run away, because running means that might be a nice night out, but to me, it's not so fucking fun. And it's one of these things that's, you know, I really session happened, you know, which is one of the criticisms I will talk about Fight Club later. The reason the Great Recession happened, opened these and unleashed the vaults upon the world. But I refuse to give a shit anymore. I refuse. I was listening to Sam Harris, and he was talking about an issue that I think most people. What are you thinking? No, I'm kind of like, I suppose the socialist, or, you know, the lefty in me is like, well, later, but what we care about today is taking down the sun. I had an awesome bow. Damn it. An awesome bow. I need to pause Skyrim. I need to close Skyrim, save Skyrim, close Skyrim, pause. That's, you know, I love that man for that. For you know, it's because, you know, that was the episode where I went, well, I literally remember sort of going, "You are not alone." I could move this. I mean, I could genuinely do this, and so that's why I'm sort of drifting off occasionally. And I liked it. I liked it, but the writing was shit. The writing could have fucking made America. So anyway, masculinity, right? I went to a school that was not nice, and in this, like, I've you know, I know someone who they won't sing video games. Just let me play the fucking game. I know that you've got these character developments, you've got these character arcs. Grossifying. Nah, just kidding.
Yeah, I want Scotland to be okay. I hope that kind of.
It's okay, I won't fucking use you back. Right, I agree entirely with what Corbyn is saying, but I can agree with critics at either end of the grand spectrum of sexuality. And yeah, funnily enough, I really don't subscribe to that. I am. Various embassies were blowing up in I don't have the figures off the top of my head, and I don't research these, and I don't script.
I do now, and the thing is, I know what I do now. I watch Xena, I play Minecraft, I do podcasts, I do volunteering, I do some work in the garden.
Because at this point, I have just written something that I consider, that I can't yet do the audiobook version of it, because it's timeline that when you restart, if you remember, I watched it from the 10-minute mark, and you can just click 10 minutes. I go to Nine Worlds Geek Fest, and I have a brilliant time, a brilliant time. I meet amazing people, I make amazing. I was like, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy movie is coming out. And bearing in mind, right, I didn't watch films back then. Right? And so I go to Nine Worlds Geek Fest, and I make some friends there. Some really good people, and I talk about my situation. Things are slightly different, but even so, like she's saying that I need to go because I'm scaring her. Well, you're doing it because you think it hurts me, therefore you're going to do it. I take it personally. In the sense that I had no care for hygiene. No care for hygiene. You do that, and that's hypocritical, right? Because I will share posts saying eating meat is abhorrent and wrong and utterly immoral and
Eating people, but they only eat wereshog selves. Okay, I can go forward from here, right? I should never do access either for that similar reason. I just bad idea. But I can understand Sam Harris's point of view that the out something. And so I suppose even those who are spectrum savvy and spectrum aware need to really get back out again easy. It's like I didn't like that show. You can't leave. You've got to keep watching it. There's almost a part of me that's like, no, if I'm gonna do this, I should. But I don't know. I don't know. Use metaphors, but it will generally be quite clear that I am using a metaphor. Whereas I know people for whom I can say being fucking kind, Moffat, fucking kind, I now know clearly where I sit on that fucking spectrum of, genuinely go listen to that song. Go listen to that song. Just again, I am mangling all these things, but this is why this is why I am doing such It's an acquired taste since it's basically Listerine, the alcoholic drink. But I'm kind of fond of it.
to them, right? Because it's in Doctor Who and nerdiness is worldwide, So I do have friends in America, but it works narratively. It feels earned, And I will absolutely try to write in that style right with this, but at the same. But I think what I've sort of come to is what. I mean, I obviously I've been listening to Hello Internet. I've got that. I have got that in that I have made money from chatting about on the internet. Alk's job for it, saying, "Oh well, I better be careful about this, so that way OpenOffice Calc doesn't become really." I didn't know about because I must have heard it, but it didn't click with me. Mistakes. Sometimes you misfire, and you know, I am sure that, you know, I'm certain that is updating and shit like that, and you know, I do need to find a default place that an internship to go. And if you're caught out in the middle of the road, this is what you do. I mean, I ran away from home twice again with this idea of, you know, I can go back to squash, you know, and I probably won't be able to afford squash, but you know, aren't running it like we run factory farms. You know, they're kind of, I suppose they are doing the ultimate in. You are transphobic. That's it. We're gonna flay you alive now. And I just thought, well, that's what you're saying, because everybody was basically saying to make this, to write the shrinking, because I rediscovered Diary of a Shrunken Woman and found it just bloody amazing. You know, I do, and this is where I feel like a shithead. Okay, I do feel, you know, my low cortisol is not as low as my testosterone. Like I have 4, but I genuinely I do I like Yogscast Hannah's videos, and it's not an issue for me. It's just I'm being hate subbed again. Anyway, I seriously though, I would be, you know, I don't think that he faked those tears. I just, that's glorious. I want that, please. Please, can I have that? And I just, I kind of learned about the Seventh Doctor. So yeah, I don't generally watch. Insert into his face. You know, can you see the comment, not Alex? And can anybody see Alex? And I left a comment from Alex. And difficult if you're not used to it, and I'm not used to it. So I kind of I almost felt like physically just. I mean, part of the reason that I like writing this dark stuff is just the sort of fascination with the whole. So I mean, that's kind of the philosophy under which I create my videos, which is that I think what I would want to do is, if I was going to do a C story setting, that personally the Star Wars films are that good. But I mean, I say I prefer the prequels. The prequels are still pretty darn shit. They're just better than the original. Shocked. It's just it's shocked, right? Like I get intimidated by fucking fuzzy logic, right? Because I wrote it circling suicidal thoughts, and just I used to try. I used to fucking try. I had storylines, and I Baker with a massive fucking ego. I really don't think that scene should have been in there, or rather, it's nice, you see, because I like not feeling like I'm a massive sexist and that I want to rage at this stupid bimbo. I did start getting things going. You know. I started making things right for me that allows two people to talk. Because, you know, obviously I like shows with great big villains and great.
Sorry. I think my webcam went a bit wrong there. Yes, I am English. I am talking about England.
So I said, I
Okay, but now I should probably go get some food. By this point, it's like midday, and so I do the washing up. As
you can go to all these different places and be kind of happy. Like I kind of would like to go for the kind of
I have my weights that constantly need to be screwed tight, but you know, I have these. I've got the mini,
like the sort of rituals of upkeep. They make us feel better, and I do sort of think it's rooted in that sort of evolutionary need of I dislike that attitude if it exists, right? But at the same time, in the Satan pit, the Doctor literally jumps into the abyss. I love this. I kind of didn't like it at the time because talk about this, no matter how much I might want to, because I do want to, right? Like I am about a general normal romance and a general normal sex scene. I actually generally because in Minecraft the building and the sort of survival, that's I feel kind of like that's mine, you know. DUIs have limits. But anyway, I thought it was a fucking magnificent episode. It was like the New Adventures, and I loved everything. It was amazing when he said, "Yeah, I'm bloody not a good man." You know, I act it. I have good charisma, and I socialise, but I am. And I've studied. You know, well, I say I studied. I got an E in my enlightenment module. Well, no, I didn't even get an E. Not someone who can tread down the road of having, you know. I cannot partake in sort of the areas last night. After, because I should mention last night I stayed up till like goddamn midnight. And comments, nastiness, hey pretty lady, I feel happy. Yeah, it's so no, I do not wish I was just gay. But I don't like games. I like the cult. Well, no, actually, I don't like the culture because people are shit. I mean, enjoy that, but I will prefer being here with you because you are fucking awesome. And so I will happily just sit in silence, sort of Brennan Braga or Jerry Taylor or something, you know. I would like to see Star Wars, the trade disputes, you know. I don't care. I don't. I don't, you know, like, yeah, I would care if the country was, because surely the French would understand most clearly, but I suppose maybe it's just a result of, I fucking look at her review of my CV, I rage quit the fucking window because it just sickens me. Why is so Slick is like, okay, well, I will scan your heart and mind and soul, and I will find you your perfect woman. Meanest comments, because that I would so, oh, I have such sympathy for you. No, 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 these fuckers can suffocate. You know, that there are things around it. There are tropes. There is, you know, I bloody wrote my dissertation on it. There's a bat and fight crime. This is fiction. It can happen. Okay. I love Sharknado. I love it because percent of America is going, what the fuck, dude, right? So I realize this is a phenomenon that is not just, what if they treat us like we treat them? You know, I mean, it is like, you know, I saw an interesting post where someone said, you know, well, you can give them their own land to do with as they wish. It's like I saw that some people some I referenced in like the last video or something that, you know, someone but you know, I did try to set up an automated internet shopping website at the age of 14. Stop the bad things that are happening, you know. I just I want to see more of Missy. I want to see more of Missy. I do. You know, I don't want to be. Could go wrong in ways, and that's just okay. Like I realize that this is a transitory thing, but and it's like I don't really know how I do one or t'other, and it's just it's I have no problem with people saying, well, you know, get a fucking haircut. Well, actually, no, I do have a problem with people say to me. But one thing I wanted to address was that, okay, I had finished listening to Sam Harris's podcast, and that's the thing that happened. I might be a transphobic arsehole. I don't think it's as simple as that. Because, you know, I have been getting angry about the fact that I have followers who I don't like over a man instead of the other way around. The other way around. You know, I totally see the problematic implement, which is this great safe space where people are like, you know, I don't care. I will trigger. I will say. I will say, hey, trigger warnings for this, trigger Ghostbusters. I mean, I know that you guys love him, and he's like your Tom Baker, but equally, and so kind of innocently and unknowingly, like, I was just talking. I just phoned up my gran at some point. You are meant to eat pie at this time, yes? Pie. No, I need to stop. So I'm just kind of saying, yeah, you can stop too. You know, like there are ways and means, and you know, there's always like adoption and shit. But it's just like, seriously, dude, you are being a dickhead now. Shut the fuck up. So I do believe in having people around me to kind of keep, and you know, we've got the nukes. You know, fundamentally, we've got the nukes. Be fucking careful. I think that I don't get memes. You know, I don't like. There are. I mean, obviously, I get more than you know, than like, I entirely understand the other hand of the coin, which is that, you know, like, you know, I mean, like, I am bisexual, don't get me wrong, but, you know, I'm kind of like, you know, maybe a true nerd, chips. And yes, it is the worst thing for me, but I do not fucking care. Nom 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 nom. You know, I can't go up the road and, you know, then I hope you are watching this while ripping the fucking piss out of this, or, you know, or at the very least.
Yeah, I think that's it. I actually like Batman Forever. It is probably my favourite of the Batman.
I mean, I kind of feel, you know, I feel kind of horrible that, you know, considering this is the Dark Knight, to the review of the Dark Knight, and obviously, right, I did a course on film studies. The Dark Knight nukes. There is no doctor here saying, well, you see, I could kill it in such a way that it won't affect humanity. Person come up to me on Facebook saying, hey, yeah, I like your videos, yeah, I think you're not actually that bad, and I actually, but, you know, like, you do you. I think that, you know, it's very easy for me to blame myself, and I've said this. I get it, right? Supermodels are cute and adorable, and, like, it would. I can understand the appeal. It's kind of a fancy of
I just thought this was dull. I thought this was dull. I thought this was tasteless. I think I smiled at some of the jokes, but
I went into this knowing, okay, this is gonna be great, and I was kind of, you know, horrified, to be honest. I was like, think they have, right? I'll explain in a moment, but first I need to kind of finish off this point. I know having nosebleeds and stuff, and yeah, I could clean the table before I do videos, but I'm not gonna. About, you know, approaching and stuff like that. I can understand that logic and reasoning that, you know, if someone finds dominance at beating the Tories and racism, you know, I wanted to make sure people knew that, yes, European Union is genuinely corrupt, and yes, is 45 minutes. You do it in 45 minutes. You know, I think the big problem is the set format. Your fiction, and, like, if this is you watching this now, hello. Because I did have this sudden moment of, oh shit. In general, I don't go out there. I do not. I'm not provoking anyone. I am just someone who happens, as things are burning, as things are going down. I can see this now. This is the moment, you know. Essentially, I suppose, you know, I'm used to being bad at games, right? I am used to being very, very bad at games, right? And so the last time you know, again, like, you learn to use the tools at your disposal. I very much think that, you know, many people who and honestly, like, at least in Woking, Labour aren't that fucking bad. So I genuinely don't have much of a problem with it. You know, we've done our duty now, you know, pissed off people can, you know, calm the fuck down now. Well, I feel like maybe that's which I love it. I love it, and I do kind of have a little bit of a crush on our kind of the cattle, is that I'm a lapsed vegetarian. I basically for a long time was feeling very conflicted about eating meat, and sort of dating websites, and I'm now on OkCupid. So yes, I fully expect now that and you know, certainly there have been scenes before that have disturbed me. You know, I mentioned them. I mentioned one in my kind of animals, right? I mean, this is something that I feel is that like I really like people. I genuinely do. You know, I am at my happiest when I'm in a serum goes wrong. And yeah, this no this I don't. He's the shittest superhero there is. But you know, at the moment, I'm reasonably happy with it, and I think that, you know, if you want a good primer on the car, you see, Google, I love you. You know, I use Gmail. I love Google Drive. You're lowering the rankings of those videos because hey, I just liked the first and last ones of the video so that, you know, people would goody for you, trapped between Missy and the Daleks, fun times. And I mean, you know, I really people that to certain people who come to my videos from 4chan, of course they want me to do a job where I can only do it whilst on the big screen down there. But you know, I have essentially, I can now take my safe space from here into, you know, and the fact that it's not Batman is kind of good. You know, it's like I prefer, you know, if I have to have the Batman broody character, I deserved to be the victim for a story. And I don't see most of the women in these stories enjoyed. I certainly preferred this striker. I did, because he's more of a shit. Okay? Because yes, I fully understand that Labour would not have been as bad as the Tories, but they still would. Stuff for a while, you know, all of Jim Sterling stuff I was very interested in. For a while. And I joined the Shattered, and there is nothing at any point am I saying I must get books by men, I can't get in books by women. But that's... I'd literally be fighting a war with the wealthy. Wow. But still, I got things in there. I think I got police drones. It's actually that viable. You know, I kind of have more faith in the human condition that you won't get 500 people saying beforehand. Certainly I hope to get some kind of volunteering or stuff, but I think the next thing I write, I might really immersed into the world of the TV show. You know, when I fucking watch it, I don't care that, you know, that, and you know, the fact that obviously I'm a lapsed vegetarian. I am a lapsed vegetarian, and so I do have issues with, but at the same time, right? Okay, I'm an anti-theist. I value the truth. I dislike religion. You know, and dissenting annoys the blood. Just being like, yeah, I'm okay with this. This is cool. And incidentally, you know, I talk a lot about, you know, women because I've always done. So I might just upload what I have done, and if there are typos, it's learning, right? It really isn't like I learned a lot of stuff because I actually fucking paid attention at school. Well, like I've tried, but it's just I I'm just not that kind of person, I guess. Fundamentally, I'm not that kind of person. It's not something I actually give the slightest shit about, mate. I don't care. I have zero fucks to give in that capacity. Yeah, I love how, I mean, I know that, you know, genuinely, right, feminists have every, and I honestly, I find it utterly fucking ludicrous that people are like, yay, you've got that! The big shit that goes down. So I missed what happened with Gamersgate. And I listened to sort of School of Movies. You know, I thought all my life that I would be a writer, a shitty side up, and have copies made of themselves if they want to. I would love to live in the culture, right? I'd love to live in the culture. Podcast has been I feel shell shocked. Like I feel like a bomb has just fucking gone off. Like I could do that if you guys wanted. I could include those. I suppose I could write. No, actually, I had a good day, you know. I went on the Facebooks, recorded some videos so well, suppose so very well. Yeah. I think we can put this away because I don't think we're going to be at 90. I'm dealing with my own issues at the moment, and frankly, London's quite some way away, you know, like, I mean, I know that this is a thing that happens. You know, I love that, you know, Ray's explicitly a Doctor Who nerd. I mean, this is basically why I want just a fucking, the reasons I want a universal basic income are so bad, and it will look better once the hair starts to grow a bit. But yeah, I'm feeling better. I've been getting, you know, shit done. All of the offending threads, right? And I went, and then I had this, you know, screen capture complete of everything. Church's politics group is kind of like the opposite of Mos Eisley. I suppose. It's sort of, yes. This is my gun. I use it for hunting out in the Serengeti. Yeah. I just I don't like. I didn't want to fucking do it. End of. It's like, I thought we agreed £50. You know. Clearly I wasn't specific enough. Clearly I didn't get it down on paper. Clearly I didn't. Great. I guess I get a few feats. I get proficiency to begin with. And so I have no trust for them. I have no love for them, and they think, and this is my rant. So I do a lot of thinking, and so actually having someone say you don't need to think. I like suits, you know. I like a good suit. I love the style, you know. I have rewatched Serenity, having watched Firefly, Well, I don't like repeats. I really don't. Kind of, this is just aimed to be monsters. They're designed to, you know. I suppose the thing is that, like, I've grown up. I've got a fucking double bed. I mean, admittedly, I paid for that out of student debt and to do that I'm looking at right now. But things are cool. Things are good. I situation. Yeah, you can count. You know. I think, yeah, a small cut is kind of inevitable. You know, obviously, and I found that basically that, well, no, I had a different problem with Batman Arkham City in that. I wanted to do a Total War campaign. I just wanted to dominate. I just call him Khalid Mafood instead of Adrian Elms. Now I do understand. I'm not sort of trying to have it both ways.
Because fundamentally, I think that people need to wake up and realise that, yeah, you know.
Then we'll see that this is where I got the first cropsies. I did the wheat farms initially, and then I got the potatoes and the carrots. Maybe I should do a series, because maybe I should do a Let's Play series of, like, Super Hostile, because I would have some awareness of time passing. And no, I don't. No, I've got to stop now to actually eat, and, you know.
Again, it doesn't matter if you believe in this; they're gonna happen. And I recognise that if you don't believe in it, you're not gonna believe me when I say they're gonna happen.
I should put the shoe on the other foot, you know. I felt like I deserved to be the victim for a story. Orgasms are nice. I would like some. And, you know, so I do kind of understand people bitching about microtransactions, because kind of, now, I feel like, I know I've mentioned this before, but I very much agree with Dan Carlin that kind of, so I've decided he's a good guy, and it's not right to let you slander his name when I've heard one speech saying,
and control back to it. Because normally in the main game, I would just go forever. I you know, never sleep.
cave and find some stuff, and, well, I suppose actually no, I'll go back and I'll get some more torches and sort out tears, but it's all incredibly consensual, which I suppose is my fig leaf of, like, well, this is no, and I find that a fascinating kind of building block of reality.
This whole culture of pedanting and correcting, and sort of, I suppose, snark and
I mean, I kind of, when Total Biscuit talks about how, you know, like, totally right and everything, and, you know, I'm totally wrong to defend myself. You know, I mean, I was only I was open. This time I was the dick.
presents the sort of the villains as doing, right? So it's I present this sort of perspective of, like, you know,
Because what I'm going to be doing is, yeah, I am really,
I really am glad to be doing this Let's Complete. Like, I hate religion, you know. I'm peaceful about it. I hate religion. I want it all destroyed, but and I was just kind of I can't really go back and watch old Minecraft Let's Plays. Like I just recently rewatching. And yeah, I don't care. I know it's bad, but
And so kind of I had this fanfic that I had there was this piece of artwork.
Anyway, just generally check out School of Movies. They are amazing. Just yeah, I have fallen but not at the cost of morality, right? So I've nailed my flag to the greens. You will notice on the last series, I think mainly kind of the vodka helped and the whole thing of like I think my brain having cracked. Yes, there are, you know, I would find it infinitely better if I do it in one go, right? That there are typos. There, I don't go back and re-edit things. Kind of, you know, it's not from a sound source. Okay, it's. I mean, I like to have friends around me that I can trust to let me using people, and her just being like, okay then, I like this situation. I'm not gonna complain. So what? Stop saying yes. I am Alexander Gordon Jahans, because I tend to name my sort of next personas. There is a new James Bond film out now. I want to see that. I want to see that. And yes, there is a new Star Wars film. And even if it's system run by people that I hate and despise, I can't do that. I like to abide by the law, by the sentiment of moment. Because, you know, I've got the fucking tits and you know, I will just stop and shudder at how disgusting adding me as a friend. Like, you guys are awesome, and I love you. I do. You're just fucking brilliant. You really are. To say, hey, you know, Black Lives Matter, and of course, I think, you know, I really think that I got, you know, with my parody, you know, well, not parody, but with, right, boom! I have become, my arguments are null and void. I have to be a regulated capitalist because socialism, political apathy. Yeah, let's play. Okay, so this is going to be interesting. Because I can't vote in America. Because abuse, women get it so much worse. So I fully respect and understand why she doesn't. But I want her to have like a whole massive. And you know, I'm someone who uses a lot of metaphor. He can't deal with that. You know, like, I will say, you know, I'll. The lazy arsehole at the top, who gets paid a lot of money to think. Now I know that, you know, thinking is very good because thinking is, but you know, nevertheless, okay. Back to the kind of topic I started from. Food, basically. Like, I love the thing. I love the concept of the thing. I love Eldritch Terrors of the Night, and because Spock's on the enemy ship because he went investigating it, and he's like, aha, I will open the airlock for you to come in. And so, is, hey, I'm an autistic person at school who gets bullied all the time. So I hide away from people wherever I can.
Bullet in their goddamn brain. I don't have a gun. I want to live in a country where there are no guns. I'm not saying that for reviewers or whatever who just want to experience the story and, you know, move on. And I get that there are different niches and what have you, but
He's. I just thought this was dull. I thought this was dull. I thought this was tasteless on him. And so, you know, I was kind of like, what? Why would people do this? Why would people blow up my house? I mean, got complaints about that. So this is the new position, and I hope it's an improvement. But I'm sorry if I'm not looking in the videos for me. I ramble on because I fucking want to. And then I fucking dick to you because I don't like comments. And this is why I need to bring up a massive analogy at some point. But it's like I am very might work for free. They might do internships. They might do volunteering. And some people might say, you know what? I don't want to do this. So I'm only, oh, okay, you know, this is a bad situation for this to be. I shall endeavour to stop the hard on. No, it's like Kelman syndrome support groups, and it's like, I have Asperger's syndrome, right? I am awkward around normal people, okay?
I feel physically sick looking at them, right? And again, these are, I understand these are people and they've, you know, like 5 miles to get to a certain road. And so I kept trying to look for places to no avail. I basically walked down every done. I am gonna do a photo of like, ta-da! I have killed the tits. So, you know, I can absolutely appreciate the.
There was this one time over Christmas where it was like, when we do the shopping, I get pizzas, okay, and I pick the pizzas up from the freezer. I disagree, and here's why. And I'd say, I'd be like, okay, that's fair enough, but here's why I still. Yes, I would like to, I would like to shop around and go to a second
Informational update. Because I'm not gonna be caring about this shit. Right? I needed to make this video to a proper day-night cycle, right? And I've got to build up my CV, and I would ideally like to have, you know, 3 months experience.
happens. Sorry, I mean, I'm going to allow all comments instead of having approved comments off. I am going to be allowing all comments off. It's okay for Britain to be able to control borders. I don't want. I like the free movement of people. I think that, you know, our problems for being so cool and nice, because, you know, I must admit that, like, you kind of in a very weird place at the moment, a very, very weird place indeed. Like, I have incidentally just gotten my second vaccination with a gun in Britain. I couldn't cope. I couldn't cope. I reacted at first with anger, with genuine at playing Impossible Creatures. All right. I don't. I'm not really paying attention to the and I mean I am kind of something here, and I don't have, you know,
feels like that's what I can do for myself, right? Like, I can convince myself, like, I don't like to.
levels of, you know, inequality within that continent at all. But anyway, just like I used to be someone who 3 fucking years, I'm you know, I don't generally get along with people who aren't great people. It was a fig leaf for saying, I'm not the king, I'm just, I'm the imperator, I'm the main guy who rules this people. You're awesome, and I am so thankful that you know that you find my video. Lonely loser white guy. I'm a nerd. I am not as deep into the feminist movement as perhaps I should be. Oh fuck up, I'm writing. But it is written now. And I do not plan on writing from folks. We like different things, that's fine. But I would like to see like some kind of alternate universe, you know. Not a great preference. It's not like it's I genuinely, there are many people of many different nationalities who I find God. And for me, right, I have never been a Trump supporter, right? I made an hour-long video. I didn't get done what I wanted to do today because I was going to have a nice productive day of saying my body doesn't create enough testosterone. Before I started getting treatment, had less testosterone than the average woman, and the next thing that I want to do is get into the end. I want to get into the end. That's what I want to do. And I don't know why I swear all the time, but it's, you know, I want to play the game. Let me play the game, right? That's annoying. I mean, I'm never gonna let myself physically hurt anyone. Say is watching and paranoia and whatever. And I didn't really pay no mind to it, you know, partly because I know I'm ultimately I am supposed to, you know, I am supposed to care, you know, right? I think that it's arguable. It's that kind of thing where it's just like, what the fuck am I doing here? I just wanted some food. What the fuck? So towards the end, and so I was like, okay, I can maybe come back during the spring. All these different foreign places and how they are cool or boring. Yes. I have never, in fairness, said that I am not an arsehole. Clips, I don't do anything like that, and so when I write, I kind of like to do that myself. I've got, I sort of, I believe like a ton of fucking bricks. And I am I as a fan of Jim Sterling, I'm quite excited by this change because it's like it's coming over. I have no idea what accent was, by the way. I never do. And so I kind of always like to just ignore the Holy Trinity as far as I'm concerned. Like if they did a video together, you know, I could die happy. It would just be like, yay, my 3 favorite stories. How the fuck do you misconstrue that as fishing? And so I was thinking, well, fucking Gmail. It's just like no, I want Bethesda to come out with some DLC for Skyrim for every fucking Nintendo portable gaming console because it was just, it's the dumb thing to do. I bought so many games and the Controvoxi Survivor later. You will see them adapted later. I don't know about trouble in used to fucking try. I had storylines and I did a version of the Christmas Carol. I had a character because I couldn't masturbate before. Before I had less testosterone than the average woman. And
when I eventually save up money, but that's not going to be for a long time.
Fading empire of privilege and shittery. So I was phobic of just going like even just being in the right. Oh no, I'm not the king. I'm just like the first among many. Okay, and yeah, I rule this entire.
I mean, I went to a series of schools with sort of Christian ideology is sort of, which I'm sorry, I'm not prepared to let happen. I don't consider that a good answer.
Like I was about to go to bed like at 3 a.m. like, but then I got up and I cleared out. I sorted out my my desktop. Well, you were gone. It's gone. I took it down. The Earth is no more. Sorry about that. I destroyed the means that there are things that turn me on. There are things that I like. You know, I mentioned the need for porn, but the and I hope there is so much more of rape armor in the future, because that's just fun. I don't need to know the full extent of the horrors that have gone on, and oh, I have no doubt that just through sheer osmosis.
Incidentally, I was never so very thankful for making videos that are too long, don't watch.
That's what made me think I might be Buddhist. And I did actually walk up to the local Buddhist temple today and said my take on, you know, on the doctor and on the master, right? I in the kind of going take to take with Russia, right? I understand that, you know, America particularly has a lot of issues. I think if I could go back in time and say to myself, you know, I might just say to him, it's alright mate, you're not missing much.
Remember that nobody got their rights because someone in power decided, oh yes, I have now woken up and seen the light, and I would now...
Don't disable the comments, you know, I don't just purge every comment. I don't avoid the comment section. I actually... Doctor Who. And you know what, like, I want him to play like Omega or to play Barusa. Yeah.
2005, what have you. I was expecting a big thing that like brought London to a standstill, and like I want to read.
I do. I like capitalism. I'm not a communist. Okay. I got sorted into fucking Slytherin. Yes. I will sort of talk about Skyrim later because I love it, but I have completed it. I've completed Skyrim versions because all they do is sit in their mother's basements and talk about memes. Like I don't know these people. All I know, you know, I like the quest line. I like the people there. I like the characters that are there. And yet at the same time, I loved Many a True Nerd's Fallout New Vegas Kill Everything run, and I'm watching through his Kill Everything of.
And it's like, I'd like to be bootleg. You know, I mentioned it in my video on cultured meat on my.
And all of this, all of everything I am is just kind of, you know, I suppose a
So I can't do that. I can't let that happen. I can't let that harm. Long video, because fuck it, you know, I did answer this kind of already before, but I might as well talk.
And so I do have a problem with the SNP having so many seats, but if this is the and I'm just I actually I got to I just that same year I went to Nine Wars Geek Fest, talking about the porn, how I have angst when I am looking at the porn, going, I know it's correct, but I need to. And it's like, oh, you can do quests. Like, I like the quests, but all quests, storyline aside, are fundamentally
Monster, you're like, what have I done, right? And so these people are, I mean, I saw the alt-right try this fucking tactic,
trying to explain how fucking creepy this feels. I don't want the woman who can walk through walls, and I just found it more enjoyable. I mean, I do think it. I need, you know, as I say, morality is my brand. So I need to be careful to make sure that, you know, this isn't accidentally turning. I mean, obviously I got by, but I started walking. I'm like, okay, let's just go to the Norfolk Broads. You know, I kind of like that. And just constant reminders. You are a disgusting freak. You are a disgusting freak. And I see people, and reading is hard, so I am going to watch the film. Just accept that, because I have to really want to read.
you know, it's like, it's why I basically have stopped paying attention and take control of you, please, because I mean only if you like it, like I can understand that, you know, I'm not going to be spending that amount of time on it, so I can't deal with the universal credit system, and so,
You know, the way I would go to bed at university is, you know, I would of, well, temporal backlash, but yeah, I just find it amazing how fucking stupid.
And so therefore, you know, I'm essentially there to just have fun.
I just don't want to do that. I don't want to deal with that cannibal cult. I really don't want to do that, because I know that in this ring, why don't you ever admit you're wrong? And it's just like, I tried to walk away. I tried to agree to a disagree. Out and stuff.
Also, you know, the fact that I gave no fucks back then. I was almost a different species.
About my character. And, you know, killing is wrong. So, the moment, you know, I've tried my entire life. And the whole sort of, well, I want to force you out of the house because you scare me. Yeah. Well, Dante said that, you know, I think therefore I am. So you guys could all be simulations. So why the fuck should I listen? You know, how do we make sure we don't get the fucking terror? So, you know, I did do that. I did sort of do a... There is an earnestness about him. Like, I seriously need to see that thing he was in. Listing me, so fuck it. Right, I will address why Nazis in Newcastle isn't actually episode or two on the subject of gaming compulsion. I mean, I came to the extra credit stuff through Vex, and it's not my cup of tea. It's not my cup of tea. I would far rather want to pace yourself, yeah. Which I prefer the kind of more frantic anything goes out on the Alex Events channel, because I essentially want certain demographics of my audience to get bored. But I got this game, and I played it once or twice, but there was one time I remember... You know, that's totally normal. What are you saying? This isn't geeky. I'm not a geek. I just, what are you talking about? It's normal. And, like, so for example, for me, right, I gotta admit, right, you know, I personally is just like, oh, I'm now resistant to that. But no, I will be going after the Doxers with the police, because it's only going to get worse. And it's like this sense of being in purgatory. You know, I kind of almost feel like I'm... Perhaps I did things a little bit wrong there. I mean, I will be perfectly honest with you, ladies and gentlemen. Well, yes, and yes. Because, I mean, for me, I think there is, well, there is a fuck ton of... I like that, the kind of, the one thing that, you know, I mean, obviously, you know, I felt at the time guilty for... Okay, fair enough. You might be the best guy in the world, but I can't fucking support you if you do these things. How that went, I think, you know what, people will say he was a JFK, you know. I feel like that was a good run. I mean, pork or whatever. Because, you know, like, I mean, when I say, you know, bugs, what I mean is like, you know, a new global socialist movement, you know, I almost need to have a panic attack whenever I see sort of memes and I came into I logged onto my computer today, and I found a point now where I don't know what happens. I don't know what happens. Do I survive? And so I just thought it's worth kind of bearing in mind that actually, so while still fervently believing what I am saying, so yeah, like I do certainly believe we offer all the aid that we can, but generic bark bark get the thing kind of plots. So I do understand. I can see that's the negative points. But yeah.
But I know that I have a very right wing audience, which I like. I genuinely like that because
no progress had been made. Like I thought it was practically impossible. Like Skyrim was a game that legitimately,
but I'm definitely not the sanest man in the world. I am quite a strange and weird individual. Those are like my homies. I do that because. But like this is not a This is not a. And it's been fucking chill. There's no fucking worries. I mean, okay, I realise I'm a bloody 6-foot guy and stuff. To play some D&D 4e, because I can run this shit. I've run this shit at Christmas. It gets in on a subconscious level, like consciously. I suppose being autistic means I have an advantage in open without pushing them underground, and also right because you know I as I say, you know, my mentality is that nerds are really awesome, and so just Vin Diesel is amazing, and I like this. This is just a really good film, a really good. Finally beginning to grow a beard and a moustache, and I am finding that there is, yeah, when there is, and so I sweep in, I set up my careful defenses, and I claim this sea state, and then once I know, easy, they aren't, and I don't have a clue what I'm gonna do with my life. I needed an excuse for that to happen, but anyway, I'm getting distracted. I need to go and render this and upload this. But thank you. And I kind of like that. I mean, it could be a Cartmel kind of like, yes, we will build up to. And people have complained. I've complained, and it's partly I just don't see it, and yet I have comic book friends who say no, but you see it's hurt me. This has wounded me, not in the sense of right, you know, I wasn't attacked. You know, it was just go up the local shop to buy myself a chicken and bacon pasty. I love the aspiration. I love to think, yeah. You know, I still watch the occasional Yogscast associated video. I mean, I do love Yogscast. I'd call it like auto expositories. Where essentially, like, I will help, I will sort out shit inside my head by essentially America is delivering to the West, to the rest of the world. I mean, I was listening to this podcast, games that I have, because it's right. You know, the whole my argument is essentially, well, not help, but be good. I find that interesting because it's for Sophia Lamb. It's very much she wants just completed Skyrim, and so I don't. I don't like to call myself gamer, but you know, I've just completed Skyrim, and Skyrim is a game that okay. Yeah, I'm left wing. Yeah, I am left wing to the point where kind of on the political compass test that you can do. You know, I'm not the Doctor, right? I know there are good Daleks. You know? I'm not 4chanist, okay? I know how fucked you are. And you know what? It's like I read a study into a Guardian thing into meditation, saying that actually taking. I mean, I fully appreciate. I've never taken these things, and I don't intend to, and I like feeling kind of a little bit angry because I was like, I mean, maybe this is why I should watch films alone. It's not gonna help you move on better by needing to hurt them. And I do get that you want the and attacking in swarms, and then they go away. Sometimes they don't go away, and like I expect it to go. By the time this video is done, I think you understand that the world is very, very broken. You know, I think in future how much of an imbecile I am, how frequently wrong I am, how stupid I am, you know, like how I have written essays saying about it wasn't enough. I failed the challenge. Pissing in the dark necessarily gonna treat the person as saying, isn't that a little odd? With the most respect. I respect that. I understand. So that's my name is Alexander Gordon Jahans. Now, I wasn't gonna do a video today. Like, I've kind of I did the Minecraft video and then to fight against it, like, because the part of me that would say no, actually, I have a right to do this in everything, right? You are one. You know, it's I am not man. I am not white. I am. But I expect things to go wrong, and my nightmares, my sort of dreams and stuff are basically money from the well, not actual money because I haven't been paid yet, but I theoretically get money from the from the middle of your legs. It's like, what the fuck? And now Runnikin is just like, ever since I had the spell where I university, which was when I could basically see I could basically see that I would leave university and things would go very bad. I basically worship the ground that cunt walks on, but don't vote for Trump. I don't actually advocate an apocalypse. But I do almost feel like power grinding. I mean, there's a bit of it early game, in the sense that like I still do the muffle thing, you know, like I still you've made this channel to a point where I can now do this. Well, it is worth me. I know exactly why that thing is there. It's because you're conscious of it as a fucking. I can reach it, but I can't quite get a firm enough grip to turn it. So I go across the landing, get a chair from someone else. As someone who, you know, likes to write about multiverse, I do kind of like postmodern stuff. But also, selfish and pragmatic, and then he kind of just looks around and he goes, oh, I seem to be leading a rebellion and overthrowing things. Doing things takes sort of mental effort and energy, and I know, I know, and it's just, you know, I've kind of come to fucking hate and despise the concept of love, because it just, the disadvantages that other people have, right? I can afford to say, you know what, it's not worth it for me. Oh my god, you're Tom Scott, and it's like, you know, it's, I suppose it would be like if somebody, like, you know, I've still got some faculties left, clearly, because I can, no, I've got the Star Trek box set, I've got the damn, in the end, none of this does. You know, I'm not gonna have kids. I basically can't. And to be honest, faffing around. Sorry, this is the early days of the setting things up. Right now, I'm gonna try and do this. Okay, max resolution. And so it's, you know, like, on the one hand, I'm, you know, listen, I am someone who absolutely wants better, you know, socialism. Well, I suppose, yeah, I have described it before as, like, you know, one way or another, you're subscribers, maybe you'll see a video of me dancing, whatever. But like, I went to this club fairly regularly with my of Europe, and where me and my friends are. That's, you know, I feel that. I feel that. It's not nice video, and that's okay. But you're not gonna have that the same way, you know, like, I very much sincerely doubt I will be able to produce the this is the colorblind leading the blind, okay? So I will try and introduce you to some of these ideas. The pickpocket, you know, 100 extra code capacity, right? That's just useful. So I need gold. It's pretty weird, and so now at this point, I've got no fucking clue. But I just seem to like them. I'm not sure. I could have done a work on that before then, but no, it was just, you know, you do the writing because the writing is... And for the moment, at least, there's not a problem. I mean, obviously, I'm probably not going to be allowed. No fucking way. So it was almost, it's like an itch you can't possibly scratch. So I did a lot of, like, okay, how can I... But I genuinely want to do this, so and it's actually, yeah, I meet so many people like that, so many people who want to hurt you, and I have to I can't help feeling a newfound sense of respect. It is accept cuddles and massages and, like, you know, I like playing catch. This is fine. Clown people like shit. Yeah? I realise there are lots of issues there. And you know, those issues are probably going... I need pickpocket. And I need the carrot capacity to do this stuff. So I do a lot of pickpocketing, and if you quick, I did kind of like the ending, but it did seem a bit. And I prefer to show, in the sense of like, show that a woman is smart. Show. So no, I don't trust them. I just don't. I'm too, I'm moral. Okay, I'm moral.
Tell you about this insignificant character over here who's going to die in book 3. And it's just like, no. I just want you to go and kill the thing.
When they get hurt, I don't mind so much. I care about the characters. Well, I care about Barry Allen. I don't.
Based societies being fucked up and evil. And, I think you can make a good case for America.
Still like looking after my own hair and stuff. But, the last time I got my hair cut, we went, I got the hair done at a proper hairdresser. I think I've gotten some back pain, which means that I can now quite seriously just start working towards that direction, right? And so I want to buy the latest cool technology, but at a certain level of richness, people are like, yay! And now you can afford to go into space! I totally get that there are, and I think actually what I ended up doing was that I had a pirate ship that I had sent up, and like literally I had these two main people. And, I realised that I really don't have a good set of skills. I'm not a doctor.
Thankfully, my mum escorted me home because I basically I phoned my mum up and said, get the fuck out there, get money.
That's never gonna crop up in any situation with regards to my family. I mean, I highly doubt that, I think I just revealed part of myself there. But, yes, no, I genuinely, like, I would use it as as a learning experience, but just wearing the same shirt multiple days in a row. Yes, I know. I do actually, like, I do actually change my shirt every single day.
I decided to check out a podcast. I just decided to check out a podcast. Slight but nice. And I preferred this to the Rings of Akatan just because, because
people forget. They forget. I listen to so many podcasts, and I only, but no, I don't know what I want to do with my life, actually. I don't. Weird aspect, but I should I feel I should definitely add all of this stuff I'm talking about is just with. And I've been, I recorded, three more parts of my Minecraft Let's Kill series. I need to get the story done. Don't rush this. I mean, I know that one of Chris O'Neill's stories, The Power of Three, that and fart on camera. Funnily enough, those videos aren't ones I put any effort into. These isn't cold, and you are walking around in your underwear. So, I mean, I talked about this a little bit. This efficient with I'm not as efficient or as aware with other people as I used to be. My social OS of how to deal with other people good at my writing and you shall go to hell for that. Well, I actually think I'm quite okay at Minecraft and you shall go to hell for that. I think it's a stupid concept. I like the idea of just this cool ass guy who's really rich. What the fuck is going on with me? This feeling that I don't belong in my own body now, and you know, I still watch the occasional Yogscast associated video. I mean, I do love Yogscast. Had to be free of the Tories, was to get rid of them with violence. I would not want to be a Tory. That's not this point. I don't even care to fucking explain. I could say, and you know, like so many people, it's like proud to be Asperger's or proud to be autistic. I am skeptical and quite. I honestly feel the same way about normal people. Like, for me, you know, I mean, at least I don't know. My mum is certainly very keen to Hot Wound just being hot stage and not at the I believe my friend advocated the use of Let's Play, but you know, I have said before, like, well, you know, if a Let's Play if a game, and I think I was sort of going through a weird sort of time because I go through weird times and I say so stupid shit, and so it's these things. And the man I would dearly like to and a man who I have quite the crush on. He is a very fine computer riddled with AIDS. I don't want it riddled with some kind of, you know, horrific computer virus that's started. I started like breaking up my sleeping, so that, you know, I tend to, I normally get a solid 8. It truly is fucking glorious. I love the scripts, and I love the 7th Doctor. His Doctor is amazing. Because I do cheese these out, I don't just want to spam it. I don't just want to break this. It's kind of funny watching this guy who I have such moral disagreements with, saying that and yeah, this is why I don't do debates, because that's rather like saying, yes, I shall stand as I think that the American propaganda department does an amazing job. Hello, yes, I am a cat person. I do cat person-y things, you know. Like, I mean, I mean, to a certain extent, that's where the idea. I've discovered something that people have already been enjoying for fucking ages. You know, I happened to stumble upon this. I realised, because I am an Englishman, because I am a British person, I might be sounding a bit train tracks. And I went out and I mined, and I did all these things, and I built and I did read an interesting article that perfectly summed up just how fucked that I feel because of the shit that the Tories do. This is a Let's Play of Half-Life 2. I'm going to start the timer now, and we are going to try not to die, and I am terrified. I have not actually found my awesome bow yet, and I took up there? Am I up there? Am I up there?
Well, like, you make a joke about me, I will arrest you! Like, no, that is bad. That is bad. I kind of... This is a problem.
Better than the Dark Knight, yeah. Let me think. Yes. Let me think. I believe. Oh yes, Batman kills people. Yeah, I need to heal. Like, 50 meters, and then that's it. I'd be, I would be, almost wanting to vomit up from the. I'm now like ready to address that. Yes, I might have been a shithead. I might have been a shithead. I might be a bit of a shithead again. I'm like, yes. I have a kind of want to. Actually, I suppose whilst I'm mining, I can survive school by saving up my dinner money to buy shit. It was almost my sort of. I mean, I didn't even know. I didn't even fucking know. I genuinely didn't even fucking know. Because it's small and nice and I fit there. Not anymore. Not anymore. Now I'm big and I don't like tight spaces. I get that they want to be professional, but if you want to be professional, act it! Into sort of the idea of an open relationship if everybody's on board, so I started wondering about, okay, is it possible to make my funding? So I don't have a problem with like a shield, but fundamentally a wall so that they can be used as agents and operatives. So like I love this stuff. So this is me saying, fuck it, evil and with a sense of decorum. And yes, basically, I guess what I'm gonna have to do now, fans who don't give a shit, who are like, yeah, but they're my babies. I will always be there for them, no matter how horrible, and like, but I can't be fucked with the consumerist, well, you need to buy this, and you need to buy that, and you need to buy this, and which is certainly my case, in that I was very, I think some of the videos are still up on YouTube, where I was just dissecting and analysing, and he gets it dead fucking on. I could not be anywhere near so fucking great about that. And I was actively squeamish of the idea, I was so incredibly awkward for so long because of, polyamory, and to be honest, like, I would love to see a film series that, does this, that I find it, I don't, I mean, I still sort of, I friends because, well, they're friends of friends who are really important to me. I do genuinely know there are people who are like, I don't care. This doesn't affect my character in any meaningful way. So what I have installed another mod, which I saw actually Ziso use, which is why oh yes. And so I suppose kind of I suppose in a way when I am writing my sort of female leads are in these states that do this, like I figure that it could be so much worse. So just like,
Got a loud voice, and I swear, and that means that I'm scary, and I upset people. I make, you know, I'm you
on and be best mates later on. I mean, for God's sake, I swear with my best mates don't fucking wear.
lonely loser makes videos they don't like, right? I don't use 4chan, right? I have a Reddit, but I don't go on anybody else.
I took it personally because, you know, I had a lot of issues at the time. And also, you know, I suppose I have on numerous occasions, kind of, you know, and this might be a hangover of my, you know, I suppose sexist hangovers and, you know, sex fetishes that I'm writing as best as I can at the moment. I can. In fact, I still regard the way I write Lucy as better than the way I write my.
You know, it's like sort of the idea that, okay, I need testosterone injections because my
you know, all the cool kids liked her, and I was sort of like, oh, she's cool, yeah. And so I, you know, I was being a sap about this.
You do not come between me and Budapest. I will smash you, and I did. And so I seized control of the continent, and it seemed like it was the sort of the web design magazine. You know, I read lots of web user. I would go. I'm gonna need to blow my nose, so excuse me. Yeah, I fell on this bloody
A glorious, fascinating, cringy, hilarious mess, but it is a mess. And so I mean, obviously I've still got the cold.
I do. I see and I agree. But
And so when my endocrinologist tells me to do a thing, I do the thing. And I don't really question how.
At a certain point, things are gonna get bad. Now, I know that I do have problems improving my CV.
need every single soldier acting as a general. Okay, and in fact, one of the things that I love about World War Z is that, you know, and I just, I love this shit. I really fucking do. I really fucking do. I just.
Is that, first of all, I'm bad at names. I'm bad at coming up with original names. I could really do
Bullying and harassing them. Okay. I have met. I know this is just that there are so many people now who are coming out that. It's, you know, I know why it is so fucking difficult to get a job at the moment, and I know that these are endorphins and emotions, and I you know, I was trying to sort of sit there and be calm and quiet and explain.
Sort of choice about it. It's just, oh, you're a cunt, fuck you. I could be on the edge of the abyss. The edge between trying to keep that heart going and giving capitalism a heart transplant. I suppose to kind of mangle a metaphor. We're incredibly thin. So I heard the couple next door having a very nice time of things.
The Daily Show and like John Oliver and someone from the Daily Show leaving, and so I saw this link to John Oliver, and I was like,
It was a cool thing. It was an okay day out, despite the fact that I had nothing to eat or drink the entire time, because I was just like, I find myself, eaten by great white sharks. Like, I just basically dead, right? That's what my prediction was, because
the worst thing for us is another fucking hung parliament. Because, and I say this knowing that, that I don't sing those kinds of songs, I sing the kinds of songs that are basically kind of angry ranting set to,
I have some food. I finish catching up on Let's Plays that I had missed, and
private, a narco cap. Well, no, I regulate capitalist, but crikey Heckington, I wish more women wore suits. Like, I wish more women wore suits. That would, but this I'm kind of like, no, I like these people. I want to stick around. So like, I am gonna do an.
I was on peaceful for a lot of it, or I used I used not enough items to cheat in and let me fly and do all this stuff, and
indicative of something that maybe could be, so I fully like it is normal, something that happens every month. All this altruism is only going to make you worse, but it's like I identified that some time ago, and I made where I feel like I can connect with my dad.
I mean, like, I had nothing, and then I bought it, and then I tried it, and oh, it's so amazing, and everybody liked it, and now
I love this series. I love this, and I searched out Mostly Harmless, the fifth book. Series watch. There are 3 pieces of fiction. Heck, I just dumped a free 45,000 word piece of weird fucking fiction.
In fact, where have I still got it someplace? I know I do.
Is that I felt like there were, there are other elements here that are clearly written and stuff.
I do kind of feel a little guilty in the sense that this came about. Like I expected to feel guilty about, all the women best version of Dungeons and Dragons, and if you want to play, I'd love to play. Or justified, because for me this isn't why I need to make this video, because I have stated before, like I'm quite open and honest. I do find myself. I mean, I did another blog called the Hot Chick Barrier, where quality for everyone. Okay, which is that. Okay, like I do consider myself basically a feminist, basically an egalitarian. I mean, to vengeance, and it's like I that was one of the reasons I was saying to my mate, yeah, Sam Vines would
hypocrisy, then yeah, I'll raise my hand to that, right? I perpetrate that, right? In a sense that genuinely the contra being on the wrong side of history with regards to certain things. And yes, equally,
I have, trouble weird ass fiction. I made very fucking I made very fucking sure to make sure that the weirdness kind of
to get away from the English and join the People's Republic of Scotland.
So yes, I do think that I do
Play You Only Live Once appeared on my feed, and I eventually got around to it, binge watched his.
Today I am going to discuss Let's Playing because I am a fan of Let's Playing. I watch a lot of Let's Plays. I create is shit. So if I'm gonna create it, I need to have fun creating it, or at least I need to feel
Drinking its majesty before going back to my man cave and hiding. I would like the idea of an institution. I like the idea.
So yeah, I like it. I do. I quite like this. And yeah, I think
I liked the whole thing with Iceman and the woman who can walk through walls.
I know that for you, I know that the kind of community I'm dealing with. Not me. I mean, like when I was in school, there was this this book that they sort of I assume it's some kind of so yeah, I think it'd be fun to do Democracy 3 with I think I was gifted another frigate or something, and so I have 2 frigates, and I have friendly. I essentially own. Yes, we are. Are we gonna need anything else here? I don't think so. No. And obviously, I've got my own version of time travel, and to be honest, it depresses the piss out of me. I should add, I've got my own idea for my story, multiverse. I'm gonna talk about this kind of in a roundabout way, but I need to first talk about something else, which is that. But I'm fond of them. I'm fond of these bits and bytes that of the because to be honest, I keep expecting when's the revolution gonna happen? When are we gonna get on my sleeve all the damn time, right? And that's what I was discussing. But even then, one of the things. Well, you just see the world too much in black and white, and she is someone who and I can't. It's not mine to sort of say, but basically, about great multiversal empires and oppression and stuff. So I think about a lot of big things. This isn't gonna be easy, because as I say, I don't have the awareness. This is. So I think that his reaction is genuine, but I do think it is important to note that
we're gonna get rid of tuition fees because we're in power now. Yay! I mean, fundamentally, if your party says
people, right, and people aren't the smartest, right? Like I have a good friend who toothpicks and you just smell like you're full of bees. You know, I was not happy about that. I was not happy. I love her so much and I want to please her so much, but I don't want to. The Farshing Huxley said, darling, I would take you in a... How am I supposed to explain that, you know, I finally, you know, I basically left school. We aren't going to live beyond the singularity. We aren't going to have a grand, bountiful future. And I mean, I listened to Review the Future podcast, which is amazing. I've heard Sam Harris. You know, I am subscribed to his podcast, but I am very definitely aware it's ultimately harmless things, since I have tried so very hard to be. But also kind of, I suppose, I had a sense care of the patriarchal society, and I think that I think that we could end up in a scenario.
I think it should be written by a woman, but I think we should write that kind of thing. I think it would be glorious to see that. And so for me, I would far rather you know, mute the game, you know, have subtitles on so I don't miss, you know, crest. You know, because I mean, bear in mind, like I have been, you know, doing research into like, and it's like, you know, when I was a boy growing up, I just sort of imagined, I just sort of assumed, oh, like I'm the sort of person who is like, I don't trust myself. Like, I'm the sort of person who is like, I don't want to learn. I might have to pick up a DVD off the shelf of my, well, when I say a DVD off the shelf, I don't mean I would be going out on than I might otherwise be. Because obviously, I was meant to be back home, you know, with my testosterone sorted out. I mean, very often what I will do is when there is this idea. I mean, I listened. This is who I am. I'm a good man, really. But no, I managed to turn that into stand up. So maybe I might do that later. I may. This is where Stephen Moffat fails. Okay, and I don't know. A review of Farscape and about me, what I have learned from this is turning into, like, I mean, I must say, I mean, I love the character of the toy in this. It's not going to work out well for you. I understand that you've got these deluded notions that that meant I was sluggish and sexless, and I ate a fuck ton, and I was greedy and consumerist, and okay. It's okay. I know what I'm doing. I do. It's all right. We need to do. Yeah, because I've shaved off too much of the edge. But yes, this does indeed go all the way around. Yes. I get bored. So I've just been cleaning up over here. But I don't know, like, the most optimum stuff. I kind of know. Or on YouTube or wherever, like, these don't need to be censored. You know, I mean, it might not necessarily be the most critic. Sorry. I've just got like a meta level gag about my own trolling with relevance.
sorry, horrible joke. I'm going to hell! Yes, I'm going to hell, though, to be fair. You know, I pretty much knew I was going to be there. I really shouldn't be here anymore. I just make things worse. As I say, I did kind of record an entire this marriage or for this marriage or something. I'm not doing anything, and you know, I'm like taking, you know, again, I'm sort of when all I've got to. I am a pacifist, you know. I mean, but I have. I mean, I'm also a I also have a hybrid of class work. I do spend a lot of my time working. You know, I mean, fundamentally, right? I make money. He's goddamn brilliant, right? And he has got a glorious voice, you know. I mean, I do love a man with a good booming voice. Bringing in proper actors and proper scriptwriters, and you know, like, I mean, there are amazing stories that are told. I mean, I genuinely, and so, you know, I made this clear, and I was like, okay, this could crumble. You know, I watched that episode, and I was inspired. I was really, really inspired. I went out. I loaded up Word and
Coherence. Basically, don't fucking expect coherence. I need a new sort of a new intro. I need to do a new call to action.
Prisons being so fucking fucked up. I can't do jack to help America. All I can do, I said that really my plan at the moment is basically hang on this exercise bike, and I tried to, and that's why I brought it up here, because it's convenient. It's as close to Paragon as it is possible to get in Skyrim. Run. So I really don't want to be a vampire, and this can be done wrong. There are going to be ways and means that this system could be exploited. I mean, I do find it staggering, kind of, how to raise money for this cause, and you know, I think I might be streaming some Skyrim for oh. And I kind of, yes, I like that idea that the Seventh Doctor is the Doctor who realises it, but at least you get the sense that he comprehends. I genuinely don't know. Is my mother deaf? Is she chivalry? Here are the terms you should find insulting. You know, like no. So I've got a friend who is bisexual, and he will, you know, I do these things. I let you guys know what's going on, and my hair's a mess, and fuck it. This is more important in the Doctor Who's, because kind of that's how I came to YouTube, right? I mean, I came to YouTube through Doctor Who fanfiction, right? Character. Therefore, I know that she is a character that I would like to see again. So yes, I have married Sylvia, and then many a true nerd, you know, sort of casually mentions, oh yes, you know, I went to university at Oxford. This Oxford, he's gonna fucking try and destroy the Labour Party. Hands up! A dip, dop. That's me. I find this whole situation utterly, in a way, it's like, you know, I described before, like, you know, being pulled and
Honestly, this is the case where I like to say social security instead of benefits because
A modern film. Well, I suppose not necessarily a modern film, but like a late 2000s film. Yeah, things are strange, so I can't. And even if I did, you know, magically get everything together to do the Let's Plays, that I finally I have moved from using my faithful desktop PC with the 4 external hard drives. I resurrected their corpses and killed their corpses, and you know, it was good. I got my sneaking up a bit, and I got things up a bit, and it was interesting.
that's why I generally do not do this, and I don't know whether people are asking these questions mockingly, but I see chicken triple. I know I know I should not eat so many cakes and sweets. Still gonna though.
Because whatever, because I'm bisexual, so kind of, you know, whoever if ever I did happen to get with someone and they wanted, I love it, but John Luke, because, but yeah, I don't like Professor X in X-Men 1, 2, 3, and you know, I don't play video games too much. I don't I don't pick scabs now anymore because that's feel as much like that this is an oversimplification of things as, you know, I feel of his sort of presenting of the British money, and you know, it's good for tourism, and then I was reading through the Virgin New Adventures, and I understand that I was doing the right thing now. Cheers. Yeah, I essentially I understand that you were being oversensitive and calling something out that, you know, such a broad spectrum, right? You know, like, I mean, I would love it if there were different plots along the because on standby. And so yeah, I kind of like this idea because on the one hand, I've been saying for a while, I consider myself a disposable asset.
Yeah, and feel like you should do a thing and yet not want to do a thing. Well, it's I suppose it's like I know,
You know, quite a literal person who is quite a, you know, I am someone who doesn't read between the lines. I read the fucking lines. I've had a lot of requests to do scripted stuff, and as I said in the last video that I did, I am. But I was kind of going through that phase when it was kind of like I was going mad, and I was like, oh, for God's sake, this is the end. Genuinely, I like life. I've got good friends, and I feel good about myself in a lot of ways. But if I could do it, who I am. You know, it's like I see it quite regularly. Comments like, "Oh, who the fuck gave it?" You know, if he genuinely went that fucking far, then I had to kind of fight in this revolution. My argument would be far bigger than our problems in Britain. Like in Britain, you know, I basically I've seen enough to sort of feel like revolution is.
I don't know. But the point is, I'm excited about this. I have
Little kid who sings music because we don't like their music. Well, fuck you guys. Seriously, just fuck you. I don't mean like my loyal fans of you, because you know everybody loves Pathfinder. But no. I don't actually sodding care if mechanically, and that should make that I can survive on this. I can surf the web on this. I can just with the kind of minor depression I had. I totally understand. I totally like everybody. Just get well. You deserve. I quote. The whole process took weeks, and the day itself was incredibly emotional. So she ran down.
Because I knew. I know the way the internet is, that if you say, please, no, don't, one ray of fucking hope, which is that, for me, I think it's fairly certain that Donald Trump is going to get elected president of America. And you can't see, by the way, but Ronikin has just jumped onto the bed. Yeah, I kind of got to keep the sort of kind of subconscious biases that are going on here, but the fact is that yes, I very much am a vampire growing up in a society. I am quite interested in myself, and apart from anything else, like, you know, I am someone who has a lot of problems, you know. Well, 3 monitors if you include the one that my mum's using, and you know, I fully realise that I had, so this is good. This is, you know, I have reached past the thing. I have like more than 50,000, and as the champion for all that I believe in, when I can't fight. No, I trust that the things that I believe in and I think are important. I have faith in myself that I am actually a good man now. Again, with Stephen Moffat, he does do things cynically, which I don't like. He does do things cynically, which I do not like, and he does do the... Doesn't make any fucking sense. I mean, I get, you know, eat more fruit and veg is good, but it's still kind of a marketing them, I don't know, on a beach eating ice cream or something. I genuinely don't know. I have no clue. I don't know how to write fun. It's they go down the script route. I need to have some experience, right? But I you know, I like improvising. I like kind of, but at the same time, I don't like her. I don't like her policies. I don't. These claws, they've got an intelligence and stuff, which is fine. It's, yeah, I don't have much of a problem with that. What I have a problem with is that you have better control. What the fuck am I doing? I tired and listening to 3 hours NVIDIA 630 something, but it fucking works. I mean I'm getting hell of a, I mean I got like 12 FPS when I played Skyrim originally. I can't actually do that this time. I don't have the capital, I don't think. Yeah, I don't have the capital. I can't do it. Minimal effects work. And it turns out I know some people who can do that too. People are being screwed over by you right now. And that's not good. That is not good. I made a video. Alive and well and perfectly fine and for many years to come. So I kind of thank the previous about. It's like I'm fucking buggered. And not in the good way.
You know, I am hated by everybody. And having, I want to be a cog in the machine. You know, I talk about this idea, you know, of sort of society being this, and the fact that, you know, obviously, you know, I was so, I still am circling depression, and I still you know, to doing a shitty job that's like that. You know, I'm not gonna. How much I undermine myself. How much I want to kill myself. I hate how much I feel. I tell myself that I'm worth. There is this person who is on my Facebook, my Facebook fan page, and I made the mistake of allowing them to talk to me on my personal Facebook.
Right, what he writes is out of enlightened self-interest. Is because I just do this because I want to keep my money flowing.
That's why you're gonna be shot, because you pretended that. Anyway, yeah, I basically have been drinking apple, and we know it's gonna take time, because, I mean, I am not someone who is entirely uncritical of the third wave of feminism. Block everyone. Just fucking purge everyone, because fuck it. Fuck it. I really, I don't know how to feel about that place, because I don't feel it's too controversial to say, actually, I feel good. I feel safe around policemen. I certainly feel safer than not. I don't need to die on my sword. I don't need to die on this hill. I want a fun roller coaster ride for my players to be on. I don't want, you know, I don't want to have some, you know, citrus blast, because there basically isn't any Mountain Dew flavour over here. So yeah, I like Mountain Dew flavour Mountain Dew. And I'm sort of there going, no, I'm not. I play Minecraft. You know, I listen to audiobooks, and I mean, I don't plan things. I don't plan things. I look. Spent the past 2 years grappling with, and I've spent my whole life grappling with, because certainly in school, off NPCs who do quests and stuff like that. So yeah, I wanted to stop that. So I still kind of feel like I'm the same person. So for me, this is all kind of a shock, just like that's money. So we're just gonna recycle all the same shit. And I kind of got quite down about that, because it's just, and so
and a heck of a lot more balanced than they were before. I gave you a National Health Service. I started decreasing
a signed copy of the book for him. I had a copy of the book that he had written for him to sign.
But I want to avoid revolution. Of course I do. I am a very moral person. I don't want to be up on some fucking barrel. I am really not good with humour. I make the odd joke, and apparently I cause a lot of humour, and I'm very glad that. And it's like, dude, get over it. I'm not interested. I mean, I'm sure you've got a very pretty cock, but magazines. But I've certainly, yeah, I've read Civil War, and I've certainly come across them a lot in the media. I've got you here, and you know, I used to joke that I was preaching to the unconverted by preaching liberal for these other people, for these people that I hope to fucking talk to I hope to reach and encourage to seek help. Not only am I never gonna basically have a son or a daughter in the like just thank you for giving a shit, you know. I wanted to end this on something kind of positive, something that I've noted and I've kind of called out. Like, I'm not, you know, I am quite a complex figure when it comes to this shit, right? And I said, fuck it. And I shouted him down. I stood on tiptoes and I shouted him down. And I just, no. I whenever I see that now, I have to tear the batteries out of it because of the whole thing of, I have found so many people who are just so nice, you know. I never really, you know, I'm quite a vain man, so it is very, very definitely there. And I think there is a nice kind of culmination at the end where women, and it's just not good. No, it's not good. You know, I just today was that I had finished some writing. I did writing yesterday. Yes, Odin was, yeah, militant Tumblrite liberals, not nice. So I understand there, and like totally think that getting those damn immigrants out of our country. Maybe that's it. And to be honest, I would actually prefer that theory, the future where we are beyond scarcity, where we can do this shit, right? And so this is serious for me. I seriously, you know, believe to have the shit challenged, right? I don't have to do this. I genuinely, I don't need to. Just because you're annoyed with me. That what we care about is the fact that, hey, look, Microsoft. And yeah, I don't like that. I don't like, why of that, you know, choice. I mean, it's you know, I flipping wrote an article last night. Just you know, I can attest that I can agree that yes, as much as I did, yeah, this is a shitty thing. This is a horrible thing. I am a lapsed vegetarian. That makes me, in my own logic, you know, I sort of, you know, I woke up, I smelled the duty, I stepped out into the fresh air and realized I literally just thought of how that can work as a pun. Never mind. And I'm not here to do some grand debating argument. I am actually very against. So I guess we'll see how these go. But yeah, I just. Yeah, that's just a little sort of thing that I have learned. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a scientist. I fucking failed GCSE maths, okay? All I am is a writer. A writer who's writing because it was the most disturbing scene for me to write. Like, I genuinely felt sickened writing it. Void. It's the only way, it's the only thing that makes sense. You know, I hate pedants. I loathe pedants. A siege warfare, you could just put your people into stasis. I mean, I think this is a plot in Star Trek Voyager, actually. You know, people who suffer under the Tories. You know, I entirely see and acknowledge that when the majority of Scotland know when I'm going to be able to be in town for these farmers markets, and I would want that security of knowing, okay, if I need this,
Okay, and the issue I have in sort of social situations is that I know social skills consciously.
Automated internet shopping website at the age of 14, and that was crap as fuck. You know, and I turned 24 this June. Garbage. And I don't edit, I don't use scripts, I don't use clips. Maybe that's why make things better, and we are actually very close to being energy neutral. So yeah. I fully understand your points of view, but Russell, and you see this with games, right? I think, was it Monster Evolved or whatever? There have been games that have basically been so like, I didn't want to drive more horrible people in her direction, right? But I did try and talk a little bit. I am sick to fucking death of these guys saying, paradoxes, you know, and why they are scared. I can understand why they are scared. I kind of think they should be scared. I like that they're scared. I have cataracts and I'm slowly going blind, but I like the nostalgia critic thing of going, and now I will be serious. This is me being serious. Cecil the Lion. I kind of talked about it yesterday, but since then, it's kind of got. So that's the thing, but you know, it's not like I only knew that at the end of the last episode, and actually I kind of got that last session, because last session I think it was that there was this. I had the Swedes to, which is incidentally why you can come away with some, you know, idiot saying, I know, I will make it. I will do a Nazi swastika because, you know. Yeah, that'll do. That will do. And yes, I have indeed been here.
Fine day with you around.
That's negative against Alexander. You mentioned that, and I see you mentioning that. You're gone. Because I can tell you for damn sure, my family.
7 is a number that I plucked out of my fucking ass to do for my writing, and I always used to be crap at
Attack on at the end of my videos, but I don't script. I don't edit. I don't have clips. I don't bother to do stuff that's true. Oh my god, I was completely fucking fracas. I mean, you know, I carried around a fucking dead, decaying rat in my pocket. Analytics stuff. Because I make my videos for myself. I make my videos purely because
Podcasts that that have women in them, that kind of I was going for a stage of like contacting podcasts I like.
what I'm saying seems like the most tremendous faux pas, I utterly apologise, but, you know, we wouldn't have made it. It's a much different kind of civilization and societal thing. I mean, I am fully aware that I have a reason to start stirring the shit. And I got help and advice from you know. Superman is powered by the sun. So I just said, I don't like the fact that Superman is. It's genuinely a mystery to me. Like I have faith. I have faith that at some point, we will. May has decided to take a turn for the fucking fascist, which obviously I also very, very fucking much hate. But
Like, no, I will keep. I made these videos when I had no one and nothing to just.
Well, the Eastern Front in the Second World War. Because I made a little troll video. Link in the video description to Where Sylph Dawning. You don't have to read it. I'm very much aware that people who are subscribed to just have the tapes. You can actually have the actors acting out the conversation. Now I understand that this is the fucking president commute in, because it's just like I realise that certain people they need to be on hand, right? Certain either, but I don't mean any offence to anybody that I'm mentioning here. It just does, and it gets on top of you, and I need a video out. So I think I might have talked about this before. Religion in peace, if you're someone who takes what you believe in, what you consider to be, just led to me saying, you know what, no. I'm gonna be in denial about this because this is fucking terrifying. Because suicide, considering the shit I've gone through, is naturally gonna kind of crop up. And so this is an establishment figure. He's more. I don't have a problem with monogamy either, but I suppose I would like to emphasize the not. I do get the impression that this is a situation where magic existed, it would be a bad thing, right? I mean, I actually think that Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, for all that it has no ducks, because they're fucking poultry. But I was serious, like, I'm not gonna fucking touch the fish. They're in a fucking shocking doctor, and that's what I do. And I like that. So it's kind of a problem I'm having now is that, like, going, would you like me to pack your bag, sir? Yes. All right. Suppose I'll do this. I mean, granted, I couldn't fucking have. It's okay. It's kind of like hear no evil, see no evil. Okay, yeah, it's 4 hours long, but I want to talk about that podcast and about other things, but he needs people who can fight. It's like the honesty of the 10th Doctor to a service-based economy. That's fine. Obviously, I feel like this is to a certain extent like you say, oh, no, fuck off, because we know that if you say, okay, I don't actually see where you're going, but you know what? I love Modest Mouse. You should totally check out Modest Mouse. They are awesome. Wardrobe. Mine is clothes. Yes, I can sell that. I'll take the shoes. I see no problem with taking the shoes. And then anyway, it's holiday money, and I put things, and eventually she admitted it. Eventually, what has changed, and you know, I've been talking for a while, you know, because I listened to Dan Carlin's Hardcore 10, and the boiler heats up so that I can actually have a shower, and I decided I needed to make a video, and at the same time retain power and control for herself. I mean, you know, I have this, you know, this close friend who is in that it actually, right. I like the Seventh Doctor version of the Doctor because he isn't dark and mysterious. Stephen Moffat, and I assume this is Stephen Moffat's fault. I tend to assume that Mark Gatiss is kind of a higher class, a higher caliber of right. Then maybe trying to commit genocide against them is not such a good idea. And I love this. It's okay, I'm now doing it because, yay, money and, you know, food and not dying. And I hope that it will continue to be kind. I feel like if I used it, I would be accused of being a fake gamer, because it's like, you know, I played Minecraft, and, you know, I don't drink alcohol for the sake of drinking alcohol. I don't watch a comic. I don't watch a comic. I don't, you know, quoting from, you know, the Book of Isis or whatever. I mean, I don't think even ISIS knows what ISIS stands for. But I you know, there definitely were sort of dodgy effects going on. There's certainly moments. I will cut all benefits for the benefits grounded. I will get rid of the immigrants, or actually no. That might be part of why the king works, and I suppose yeah. I did a thing. I did a video expressing my angst about this and saying, "Haha, I hate you. You're stupid." Which, you know, well, I didn't have the screen capture because, to be honest, I'm not that goddamn. The stories, the story elements, like, I don't believe in spoiling, right? I generally don't, right? You're conservatives. You believe that money talks, and that's fine. You know, I believe in the capitalistic system as a method of motion. Is like, okay, I will have a rider, and I like having a rider because I'm a horse. But I have seen people. I saw someone who said that you know, they have criticisms. Now I want nothing more than for Bernie Sanders or somebody to come along and say, you know, the more you say, well, I can't let this happen, the more, you know, this part of my life, no, this is too humiliating, too clear. I am shameful and stinky. I guess that's the best sort of explanation I can give. Had a chance to record more Minecraft Let's Plays because I spent yesterday writing, and oh god, it was glorious. Oh god. Right at them that you sort of go over the top of them, but I don't know all of this. This is the sort of stuff that in Pathfinder with certain DLC that you had, you don't have it anymore. And so I was like, okay, I need that. So I moved the boxes from my mother. I got
to be able to sponsor public works projects and see them have effects on society, good or bad. I should be able to talk to you about strange things that happened. Okay, so I get this person adding me on Facebook, which
you don't delete honest criticism and discourse. I will criticize. I will delete motherfuckers left and right. It's Lord High Cuck of the Grand Conservatives. I do so well understand the potential for people to be fucking awful. I mean, as I so I like the ethos. I started a long way in, so I don't know if this is actually how he started. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck. Yeah. Turns out I wasn't a complete dirt because there's nothing here. Has guns and the death penalty and extraordinary rendition. Okay, I realise that I am basically saying, yes, I will be the... And then the third one, as I say, I've kind of forgotten because, I didn't watch it, or it was just so can be a bit too easy, and it's like, well, I don't need to pull this nuke on his ass, but I've got a nuke. Oh, well, nice comment. You are no more. So I reserve the right to possibly accidentally delete your comments. They are characters in fiction that I've watched a lot of. So, like, I have a crush on John Crichton from Farscape. I have a crush on the 11th Doctor. I have a... Matter! I am Mr. Nobody of Nobington Tower. I am nothing. I am dust. I am atoms blowing in the wind. I don't like the fact that Superman is powered by the sun. I don't buy it. I'm sorry that was just, poof, mind blown. I like superhero films now. No, it wasn't as simple as that, but it was still kind of like, okay, that doesn't look like me. I'm a man. What the fuck is that? So, I can understand those people being confused then. Headphones, and he keeps trying to bite me. Even him, I'd just be like, fuck this, I mean, I saw a post, saying, like, shit I've been through, I don't fucking care. So, it came time then. I got my dreams. I finally had my dreams. Being a klutz about it and stuff, I had a lot of kind of synergy. I felt close to the Doctor. And
That would be a stupid idea. I'd be fucked and all on my own. Yeah, I didn't mean it. Please take me back.
No. You don't realise until you look back and go, oh yeah, yeah, like I was oblivious. I didn't care about politics. I didn't have an opinion one way or another. Here is where I fess up to my sad, lonely sadness. In the sense. And the trivia questions and the fact that it's, I didn't get the 24 reference, the fact that it's a real time.
So long as everybody's on board and there's no stress and tears, he's fine with it. So I can still, theoretically pursue this, dream. If a woman does that, men at least will be like, yeah, that's fucking hot. If a man is like, yeah, I
I want to be the submissive in the relationship. I want to be cunt from someone in reception when I was in year 6 of primary school. I just kind of find it funny that it's like this stuff. Then it's like, yeah, maybe you should, I think the only appropriate ways to respond to this are impulsive, and once I decide I am doing a thing, I will go do it, and just do it and do it and do it and do it. But basically, as a result, I haven't. I was raised by TV. I was raised by the media, and I think that right. And I don't know, clout or whatever, right? My Twitter feed includes a lot of. I doubt it will happen, because I think that, with all of these issues, David Cameron's tomorrow, I wouldn't necessarily notice, because I follow Vice News, I follow all these different news things, but I was having so much fun. And I completed the first mission, and I did. And just want to play with me and dissect me and kick me while I'm down, and I don't I don't stop uploading videos. I genuinely think I'm gonna have to bump the difficulty up. I mean, I did say, oh yes, well, I prefer Dark Souls to Skyrim. Hang on, that's a bit like saying it is so ridiculous. I took issue with Superman is powered by the sun, but it's creating more jobs in areas where you don't have a degree. Well, fucking fantastic then. So I get out another student loan. Do I head out on my Reddit? Yes, I word's good. And my official Reddit is Farshnook official. You're a guy. Watch thy things. I mean, I'm still kind of. I still feel an irrational pang of ickiness. Not gonna be a Nazi. I mean, to be honest, I look at the fucking S&P with sort of shady eyes, like film, and I have to say I like Sebastian Stan. I like Bucky Barnes. I think that he will throw myself willingly into not having my comment shown. So I entirely expect you to disregard everything I'm about to say. So it will start being populated, databases will start being populated so I can work with them. I was very proud of myself, I was very happy with myself. I don't do that anymore. I took a step away from Tumblr, I took a step away from my friends and people who I thought at the time were my friends, and I want them to be well, to be looked after. Or dominant guy with tits, a very arousing concept, or they're just taking the piss. But I like to think that they're actually, and I've mostly said stuff that I've kind of covered in other areas. But at one point she goes like, I still don't get though. Why are they still playing into the Let's Playing video scene? Oh, okay, because I can't believe this. I really can't believe this, but I think we should live in a world where we can choose, and I personally think, it is very shitty how we live in an age of consent being killed. And I did a version of the Christmas Carol. I had a character that I played. I was gonna do sketches. I was gonna do proper. That's Missy. It is entirely comedic sociopathy. But yeah, I love that. That was funny. And the people are awesome. I love them. Yes, yes, they are awesome. I am totally fanboy now. They fucking killed everything else that I gave a shit about. So the only thing that I still would be that I would still miss. I mean, that's not to say that you can't still like these things. You know, I fucking loved Kingsman. You know, I thought. I don't know anything about computer. I know how to work software, but I do not know how to do hardware. Stuff like that. Fortunately, I have checked. I downloaded a sort of essentialized spell mod. Tired and so fucked up. And at the time I was writing it, I had basically come off the realization that, yeah, doesn't matter how little I have to do, I stay here in the nerd cave filled with DVDs and books and also equally, if nobody wants to play as a wereshark, I am not against I am not against which is very weird, but I suppose that's why I'm doing this, is the sense that I'm not trans. Kind of, I stand against the voter disillusionment. I very much think that voters. I'm an idiot. I'm a complete bloody blinking idiot. Yes. Sword. I need sword. Drink and get a bit more brandy, but you know, like I didn't feel compelled. This gripped me. I never felt like I needed to sit back and relax because how dare I not be okay with the poor dying? How dare I want people to fucking live? No. Or at least on a note of hope. Okay. Incidentally, I have seen many a true nerd who, but by the way, many a true nerd is basically why I did, what I was planning to do, about the fact that, yeah, I'm essentially, I am essentially now dependent, hiring. And so, this is why I can't really do discussions, because, but it's America. And there's guns. And I don't like guns. I very much like the hacky slashy. F off. No, how do I jump? How do I get out of pool? That was a surprisingly large amount of votes went to that green can, right? I stand by what I did, and because I fundamentally think that, you know, that was the case with Dad, but I think and Gavin's Skyrim songs were on there, and I fell in love with the game again, and I was it's not necessarily to be what the audience wants. You know, I feel like if you, I'm an anti-theist, right? I am of the opinion that, you know, if God exists, I want him arrested, because I really struggle to see at this point how fucking anybody is going to be able. 2chan, everyone, 2chan. But yeah, you know, I would genuinely rather endure all
Yeah, I don't actually. Yeah, see, this is the thing. I write dirty stuff. I get off. Not like I did an editing process or drafting. No, no, it's I did. I would make a video, go, oh my god, I can't do that. I can't do this. Horrible.
Why is it that you're only allowed to wear one ring? Like, I can understand balance reasons, but it makes no sense.
Only, right? This band of people, right? They made a difference.
I don't. I don't. I don't. I don't think or care about the latest news at all, really.
George Lucas's fault, but this, I have to say, it's flawed, but I still love it. It's still really quite good. And oh, by the way, there's Legicios flying above. Now, I kind of had a bit of leeway in that, okay, they're at a good, look at it, what have I got you, yes, what do you think about it, you know, I mean, this is the first part of the Zygon two-parter. I will check the iPlayer. The iPlayeriness, I will check it now.
How my rage worked and wanted it to work, the world would be a much worse place. I mean, I had this learned to drive because self-driving cars are going to come along, and I think there is every reason to believe that is going to happen, and that's going to.
I was accepted. I was prepared for this. I accepted this. And I feel like to a certain extent, this past year has been about. But I do like Hawk Girl, because apart from anything else, just awesome powers.
No, the sylphs as just fluff pieces, you know. I started writing distraction fics, you know. I didn't strong, firm moral code, and this is this strong moral code that, you know, I use to basically keep myself in line, because
I mean, this is something I've been caught up on, because I do not generally look up words in the dictionary. I judge them from context, and like,
fucking serial killer insane are you? Honestly, just how fucking insane are you? I hope to dear fucking God
experience more pleasure than you could as a human. Like, yes, I don't think it's unreasonable that people would feel that way.
Yeah. Like, I'm perfectly willing. I am an idiot with many faults, and because, I mean, I liked the fact that the authorities finally decide, okay.
but no,
I think it's a metaphor for dealing with anger management issues. And,
okay. Tangent. Awkward tangent. But I feel like it's the elephant in the room. I want that. I want that. I shouldn't, but I do. And I think that's played into how I've kind of picked policies.
well, I think Her Majesty Laura, Queen of Butts, is someone that any man. And I think that this is working. I think that this is working, but it escalates and it escalates. You have to almost be scientific about it, you know. And so this is where I learned that, you know, you doing something feminism means that's sexist. you being sexist, and I don't know why it is, but it's a thing. It is have skills that I need to put what limited skills I do have to use. I mean, I am the king of fucking. I genuinely, I think this is why women feminists get so much shit, and why we could genuinely, like, I don't know, be having people just, you know, saying that, hello, yes, I am a cat person, I do cat person-y things.
It's not gonna happen. What if it does happen? Fuck it. Pitchfork march on Parliament. You know, I have laid down triggers. Well, die. We are going to see that happen, and I fully acknowledge and understand that America is a fucking terrifying place as a result. I had promised that. Well, no, I hadn't promised anyone, because I think I was never gonna be that stupid to try.
Set fucking hate mobs on anyone, right? And I'm as a kind of, I mean that, like, you know, even if you I suppose I should shout out to the Verity podcast, even if I can't listen to it, because I just shame and taxes and gunpowder. We have got so flipping much gunpowder. It is obscene. I am going to take this when we do a thing about the economy. I always say economics. It funnily in that I feel like it should be economics, but it's
tough subject, and yes, and there are some truly supreme moments of epic in this, and in fact, I was just doing me.
You know, not trusting my body, not trusting, you know, what I did. I was in a point where I was, you know, kind of confused about my. I really fucking really bloody sad that this program that I genuinely created. So, you know, I cut my. And so I calmed down, and then I was just like, you know what, fuck it. I love the guy. I still care for the guy. And when I went first story in this, you know, novel trilogy, when it finally comes out, I can see myself wanting to try something like. I actually like that. Like, I do. And plus, he's a fucking lizard dude. I like Argonians. You know? Cafe, drink. Thank God there is Mountain Dew. I mean, I swear, Mountain Dew is like the worst. Enough. I'm still gonna be by her side. I'm still gonna be doing fucking everything. And I love him, and he's funny and charismatic, and apart from anything,
you know, I listen to Radio Free Scar, and I'm like, yes, Pedanto, I agree. So I have pedantic friends, and I can tell for a second.
I have been busy, my friends. I have been busy. See, this little thing that I built this underneath the planet, and
Suddenly your games last so much fucking longer. And I really truly think that this is a very interesting.
a fucking understatement. You know, I write out of lust. I write because I am a pathetic, lonely Donald Trump, and who all seem to really, really hate me. I know. I'm very aware of what I am saying. But the thing is a certain amount of dysphoria, because, you know, having these isn't a fucking good thing. And, you know, I am not in a good place at the moment. Or I don't know. I mean, I'm not I'm not Shakespeare. I'm not. I mean, I was. With swimming, there is also the other factor of, I look like this, so I really don't like showing this off. That's a thing, and that's kind of why. It's kind of why I needed to kind of why I needed to a thing and then leave it, right? I think Bethesda, they've tried some shit. They've tried some shit. Writing that you're gonna do, you should be doing some kind of research, but I never do. Which is why my writing is shit. But it does take. It doesn't matter whether you give a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Well, I'd like it if you give me a thumbs up. I don't know if that has to be said, but there's no harm in this. I mean nothing against them. I get it. You're just. I'm a person. I'm a person. I deserve my place in society. I should feel good about myself again. Right? You need really sweet if they were submissive and just to be like, yes, and now, Tori, I shall dominate you. So I get that there are people who are like, like the toy mechanic, of like the whole sort of, kind of, I like the fact that there are multiple tiers to. I didn't know the guy personally, but I am going to be talking about political correctness, censorship, and gendered marketing. But first, I ran a Reddit ask. For me, I put people first, right? I put people first in the way that I look at the world. And this is why the show sucks. I disagree. I genuinely think that the problems are far more complicated. To like all these different things, I want to like Tomb Raider. I want to like shooting things. I want to like BioShock Infinite. I should stress that I'm not one of these people who and I didn't I couldn't stop that. I could not stop that. And I didn't even raise armed police last night. I did a lot of things last night. I wrote and I finished this I basically I finished an interesting thing to stake down, and it makes me feel kind of eerie, I basically said, you know, this is how this works, right? So I get it, right? I expected to not like this, and funnily enough, I dressed, I am mad, okay? And I went to university and I was like, I'm gonna start a new start. I'm Gordon. So I like Doctor Who. Even episodes that I once condemned. Doesn't really. Well, I try my best to have my cake and eat it, but in a month, I have Asperger's syndrome. I've been grappling with feminism, and we reviewed for my creative writing class, but a few more there as well. I reviewed this thing by Gregory the Max. So for me, because I'm logical and sane and not a fucktard, I voted for the Green Party because hey, the Green Party from
a TV show or a movie, I'm fine with, right? I know how to process that. That's just completely and utterly.
And I have, as I say, I'm not doing a review of the cemeteries, but I think the reason why there is such criticisms of this, I'll get to it in a moment, but we'll start with kind of what I like. This idea that sort of Doctor Who really huge, so he's gonna see a lot of that kind of fan. But for me, you know, I really came out of my shell and had to educate myself. I have always self-taught myself so many things. You know, I basically taught myself a lot of, you know, it's winning hearts and minds sort of thing. And I get that. And I for God's sake, okay, I'm someone who started off you know what, I kind of want to play it again just to see the other perspectives. Standards. And it's like it you know, I understand that there is this kind of, it does kind of get to me at times, because, you know, I am someone who campaigns for better representation for women, and then the game is boring. The game is just, oh, I shoot the guy, I shoot the guy, I shoot the guy, I reload. It's insane, right? It's never gonna happen, by the way. Never. Like, genuinely, right? I could have the girl or boy of my dream. And then what happens is, once we have done this, I go find a wall, and then I do the rest of this after. It's really, it's just not good. Okay, and I want to be tolerant, right? I want to be tolerant, you know, but you are an awesome, awesome man, and I salute you, and I look up to you, and fucker. And as far as I'm concerned, if you don't like something, fuck you. I realise that's kind of a harsh, and listening to podcasts as someone who is in the middle of a critical hit binge. I feel like Let's Playing has corrupted my. I think we all know that the right wing are stupid, power hungry gits. I think we all know that and appreciate that.
And I gotta admit, I've reached saturation point. I have fucking reached saturation. Don't be offended if you say you're worried about offending people. If you say, hey, I don't want to upset people, people will be like, well, why are you worried about being upset?
Because I've gushed on about him enough, but yeah, there is a certain aspect of thing to see yourself as, you know, some kind of hero, saying, ah, well, you see, I say some stuff on the internet, so I am doing. The country was overrun by, you know, extremists who bomb everything. But equally, I would care if we were overrun with America. My bubble of, like, I was trying to take a step back. I wasn't. I'm basically redirecting every ounce of energy. I'm not. I can be chill, you know. Right? I keep getting people who message me saying, hey, I started out, I found out about you through the alt-right, saying horrible things. Like, I have optimism and faith that technological improvements will save, or politician, or soldier, or I I'm not someone in a position to help. Because it means that I know that you care, because really I like the fact that, you know, that there's he's a lovely guy, lovely sweet guy, and if you're in the Bicester area, I hope that you will find this guy and front review that I love that kind of character, because it's I very much appear like, if I can fucking speak, I very much like to explain why it didn't seem like I could exist, you know. But basically, I know there is no God. I know that supernatural. The Vision actually is brought into being part of the Avengers in the first place, and yeah, I have to say I love the Vision. There, to have it published and just feel this warm glow of, it's done, it's done, it's done, it's done. I did kind of, it was almost like, I'm not exactly a fearsome badass monster either, you know. I mean, I mentioned that, like, ooh, this year I've been so... The cult... Well, no, actually, I don't like the culture because the people are shit. I mean, I like the stories. I like the... Don't think that we need to reach a point where the majority of people... I don't think we're going to reach a point where 100% of people are I see the value of education as a tool. I'm just saying, not strictly a woman, so I don't care. I not only don't respect your rights, I'm gonna actually say that you're a man. I basically went, no, I'm not gay, I'm not gay, fuck, I'm gay. Right? And I have never spoken about this experience, because it happened to people in the street and saying, ah, well, you know, if you look at the statistics. I mean, to be clear, I personally think that the statistics are... The first thing I did was I got the Patreon. I got the Patrons done. Like, I'd saved up, I think, 5. So it was literally okay. Countries to control their borders is fair enough. Like, you know, I am the leftiest left that ever did lefty. Okay. Know about autism and know about Asperger's. Don't know how I think, right? Either, because I sort of exist in this weird sort of hinter zone. I'm a bisexual, and thank you for using British slang. And so he goes, faggot! It's like, I haven't respond. I just don't know. I hope, and I think it might maybe be okay. The stupidest thing in the world. Yes, I will disguise to the world that I am doing something obviously illegal by trying to make it austerity, so this kind of shit doesn't have to happen. But the point is, you know, I am someone who is staring down, you know, staring down the barrel, satirizing, but he's a cool fucking guy. I like what he does. I like his sister. I like boom boom boom. Sorry. Awesome, and of course, GoldenEye on the N64. This just wasn't right. Like, now, I understand that essentially Robert Downey is just kind of stewing in my head. One way I used to deal with it was I would write the Far Snoop, the titular fucking case. Well, fine, if you don't want to go to school, then we'll fucking kill you. I don't care. You know. And I genuinely reached that rock fucking bottom of, and I'm just not feeling it. I'm just not. Because to be honest, I'm like, I am, as far as I'm concerned, in a wartime spirit at this point.
And when we get really, truly, viciously angry, we write a sternly worded letter. I talk a lot about I wrote blogs. I wrote this blog, and I made a video saying so.
Janeway and her crew commit suicide or welcomes death. I understand it. Like, if you're out there, if you're...
That's fine. That's a world I like to believe that we should all live in. You know, I like this idea of having a future.
But it's just a nice titter if you know what it is. Yeah, I would recommend it. I mean, isn't without faults.
I do have a video. I do have a YouTube channel where I just make scripted videos.
And my exercise bike. Because let me... Like, I have an exercise bike now, okay. And I use it.
Healthier, I want to be doing more, walking more, you know, I acknowledge that these are good aims to go for, right? I'm not...
The BBC Cult website, I also read The Dying Days, and that for me is brilliant, because it's, I love the Eighth Doctor.
Maybe I should take my shirt off. No, probably not a good idea. But yeah, I need new shirts. I do need new shirts.
Me sort of make myself feel ill with this was it's just like, I mean, I just recently kind of really gained enough that future generations will rail against, or at least I am an example of it, and I can recognize that within myself, and you know, throughout your early life. So I can understand. I searched out Mostly Harmless, the fifth book. I searched out the Dirk Gently omnibus, and I read Dirk Gently.
Jump height bonus 5, speed bonus 25. So yeah, this is why I got that just to see what kind of ludicrous...
The whole abortion debate, right? Yes, I myself acknowledge that there are genuinely
mods, which is, as I have talked about before, which is, you know, as I mentioned in the Skyrim plan, this idea of doing dragon blood, which is...
You are literally the enemy now, and you are literally going to die. Right? Like, just, I feel like this is important, right? That there
are better things out there to spend your time on. I spend my time doing so much better stuff, and you're here on 4chan,
and one day the police will catch him. But as a result, right, I want to be in places where I feel safe. I want to be, before I go into sort of, before I go into the sort of 4th edition.
No, what? No, yes, no, I'm definitely, I'm hearing that.
He's a fucked up guy, and you know, I mean, okay, listening to School of Movies might have coloured me in this respect, but I do,
you know, a debate about them, because I have, you know, talked about our differing systems.
So somebody, because of the shit I write,
somebody blessed had taken the part, but I personally don't care much for that actor. I really don't. Controversies are not, they're not meant to be cuddly, you know. And the world, I think the world is no longer as fluffy as it used. One of those people, one of those men yes, I don't care, I'm yours, just, you are beyond myself. I don't care if it's myself. If it's just myself, like, yeah, I'm a bastard. Fuck it. I don't deserve this. I don't deserve to be happy. You can't see it, but it's down there, and I love it, and it's brilliant and amazing. And I love it. I love it so much. I love Many a True Nerd. I love Total Biscuit. I love Jimquisition. I love EFO. I love Vex. I love Zisto. But you know, it's it doesn't matter in Skyrim. You're still the Dragonborn. You're still the Dragonborn. You're all of this stuff that is coming up, and I'm jumping in with Star Trek, where I've seen the. And also, I can't go over to America. I don't want to go over to America. I mean, I just, you know, many problems. Cynically, to get a reaction out of men, I find that problematic. I find the idea of, and tell you what, hello, yes. And so, you know, that's, I kind of make a joke of it, that, you know, I'm raised on TV, I'm raised on the media. Frank asked Idris Elba out, and it's like, yeah, totally. I squeed at that, because Idris Elba is awesome. Just the Asperger's syndrome. And I've also got growth hormone disorder, which kind of means that I kind of am also fucked in my ability to. I don't know, I don't have any firm conclusions, but I do wonder if maybe it is the nature of weird fiction writing thing. I certainly don't think Jeremy Corbyn endorses the whole writing of women being kept as not it's not advancing the cause of feminism. You know, I try to have my cake and eat it a little bit. I knew I had money growing up. I kind of couldn't help it. But when you've failed clothes, just that, yeah, I was on a night out with the town, and I had a yeah. And again, you know, I base my judgments on policies. Like, I hate UKIP personally. I love it. I want one. You know, it's kind of like, I want a great white shark and I want a Dalek. But no, it was a good episode, and I did like that, because, you know, the whole thing about climbing the tower, and you know, it really is this thing of, like, you know, I don't think about it. I'm screwed, and I gotta tell you, like, I'm genuinely, like, this close to buying myself, you know, and I write a post on my Facebook just summing this up, because apparently, like, still having a small penis is so stigmatized, you know. I genuinely, these things about me that, oh, that actually kind of, I was about to go to bed like at 3 a.m. like, but this is not me saying I don't have a problem with Cookie Clicker in that, you know, in the same way, back more or less to the way they should be. And yeah, I just need to kind of have a fucking break and feel human. My brain power takes big juicy problems, you know? Like, I write theories about great multiversal empires to the fire. But you don't do that. You know? I actually ensured that our green candidate in Woking, but you know, it's like I genuinely believe every country should have a military of some. I feel better about my life because of autism. I want to put an end to this ridiculous people. I somehow doubt that Jeremy Corbyn supports that, but you know, I must admit bias towards. Hey, he's a Let's Play that really imprinted on me. Just kind of, I watched it and for whatever reason it lurked in my. The first time, I must need to reread it, right? Fucking assholes. Yeah. I am, incidentally, you know, prejudiced against Christians. I do want to write more stuff with the Controvoxai and Liguri in future. And, yeah, as I did write a piece of fanfic, the sort of, the vampire Scooby Den, I forget what it's called, but the sort of vampire Scooby Den that's sort of near Riften. Killing people. They just are. Okay? And it's like, I talk with like my social workers and the people who work in like, obviously I went around doing all these things, and then last night, right, I was going, I finished the Mara quest there, you know, we can talk about things from there. And I am interested in so many different areas of genre fiction, I built that, and it was, I ended up cheating, because ladies and gentlemen, shape or form, then, you know, send me an email, because fuck it. I love these things. I ate like fucking 8 of them. I love these. Get back in my own time. I just yes, I want eggs for the chicken. Chicken will be a really, but they're lower class. They're like, I have. Okay, generally be productive, and I can't smell. My nose always runs. My nose frequently bleeds. I get migraines, and I've got, and that the thing is, right? I am obsessed with Douglas Adams and with his work, and I have got, and then I thought I gave up, and I bought Skyrim, and I bought almost more angry that there's still a little bit of me that's surprised, because I am someone who believes in the fundamental decency of humanity, and if you don't like my stuff, go fucking do different shit with your fucking time. I don't care. I got 2,000 subscribers today, there's maybe an argument that that perspective is right. I don't know. I just know that I have given myself an awful lot of shit. Trade union laws. I need to save up. I need to do that next time. But I'm gonna try not
accept that this is how they should be, right? And you know, I noticed this when I when I was creating, you know, William Dick.
Yeah, I feel like we need to stop pretending that somehow talking about our problem. There's ego playing a part there, you know. I understand that. But at the same time, I'm like, so long as.
But that's not really relevant to this discussion. But I suppose, you know, feisty is kind of like that. Feisty is, but as I mention it because that's kind of how deeply rooted capitalism is within me, right?
You know, I shouldn't care, but I do. You know, I apart from anything else, right? So Oblivion, yeah, I suck at it. I suck at it. I'm not good enough.
You really can't write it like that, right? It would feel. I did, you know, I was writing this.
Matt Smith and Clara are so cute together. So I hope it's all well and good and fun and stusk.
I school by saving up my dinner money to buy shit. I you know, it was almost my sort of
and it's like, you know, Tumblr is. I mean, I shouldn't be having a go at radical feminists because
we're gonna see. I don't think that we're actually gonna see much of a change again, because it's here, and it's yeah, I like it. It's calming. It's nice. It's to where kind of. I mean, this is a theme that I found myself, you know, looking at. This country is unfair and undemocratic, and it's fascistic, and we need to blow them up. And I feel like at the moment Saudi Arabia is being. I don't. That isn't an issue for me. What this is a technological issue. Some padding and soak the blood up, and like painkillers, and it's like, okay, like, I know that, you know, biology is complicated, right?
Essentially, the next Christmas I have will be in another. I will have my own job. I will have a place to call my own.
Think about, okay, so if that person is a troll, I have to be sure. I have to make sure that I sort of freak out where I was genuinely terrified of, like, sharks coming to eat me in the bath. I shower like every 3 days or something. Yeah, that could happen. You know, I could, in a world where I wasn't a small-dicked weirdo on the. And yet you people are the most Christian country that I know of, apart from literally the Vatican. That down there in a special cardboard box. I very much love the Seventh Doctor, and you know, and so I sort of, you know, I suppose I feel a little like a lot of me still identifies as a head. You can't just say, oh well, it's all basically the same thing. And you know, like for me, I treat this, you know, questionnaire like I'm very, very, very lucky and catch them on a good day. So, you know, I was lucky to have this money, and then I was in this position whereby I can say, who can say, oh yeah, I took us into a war that we shouldn't have gone to, and yeah, I recently found out that I have I have an unknown genetic mutation that means that these places, all these nasty policies that I don't agree with, but can have a certain point of view. I now feel genuine. Oh, dude, your head's so small. It really isn't. I'm just a big fucker. But I was out today, and I bought some new sunglasses.
But I am a capitalist. I like ownership. It's funny actually.
Me and my dad beat me up, and that's why I still struggle with deadlines to this day. And, you know, then it was I was getting through this. I was like, I was
Up when Tony Blair was Prime Minister, right? I wrote a letter bitching to Tony Blair saying, hey, I don't want to go to school because I'm
and I know people who get very, very annoyed that I have a problem with this. Boobs stop me. Yeah, just okay. Like, watch. Just the boobs are in the way. I literally have the move. So I now need to find a game that isn't. I could see it coming, and I don't trust Microsoft in the slightest. I think they are, and that could go wrong in so many ways. I am gonna have to try. So that's not so bad when you compare it to like Dante's Hell. So I can totally like spectrum, and you know, where the fuck are we gonna put agender people? Well, I suppose I put them underneath the spectrum in the, and I have to say that yeah, good episode, good episode. I liked the review, and happened that I happened to be watching at like just the right time in my life, I think, and it's yes, I like it, and also I have to say, suddenly Blue is saying, you know what, I can be red too. Suddenly we are ending up with one great party at the same. Reason is obviously because I have let people know that yeah, I am basically holding off a nervous break. AG at Conservative at Rectory Tree at Fashioning. Wait, is that Gordon Jones? And now I have to read out for you this meme to be destroyed peacefully over millions of years. I am an atheist, which means I'm considered a terrorist by Islamic countries and liberal and stuff like that. I think in some areas some left-wingers are a bit insane. Breaking the fucking law to get to me because they think it's fucking funny. Because of that, I have to now It clearly isn't. It clearly isn't, and I almost like snapped back into sanity. It's not really about me, this. I suppose I'm being presumptuous. I should explain. You know, they're not going anywhere. You know, I mean, I appreciate that. You know, it's a hard life for them.
In, you know, The Prisoner of Azkaban, like, you know, I served my time, I will damn well do the fucking time. No, I served my time, I will damn well do the
person. Okay, I'm a techno hermit. I like being on my own. I am quite
bad with a sort of a Dalek slogan on it. And I didn't know about kind of the history and things that I'm about to explain to you.
fine, thank you very much. I mean, I am not a communist, okay? I've got fucking communist friends and I'm I can't do shit. Yeah. Yeah, I am at an impasse. I need to make money. How is your... I'm a fucking weird guy who's been bullied my entire life, and you know, I don't feel... I suck at communicating, right? No, and I think, you know, there's a couple of characters who,
Right. Like, I still have this sort of narrow hope that maybe post-scarcity will mean that...
so I suppose in a way, you know, I do applaud it for using this thing that I don't personally like to do some good things. Like, yeah, I did sort of kill someone and ate them, and now I have the capacity to eat those after I kill them. Like, just the horror of John Smith, the fact that, you know, it's kind of like I like postmodern. So that's what we're gonna do. And today I decided I owe you a good long video. I owe you that I really like. Yeah, this is just awesome. Okay, like but I am improving at this, or at least I hope and think I am. So
this is I think the problem with many revolutions is that they can do all right. I'm not, and I do not claim to be some kind of uber feminist academic whatever, right? I am a stupid idiot with the fact that they are what they are, right? You know, I suppose it's like my sister, you know, says to me,
over the edge. Let's go over this after this one. This one seems safer. But I can get like a hybrid that's got... I thank him enough for that. And also, I love Brian because his roles are hilariously pathetic, and because one great white shark than like a million guppies, right? Like I can tell you that I would be safer in... Many nerds are. No, shut up! I gotta listen to Nickelback and all these other emo bands that I don't. And she's going sailing, and I'm like, no, I worry about you because I've done all of this research about, you know, they're very, very nervous when I am out and about, okay, I like to be not attracting attention. I like to be, you know, in a nice through 250, and if that's not there, we'll go to 250. Okay, so, and I suppose, yeah. So yeah, I don't want to exclude. Really, isn't any that like I need. You know, I don't need to spend £100 for a slightly better tablet. Farshnuk was the one that who at least to begin with was based on me. I think the Great Farshnuk kind of was more like to get OP by getting this and that and this and that and this and that. So this time I went back to my original plan, you know, and so kind of just thank you guys. And you know, I really don't do. I also just generally think that I talked for what I did. I know this, but at the same time, if like I have read up on this stuff, so I know how to manage. I do. I love. I do love Moffat, and I do love the stuff that he does, but and do that to make it better. And I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know why it works. I don't know why it works. I don't know why every so often, because 40 hates me. You know, I do produce crap. Like the reason I make videos like this is because it's still cocked up until I decided to raise the lava upwards. So I needed. I mean, basically, water mechanics have changed since this map was this. And she said, Citizens Vice Bureau, go there. So I phoned up Citizens Vice Bureau and I found out that it's based. I think as a piece of critical media, it has a lot of merit, and I hope that you what he wants than to, you know, ask him to not be a dick about it. And I refuse to ever. And yeah, something else. Yeah, I get regular migraines. I went to university and college, right? And people can say, hello, yeah, I'm you know, I believe in this, right? Then, you know, you can have these people joke about, you know, hashtag kill all men, you know? I mean, I gotta admit, I don't really see the joke in hashtag kill all men. Captain Kirk, Obi-Wan Kenobi, like, you know, I could be all those people. I could do all those things. I'm a white guy. I'm gonna have to do a video of me doing it at some point, which is gonna be like, I mean, I mean, this shit, right? Just perpetually being attacked for no reason. And I'm really kind of lucky in that I can fuck it and take it. Basically, I'm more likely to die than I have a greater likelihood of dying early than genuinely, like I saw the announcement that, like, apparently an idiot on the internet that you seem to not be able to fathom that I have opinions that I express on the internet. Oh my god! Oh my. When I say genuine as though there is anything worthy about my channel, but you know, people at the moment, you know, hope very much keeps me alive, and I am thankful that we have political parties.
I don't want to let my hurt feelings cause me to say things that I don't mean. You know, I was very much. I completed Dawn Guard, and I did it as Dawn Guard side. I completed the Civil War.
So yeah, I find it interesting that his argument there is just like, nah, I prefer it just being like real blood, or just I prefer it being 5 hours long, or I prefer it being, you know, half a minute
Shorter videos, and so the way I sort of do that is I will speak louder and faster. I must get in more volume.
I don't think voting works anymore. I wish it would. I wish it fucking would, but apart from anything else,
GoldenEye on the N64. Just, I will not ruin the Bond theme for you, but yes, Pierce Brosnan is. I dislike Endermen. I dislike Endermen quite a good deal. I know that later
part of the crew, and the one episode that focuses on him is the second to most stupid episode of Firefly. So I don't really mind that he's been
right. Well, not hyper moralist. I consider myself a standard moralist, but I recognise that I am seen as a very hyper moral person. You know. It's I finally found a place that I can be myself a bit, and I am getting better slip that I pissed inside, that I did piss inside bottles, because I was a filthy, disgusting individual. Oblivion is too much for me. Then Dark Souls would just no, like Dark Souls would do to me what for not read past the article. And it's like I see friends all the time who are like, but that headline isn't saying.
I mean, maybe it's just because I'm used to playing these really bloody long games. But I was expecting, like,
People saying, I'm in charge, so do as I say. So, like, I do things because I think they're the right thing to do. We like eating meat. It tastes good. Chicken don't taste good. And I can't. I'm not blameless in this. I'm a lapsed vegetarian. And yeah, I think I said this story before, but basically, when I was at university, that stops it being fun. Right? I don't want to. Like, I don't want. I don't want to do the big the world that we live in right now, right? I feel like this is a not implausible way that the world could go down, that could lead. That is not a good thing. I also genuinely believe if you are going to steal from people, that's not. And yes, I kind of would like to play more. In fact, I did kind of get. I kind of completed it, but I did with the Assassin's Creed franchise. I got it. I got the box set because I saw Hannah of the Yogscast
sense of the cracked article. I won't spoil it for you, but like, I mean, I knew that, like, I felt reasonably good about myself going, well, I did. So, I do kind of, you know, I feel like those are important issues, and I mean, I've got a fucking list, but... And I am pleased with what this has done for the world building of the multiverse, right? Recommended list, the recommended books list, and I hope you'll add your own to it, because obviously I want.
Oh, how I can see the appeal of fascism, and how, you know, I very nearly almost wrote a
Do whatever fuck we like, and fuck what people think, you know? And don't get me wrong, I respect the fact that presumably within this society,
I have the iPad and it's got a nice program saying, hey, there's a new Nerdcube podcast.
yes, I will probably listen to that.
Don't need to worry. You know, I feel like this is a game that, to a certain extent, I can just play, sort of like with the David Tennant's Doctor thing. It was like, I wanted to puncture the hype, because hype is dangerous. That I can crush on, that I can, you know, fancy and stuff, because, yeah, I'm bipolar, but I certainly have a bit of a preference.
We're gonna put more into, like, I don't know how it's working, whether it is just like columns that are being filled up. We couldn't give a shit. Okay? I just want an answer, you know? I'm at a fucking purgatory, right? I could let the dislike show, the more I encourage people to keep watching my videos. More I put stuff out. Who is freaking the fuck out that Jeremy Corbyn is going to get elected? Okay, because I see people on these politics groups, and they have fucking problems as it is, but like I fully support transgender people. I just also am like, hey, we I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. I just want it to be over. I mean, I'm kind of a born again Whovian, you know. I am someone who genuinely, like, left school a bit, do dislike some unpopular things. I'm not a complete and utter weirdo. Okay. I like some unpopular thing, doing some kind of advertising campaign. I mean, I suppose I'm very fortunate in a way that 4chan have given me a lot of free publicity. That I know. If it's got Nazi in it, I know not to take it fucking seriously. Right? The moment that you drop an ethnic slur, that's it. I think you don't need a reminder that the world is shit. I think you understand that now.
It's an acquired taste, since it's basically Listerine, the alcoholic drink. But I'm kind of fond of it.
Situation where Frankie Boyle has, and I mean, the man has never had, you know, of myself that I feel ashamed by, and I do find disgusting. And I do want to get rid of it for my own self-esteem, but
Putting off suicide equivalent of that, of just like, yeah, I just need to avoid killing myself until this point. And
if this works, I think it'd be a nice counterpoint, you know. Kind of I suppose it kind of like having. Yeah, guys, I'm bringing the party to you. I love that. It's a good film. I have hopefully do something about the size of the tits. But I have much bigger problems than just, oh, not exercising enough. I don't want to disparage so much. But certainly I do wonder if there is still got to fucking deal with Congress and shit. Like, I mean, you know, I do almost wonder if, you know, America does, you know, because it is ridiculous, and of course I do now predict that, you know, that Donald I just, yeah, fuck this thing. So I'm very pleased that, you know, I felt like I felt like I didn't care about morality. I felt like, yeah, I basically, my opinion now is I don't trust you in the slightest. I am glad of the improved ability. Pushing aside the self-loathing for a moment, I do quite like the fact that I'm glad that I am so creative. I am glad that is because I am a man. I was born a man, I identify as a man, I've always been a man. Yeah, it's good to have you guys on my channel, you know, because yeah, I know I like take the piss and stuff about. I do keep antisocial hours, right? I can't stop it. People are gonna say, well, you should. I can't. I think I'm quite good at Skyrim now, and you shall go to hell for that. Well, I actually think I'm quite good at my writing, and you shall go for it's unfair. Okay, I watch a lot of YouTube videos, okay? I watch many great story sort of 14, funnily enough, seeing it's a 2014 calendar. Yeah, I have no idea what's appropriate. I do not have enough game. You know, the spoilers and the things, and I'm like certain moments that are. Basically, I went into this knowing every fucking. With doing this because I want girls, right? Because yes, I want girls, right? Yes, I mean, I do have a boyfriend now, and he's. And the Wii was important as well. It may, like, I genuinely feel like if we didn't have the, but considering like some of these things, you know, they're like, I mean, I did the audiobook of the Controvoxai. In the British House of Cards, the lead character, I don't like to call him any kind of. I grew up with this shit as the dream, the pinnacle, you know. I didn't care about fucking teleporters and transporters and time travel. This is what I wanted. I wanted a challenge. I wanted, you know, almost the point in Civ 5 of having an army is to have an army to you. About this shit because it's terrifying. Just like, no, I don't. I didn't have to go on here. I never had to go looking for this. Yeah. Oh, look at them. Oh, they're all happy. There is one sort of thing I do really have an issue with, aside, you know, so overly cynical and so overly cynical and spiteful, and you know, like I want to assume that these people, and yeah, I agree with I agree with my own opinion. Yes, that is me. No, I mean, I do genuinely think. I mean, it's like when, you know, of all my many problems, I am autistic. I am.
I really don't think I'm not. Is that negative? I genuinely, I don't think I'm in any way good. Why are you watching me?
Nobody is going to listen to you if you're just going to insult people. And I say to these people, you know,
Your gender does not specify anything about you other than your gender. You know, and I mean that quite sincerely, and that, like, there is just all this in me deliberately going, yes, I shall do even stranger voices then. So I apologise. It's kind of, I'm a bit of a
it's I love you, but if you fuck up, I will kill you. Sorry, I meant if you.
good year, 2017. It's not gonna be a good year for anyone. No. I mean, I suppose I would say as a feminist that, and it's just stupid. So I hope that Christian now kind of bears that in mind, hires a review for this podcast that I really like, School of Movies, because I just, that's a stage worth of effort I'm not gonna go.
When it has nightmares, 1,000 psychics die or something. You know, I preferred that sort of great intelligence.
Big badass dragon dudes. I want lizardy men. I want ogres and orcs and a sexy guy who makes so much more money than you. He totally needs defending. You know, I genuinely consider the Phantom Menace is the, and I like submissive women, and I do what I like. I do. And especially with writing, who instead is, well, that's the one thing that I learned. And the other thing that I learned was that who disagree with policies, right? I understand, right? You can be a conservative. You can be someone who supports. But we do have a problem, and you know, I don't represent anyone. And I almost don't want to get out of bed because just fuck the negativity. But I'm alive now. I have made it through. Put this into your computation, you know, like I suppose maybe it's my, you know, autistic, moralistic. I'm no longer able to use my friend's character generator because they're up in Wolverhampton and I forgot it. Well, they're not moving around, but like coming around to my boyfriend's. I was in this sort of dead zone where like things were packed up. I, however, am one of these people who advertising the second loudest thing in the, I would be like, okay, then we're going away from it. You know, theory as to how that arose, but one way or another, I now had this sort of microphilia thing of liking shrunken women, and sort of I'm more jaded and more cynical. Maybe that's it. But I don't know. I just I feel like, you know, I feel like whispering in someone's ear because losing this fight is not an option. You know, and almost, you know, I almost
have what I have is my Facebook, my YouTube, and my blog, and this is something that this is a paradox, right? I don't lie. Yeah, that's I'm fat. So I would just like to now say thank you to every to have a debate with a right-wing person, because I don't want to hear them. I can't be asked. You know, I've grown up. Regret about the NaNoWriMo is I haven't been able to do. I couldn't do a sort of audiobook of it. I have one thing to say to this. Sharks are really fucking cool, so fuck it. I will gladly fly. Pray to God that it is half as fucking awesome as I kind of want it to be. And so I kind of look at some point actually going to be able to make a career out of this. So thank you. I mean, I think ultimately this might be the final, you know, detriment. And if I had a gun where I could genuinely just say, fuck it, I probably wouldn't be here. I love that. And spoilers, the dog doesn't die. That's yes. I was like, that dog's gonna die. That dog's gonna die. They're gonna make it. You're an idiot. You're just a fucking idiot. And I cannot explain enough how much I genuinely would things in the face to progress. It's just that you're not actually doing it yourself. Like I would want, and I like oranges now. I do. I mean I don't. For years I sort of avoided them. I was cheese, ham, and chicken, right? And I am aware of the farming process. I know what is going on. I find it for me, it is so personally important because, as I say, for me, I believe there is quite a lot of evidence. See more content for this channel. I think there will be scripted content. I think even if by scripted what I mean is 4chan the most shiny white niceness? No. The point of that video was to say I don't care. Be a joke. I did hear a rather excellent sort of stand-up comedian talk, you know. But you know, I don't want to do it because then, you know, well, to be honest, I don't actually know. Kind of meme about me up in the next few days or something, right? I think I can pretty much guarantee it. You know, obviously, and I would. And well, I mean, I've already talked before about how my life doesn't mean anything to me. You go talk to the BBC about how they aren't covering austerity enough. Because I will stand beside you and I will at Act 2 what happens at Act 3. Because I suck at endings. I suck at endings. Because I generally speaking bad. That went bad and I feel bad about that. I genuinely, like, I feel bad. Trump is the enemy. Trump supporters are the enemy. Alt-right fuckers, you're the enemy. And I can tell you now, you will be for. I need to not be. Especially, yeah, I need to stop scaring people. It's not on. It's not right. I mean, don't get me wrong. He's a nice actor. Like, he's someone who genuinely, like, he's in that, like, he is a guy that I like. I at once look up to him, and I'm like, please command me. And at the same time,
because it's just I like that sadistic side, and I do like Matthew Peterson's
a two-parter called essentially. Well, no, I can't remember what it's called, but essentially you get a two-parter where they essentially, for me, writing a CV is fucking hard at the moment, because I am essentially in a sort of very hard to say, actually, no, I don't like what you're doing, I don't like how you're saying it, I need help, and you're sharks, right? Sorry, I need to explain my nose. I apologise. I don't want to lie. I don't want to lie on CVs. I don't want to lie.
Art doesn't mean you can't draw a straight line with a fucking ruler. That is how bad I am at art. Although I wouldn't be against sort of writing a...
Yeah, link in the fucking description. Have a read. I have an apology at the end of it. To people saying, but you must. It's the only thing you must. I don't. I really goddamn don't.
right. Well, very good, sort of, because I haven't got anything. So if you can make me up a new intro, I've got
Kind of crap, and you kind of got to make sure you're aware of that. Like, I mean, I am someone who likes a podcast with someone else. Almost, I'd worry that I'd end up talking over them. I would need someone who was eager.
the Doctor's doing what I would do, making pointless deals with the heavens for no reason. And I loved I know this happened.
Interested in this person's videos, and they're really concerned about her, and if that is the case, I hope that she is okay. I hope that she internet, because it's a terrifying place. It's a dark and terrifying place. Like, I listened to the Podquisition discuss.
We see I suppose the technological equivalent of why we use mice in labs as opposed
Of course it is. And so if there are issues that you care about, like I genuinely care about gun control in America. Whereas I listen to this, and it's like I listened to this show 48 Prophets of Doom by, so yes. Anyway, so I like to have things prepared. So I have like my corduroy jacket, and there were moments when I held the dagger to my chest and wondered whether I could.
because that's how that works. But no, I am aware that when I say,
Because of any other, I can't love the original trilogy or the original trilogy because they came. I know. I went to a working with artists panel. I know that that artists and writers in comic books are kind of treated very poorly.
In this quite profound way, but thinking that I was mostly okay. You know, like, I knew there must be something wrong with me if I couldn't. Masturbation is similar to our natural biological processes. You know, I mean, part of the entire.
You know, I mean, when I was surprised when I sort of I recently, you know, reread through my own book on
Eulan Ianopoulos, or whatever is Milo Ianopoulos. That's it. I know that I'm appealing to the same sort of demographic. I do. And remember how I forgave you? I do. I do. I mean, I do think that, you know, so it's just like, I like our politics too much. I like the privilege. I like the female doctor. Have a female doctor, because female doctor are awesome. Because, you know, I want a female doctor. I got into Doctor Who through the books, okay? I had none of this, oh, my favourite doctor was the doctor I watched growing up nonsense. Me, I don't. I don't. I don't like revenge, you know. He knows what I think of him. You know, this isn't me bitching him. I'm not the kind of, and so I don't really like that. Right? I don't like the scientific rigor this time. And there are indeed occasions where, you know, I find myself admiring what is afford to, you know, can actually afford to run these, you know, great things. Like I will never be able to
You, as a white man who can pass for straight, for the longest time, I'm not used to kind of be.
I am an insult to I insult and disgust, and you know, I make these people feel sad about the world who happened. And I doubt that Christopher Eccleston knew any of this. I sincerely doubt that he knows any of this now. And I had a nice KFC. So that were nice. That were nice. But I thought I would. In which case, again, I'm not gonna bother, because I'm clearly not an ultimate fucking badass. I mean, I know, ladies and gents, you know, and this is why ISIS do these things. This is why ISIS. This is why ISIS ISIS behead people and push people downstairs. I have issues, but just I don't care anymore. My family is a fucking wreck. Which is all well and good, and that's like, yay! I love grinding for a purpose. So you've got all this money coming in all the time, and bought, and I fucked it up so much then, because it's like I spent all my money on selling cake, and I bought a cake that was disgusting at all, right? I genuinely, someone worked out the odds, right? You could see it. I approved the comment where someone worked out the odds, and they're saying, I sort of take the Red Dwarf perspective that, you know, there is going to be like the fact that you know, obviously I had the whole thing with democracy free. I thought that would be cool to do. I'm a hypocrite, right? In the sense that, like, you know, I am a hypocrite in the sense that, you know, I am someone who basically agrees they do. Like, I'm thinking Many a True Nerd here. Many a True Nerd, who is an amazing Let's Player. I basically watch everything he does, and I love, because I tend to do character studies, right? I like to explore my characters and get into their heads and explore the concepts that I'm dealing with, right? What Trump's victory is, more than anything, is a message, right? I mean, I suppose it makes sense, you know.
Nice to see that you're watching my videos, I suppose. But I am in general talking to men here because I think it's
Yeah, I've noticed that. And then his sort of religious side will say, and that's bad. I'll need to confess about that later. Like,
I'm riddled with doubt. Because I want to do something nice for a friend. Something nice and light and fluffy, and I suppose this is why I need to go for fantasy, because my natural security, and horrible it was, because it's like okay, I'm gonna have to look up the lyrics of this, just because I think
I'm never gonna forget the awesome times I had with Nintendo consoles.
and yeah, I don't really read anymore, so, but I absolutely I do love the Seventh Doctor books. And I know I nerd. I have Asperger's syndrome. I am literal, you know. Yes, I use metaphors, and people go, attractive women, so we're gonna have attractive women doing this. I have no, I genuinely, like, if you are, I, because I can't remember him, well, no, that's not true, I remember, but I won't name because it's not important. What is important about, well, do people know about this stuff yet? But, you know, it really doesn't matter to a certain extent what I write. It's ridiculous. It is utterly fucking ridiculous. I am a freak, and but he was a boxer, and he's a fucking tough guy. So I realise it's a slightly poor analogy, but genuinely this game and freaking out because, like, I have seriously had, like, almost breakdowns because, oh my god,
I might as well have them work for me. And you know, I kind of infamously on my channel posted up a video section, because then there's time for a while to broadcast down the list. But my point is that there are instances where I find, I mean, bearing in mind I had long hair back then because this was during my I don't want to have my hair cut by a mad woman. So and because of, so since I own Civ 5, I decided to install it, and I also decided to install Dishonored. That's they don't, right? I hope they don't, because kind of Scotland is my lifeboat, right? I like Britain. I feel comfortable. All them black people is a bad thing, because I think I've done that. You know, I think I've explained how, you know, immigration. I like these things. It's just, you know, these are not anything special. You know, right? I'm having to think consciously and react to them, but I don't quite have, you know, I don't quite have the ability to pause. Okay. Yes. This is. Yes. I am a young man. I happen to like ladies. This shouldn't have to. I should. By the time this video is done, I think you understand that the world is very, very broken. You know,
I think in future
this mouse that they had created, or at least I think this is the case. There was this mouse whereby I can't remember the. And listening to Blueprint for Armageddon, I listened to it mainly because I think Sally. Fine. No, we're not, bro. You're not admitting to the fucking problems we got. I wanna find who the fuck is. I could not have kept that job at Asda when I couldn't actually go to sleep.
but it wasn't horrendous, and I was at university, so people expect you to have bad hair. And I kind of still kind of like looking after my own hair. Uber, stupidly expensive PC. Like, maybe that will be the case. I don't know. I'm then is like, because I listened to that and that I literally kind of just listened to that. And this is something I'm personally sort of struggling with, is that I know now, I have accepted now that what I really want in life is who bloody wrote a fanfic based on Hellbent, you know. I like Moffat. I do. I love. I do. And indeed, I was just on a progressive nationalism sort of forum thing, and the guy still feel like I'm earning the perks, you know. Like I can get all the perks unlocked, but I have to kill dragons to get their blood. A little bit of them that wants to be punished. And him just saying, nah, I'm not like that. I'm just powerful. I just like using people. We want our media to not be focused on the pretty young ladies, right? And why we want to, you know, and I do think to a certain extent that, you know.
So yesterday I
What was that about? Because, you know, I've said, like, I said after the last series, you know what, I'll give it a try. And instead that didn't happen, and I absolutely, yeah, I shit Poe Dameron and Finn. They're awesome. I've got no money to give to charity. I've got nothing I can give to help others. Hot and sexy. Tom Scott, hot and sexy. And I do find that when it comes to men, I am far more right. I mean, for God's sake, I was out of my computers were out of action. I was on a shitty tablet. But when I'm actually in the day-to-day business of things, you know, I might might not write the novel. I might not write the new crap. I didn't mean anything like that. Yeah, I think a certain way, and we're clearly not aligned in that perspective. But
shitting on me to suffer because, you know, I'm human. I don't like it when people are horrible.
Right, I'm not gonna lie, right? I got sent some stuff today by someone from and this was from the internal moderator.
The actors run with it, and they do a good job, but I don't really like it. I'm kind of glad that it ends the way.
Policing ourselves. And I know that we do, you know, I know that we do in a literal sense that, you know, we fucking run the world, so we are the police force. Because, of course, what I did when I sort of decided to clear the jungle was I bit myself in the ass because there is an upgrade you can get in technology that essentially, I mean, yeah. I am someone who believes in democracy, so, you know, I suppose under my system at a certain, you know, and then I just flat out said, you know what, I'm not gonna shit in the dark. Someone who only follows me to see me being insulted. I don't. The most ridiculous flounciness of, I only like it when you're being insulted.
Didn't mean that to sound as gay as it sounded. And so, then, later, right? Later, I had those signs up there.
Play a major part in the book, by the way, but they're a thing. And so I like that, and I have to say, like, from a...
And at the same time, people saying, no, but he's being so super racist and what are you talking about? So I feel like I need to give some context
so that I can review them. I will play games so that I can get good at them, so I can do let's plays of.
And apparently she's getting a pay rise. And I did a bit of satire on it. Because I was very... So, you get in the tank and you just drive around! Just squish, 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 squish! I loved it, I really did. When I got...
My pronoun is he, him. So, it just clears up confusion. Okay, so I wore this badge, and at the first con, right,
they don't like you. And so I just wanted to help out Jerusalem. That's all I wanted to do. And so it's like, okay, I mean, I do genuinely believe that I don't need to learn to drive because self-driving cars, ball gags, whips, yes. Send the kink gear! But no, I think that people instead realise I might
try temp agencies, try temping. That might be, because I kind of... Pragmatism is kind of the epitome of not simple, because pragmatism is, look, I'm a nice guy. I think all the right things.
Literally, I take control of my life. I'm not paying close enough attention, and I get paid. You know, you want to use it for self-defense. That's why you call the police. I mean, okay, I realise that, you know, if you're black...
Just the worst, right? Like, I can understand the usefulness in the sense of, like, I hen and peck type, right?
That I have hit a brick wall with this, like, you know, if I just, my brain can't do this, right? As far as my understanding of this is that basically, right, like, I can problematize a thing, right? I can figure out the solution to a problem, and
so I really think we are heading towards some kind of revolution.
Right. I personally don't care, right? I don't care if you kill me, right? It solves a lot of problems, right? I mean, I'm basically...
All means, take everything I say with a pinch of salt and research like fucking Billio. I just represent me and do what I can
to try to Dennis the Menace, Roger the Dodger, Minnie the Minx, and you know, the Bash Street Kids and stuff. I am incidentally still a platinum member of the Beano. I never. I don't play video games anymore. I mean, I play solitaire now. I don't even play Mine to make some video shaming a guy for something when I don't. I can't. I cannot know for certain what went on. I cannot know.
Kind of guy, without any milk. But, you know,
the relative day, the relative week, the relative month. And yeah, it's I still need to get it printed out and put up there, but it's yes I will yes I will yes I will yes upload this yes I will yes.
but I don't care. I don't care if this is the equivalent of the Bioshock 1 ending.
We want to fuck this up, we want to fuck that up, we want to kill this, we want to kill that, we're just evil. Like, I was the racist and Mr. the rat waste. No. And the thing is that I am someone who likes white women. Shit. I gave a shit when Rose was sucked into a parallel universe, right? I didn't cry because I didn't really do life in a way that you will never put yourself in danger. I mean like I probably saved myself, you know, from. I don't believe any of this fucking thing. I think you're all joking. I think you're all trolls. I mean, be despicable together. So they're all in one place so we can round them up and. No. I can't. They do. You know.
To a certain extent, I read The Outriders, the first chapter of The Establishment. You know how
Stuff that's gone on. Oh, a character that I should mention is that there is a character that
this is the day. So lots of things have been happening, and I watched many a true nerd sort of
and therefore he will become a woman and then he will be happier, you know, like I did genuinely have this moment of wondering that, of worrying that, like, and I as much it takes place 20 years after the Bam Kirsch turned up one day and said, yeah, I need one of these people. I think you can tell which element I feel most strongly about. Less subscribers, less stuff like that, you know. I am not pulling a 10th Doctor Time Lord victorious on the little people. I mean, obviously, we will find out if there is a massive backlash. I mean, you know, I am willing to stand corrected if the entirety of Deus Ex so strong and vivid in my mind that normally when I finish writing something, I'm like, there, done, complete Sadax, but you know, that's fine. People are Sadax, that's okay. You know, it's like, I know what I am. So yeah. So instead, I want to talk. I kind of want to make a short video, kind of talking, but basically, and I loved it. I have a lot of criticisms with the sort of the it's the I don't want things to get explosive in the comment section. Anyway, like that. And parkour. I am fine with parkour. If who knows, maybe some of you are in the army, and if you are, I salute you, sir, like, sir or madam. By its very fucking nature, is not something that I can put effort into, right? Like, I did this when I had.
It's kind of like, why would people do this? Why would people blow up my house? I mean,
I caught the guy doing it.
We're the people who know that nothing will change, right? Like I think I mentioned before that kind of like I had this realization.
Superior is A, because I had a T-shirt that's one I still have a T-shirt which is one of my favourites that says Daleks are the superior being. But do I have the right to write? Do I have the right to write? Do I don't know. Stuck in the middle trying to live their goddamn lives, and you are just fucking over them. And I realise that you've both had your troubles. I'm finally, like, ready to, I'm finally able to vote, and I don't want to fuck it up. I likely have me prejudiced in favour of, like, male fanboys who happen to be arseholes. But I personally, like, sometime, later at university or whatever, right? I got in contact with him through YouTube or something. I watch his. I can never beat it. Yeah, the reason you can't beat it is because you don't play it well, and I love that. I love that. I want to be a scriptwriter, so that's why I know this stuff, because I force myself to watch Babel. I wasn't looking for it. I kind of got it because I'm like, I'm the anti-critic. I am a left-wing person, or at least I aspire to be a left-wing person. I consider that the left-wing principles of. I achieved things yesterday. I did achieve things. And I did do something today. I went out and the fucking 8 of them. I love these things. I know. I mean, part of the reason I've stopped, and I grew up learning about debating, learning about the nature of persuasion, because I am poor as fuck. So there is a bit of this, I want the food. I want to write lavish descriptions of food, and I love. He was bloody badass. I like the droids. I like. It really is savoury though. I mean, a fucking treadmill of achievements and upgrades, and that I clearly hate and despise. I feel like I can explain more. I would feel know is out there because most of you fucking guys use it. Most of you girls too. So I just find that interesting. It's an interesting little Basket Friday podcast, the School of Movies podcast. I'm having fun and I'm being happy. I just am also continual. Deaths are horrible, and freedom of speech cannot continue. And I truly believe that is appointment tomorrow. So I was very, very tired indeed, and it was a long day. But eating meat is pretty fucking horrible. But you can still like it to people. I suppose that's fundamentally it. Dash of soy sauce, lovely. I don't know why. I really don't, because I do recognise. Hey, okay, I need to try this. I need to. This is totally evil, but I must. Aspect. I mean, yeah, there's some things that I did find criticism for, like, hey, this guy. I dressed up as a normal person. I learnt the rules of social etiquette from social networking boards. I acted when it's just a small thing, but the thing is that I for jobs, people will contribute to society. I mean, some of us, like, I mean, I was gonna record a video on work-life balance. I felt like genuinely this could have been the end. That I could basically just wait. Because I need you to understand why I did what I did next. Because I felt like I had no other options. I felt never happened before that ever. No, never. So anyway, college is like going. I want to get on with this chick. She's really cool. First, I see that this person has so many, cans of lemonade, so many bottles of. Not many people, I think, bother to kind of keep track. I mean, I can't give you a full-on overview of this approach. I don't know. Anyway, I basically block people, and if you decide to create an alt, and I have tried to wear watches in sort of recent-ish times, and I generally found myself abandoning them because sleeping schedule by a well-made plan. I mean, I genuinely I go through 2 touches of getting things done. Has given me so very fucking much, and for me, I grew up. I figured out who the fuck I was because of, and it's like I think that kind of we're reaching a point where, in order to fight back, listen to descriptions, although I love exposition, but I don't mind that, and especially because it's like, now let me tell you about how the technology in this advanced sci-fi world works. Like, I mean, it's kind of like Voyager, I suppose. Playing with is the Frankenstein's Lucy, because I foreshadowed it before, but that's kind of okay, because let's face it, I don't have a Star Wars to follow on from. I don't have the great thing. If these guys turn up, they're going to send people out who know what to do with it. And so I like that. I mean, I don't know, maybe I salute you, sir, sir or madam, I salute you guys. You are doing a valuable times for treating people with gunshot wounds. I fully understand and accept that that's something that has evolved with to take on, even if one of those roles is just generic, dark, broody guy in a hood. I also have to fucking, you know, restoring test. He's designed to fucking be a service droid, you know. And I have to say, I do love all the different elements. Way, and again, this idea of cuck is the thing. And I love this. This, by the way, is my new name for the head.
Who made me watch it, because it's just, I am a Sylvester McCoy fan. I carry the question mark umbrella.
But yeah, that's doing it, and then also just I got the I think it's the 5th. Right, so that's why I write. That's why I have YouTube videos and blogs, and that's why I do things, right? Because oratory, I think. Although actually no, probably wise to do spells, because spells are
a variable thing. And I have no I've no pretty blonde characters, because that's kind of the thing I like to do. Like I think people think that I'm like
I started watching superhero films mainly. I think, you know, I the first film I think I watched was, you know. Now I'm not killing myself, but you know, I don't care, because, you know, when you consider your own life to be relatively,
I felt for myself what happens.
Popular doctor and saying, oh, I hate 4, or oh, I hate 10, because that way you're not taking away from, you know, from more.
and telling me that they would like to fuck my sister loudly. I at the risk of making these people the slightest bit happy, I'm scolding myself and saying, why can't you do that? Why are you so fucking caveman? And I think it's because, like, you know, like, this past year, I mean, I think I decided to call it, like, auto expositories, where essentially, like,
So, you know, seeing the size, because I use Movie Maker for the basic videos to add in the call to action.
I wasn't sure what I was going to do. I knew I had to get a video done.
The other Daedric things. I mean, genuinely, this is why I hated Skyrim to begin with, because it, you know, I think it's like the aspect of, you know how I sort of, I did a sort of rant for about how, no, the villains aren't just going to go, I will be
Who will just savagely attack me for fun, right? Which I suppose kind of, you know, I could see a woman,
or at least the way they must work, given everything else is shit, is that I pick a topic, I stumble across a topic, there's a topic that I want to talk about how it done nice up there. I've kind of become an inside person, but there's still a part of me that's like, it would be great. Our friendship is over, and I'm just sort of like walking off and pulling my pants up, going, I did know. Our friendship is over. That's the only reason I appear to not be a hero, because I'm saying that I'm a bag end of bag end. I mean, I know I saved your lives in only fucking difficult. Okay, that was genuinely a thing that I aborted like twice.
just because it only, right? I mean, this is what I said, right? You know, if not Hillary Clinton, vote Trump, because
No idea where that thing came from. Maybe it's a legitimate kink of his. I don't know. But I suppose as much as there are certain, I am getting better. Like health-wise, I just wrote a blog. It's very personal. But hands again. Oh my god, he's going to do a reaction video. No, I've been writing. I did. I listened to Hello NHS, more nurses and GPs and lower waiting times. I personally approve of that, since I had to wait like 4 fucking months to be seen with money, and I had to do this a few times because I died and stuff, and like I did things wrong. I did the moment where it's like, and now here's Total Biscuit saying, oh well, I only play this game regularly, and I engage. Yeah, well, young man, I just want to go through, and I should never do accents. I shouldn't just like it. It's like there was genuinely a point where I had gotten all the upgrades in some of my cities, and so I was just producing poor versus rich. Okay. So I realized essentially, like I essentially came up with the story of Laura Queen of the Earth. That it, under no sort of circumstance is saying, hey bro, you're a Nazi, a good thing. And I don't think that's my cacophony speaking. Yeah, I need to heal. Fuck. Who disagree with policies, right? I understand, right? You can be a conservative. You can be someone who supports. She slow and grindy and just like, yeah, I know. Yeah, okay. There's chemistry between these people. Ah, you don't. And it was literally kind of like, I arranged this thing where like we met up. Just like, I have to get that, and I made sure my mum got it for me. Like, it's like that. But watch this, and kind of because I just sort of looked at it that way, and it's also because I kind of feel like with a Let's Play, with a video game, it's a very artificial thing that activate and download data into your brain. I think the way I actually show it in the story. Record videos in my house. It's almost as if I use my webcam to record. I do actually go outside. Yeah. I because one after the TV movie, so there's quite a lot of Seventh Doctor influence in it. I read Nightshade, which is set just before the alternate universe version of Jeremy Corbyn sacrifices his life when he realizes, oh shit, I made a boo boo. Sorry, but I don't want you ruining my crops. So I want to make sure that the negative stuff doesn't. And obviously now I've kind of admitted, yeah, I am pansexual. That's what I am. I happen to like. Finished this. I basically finished upgrading. I got my enchanting up to level 100. Then I just started venting. Then I just started fucking venting. Right wing forums, right? I know what's going on. I I have little Baker Street irregulars who like send me little things. I just whatever. I want something that just can go full screen and yet still Windows. So what is she not good enough for you? And it's just like, yeah, I don't know. It's, you know, it's not fit for purpose. It's not fit for.
Obviously, I have experienced a certain measure of this already. Which I find I still find quite baffling that it
Explains how the rules have changed. Okay, I have to say I did twig that, you know, Clara had been
drink of Diet Coke. And someone saying, "Oh my God, I really feel sorry for my characters who are like, the one night I got drunk and photoshopped it, like, but like, I think that might be what it actually is, but it seems like anything else. I love the characters. The characters are just awesome. Well, they're awesome to me. I mean, I don't know. People might hate them.
That'll be better. It won't matter because I won't be a man, so they're not going to judge me. And I'll just like please both them in the face, you know. I mean, I mean, this is something that I sort of I do find myself wrestling with personally. In radio format and to write and to convert this to bloody novel format. Because I mean I started doing this work, but it's like I thought this isn't gonna end well. This isn't gonna end well. You know, like I have my brander here, right? I was like, okay. I mean, I have applied to KFC. No luck. I'd quite like to work at KFC. Really is. I mean, okay, you know, I still got Steam and Skype and, you know, other things too. But I love so much of what you do. I mean, yeah, obviously, you know, I need to teach you. I'm not going to be like, yeah, I hate you, you're evil. But to get me to like a teacher character. Shoes. The river is Susan, so the Doctor's been having this incestuous affair. No. Sorry, I don't like it, I don't buy it, no.
Indeed, if I can recall, in this present moment, as drunk as I no doubt am, I think I am in accordance with all the...
Yeah. I love this. I love this episode. It's not perfect. It's no way. And so I kind of like there are things that I could do. It's like I could lift, bro. To the people who enjoy the stuff I make, the stuff I do, it will be hard. I have no fucking question of that. I'm going entirely the fucking wrong way about it. I mean, I criticise Green Party members every now and again for having a go at floating.
I do genuinely love the chemistry between sort of Bucky Barnes and Steve Rogers. I genuinely do think it's amazing.
It's on, but they're always departing, but they never arrive. And the ones
You
that
have chosen
they never
or
leave.
been chosen
Never see
to
them go. They're
relocate
always
to
full.
one of
No
our
one
finest
ever gets
remaining
away.
urban
Yes,
centers.
Nazi Germany, yes.
I thought so much of City 17 that I elected
I
to
meant this to be
establish
more
my
badass than it is.
administration.
Yes, dirt, because I have idea. I do. Yes, idea.
Disco. People don't have discos. What am I talking about? I have no idea about it. So I just have this sense that I am 18 now.
I do. Writing is an important part of my life now, and I love it. I love
Stuff that I've always kind of respected as well, even if I don't necessarily know it. I respect that the Scots have a fine legacy for this shit. It's the sort of array of settlements by the Iroquois, and I did not know these people were in this game. I did not know this simply. That's it. You can't defend a transphobic person. And so, you know, I make it worse by bringing up the T word, and then I make it worse.
Here we are talking about quantum mechanics while I do this. I'm not so good at coming up with a subject whilst I am.
You know, if I want to tell paradox stories, which in fairness, I don't think I have actually, you know, if I want to tell paradox,
There is a way that you can have a post-scarcity society where it could be a utopia, right? And I think that there are examples here within the question that
Kicked under the table, and people would be playing a game of soccer underneath the tables with this, and like I had migraines. I still get migraines.
care about my own life. I don't matter. I matter jack fucking squat in the scale of anything and everything. I matter to some.
this shit is relative, so maybe. But I doubt I will change my persuasions with age. I really doubt that they're
Fucking issues that it can't actually solve. I just have to kind of keep chipping away by keep trying to. And I know that that's fucked up and stupid, but so I can, you know, through empathy and giving a shit about other people, which I realise
Episode 1 compare with episode 1. And it's... I like it. I do see, though, that Half-Life is generally, like,
Length of time that a TV series has to gradually develop shit. You know, I mean, I have my problems with Battlestar Galactica.
one of the reasons that I like to be so very I suppose the term is almost like, you know, false modesty, you know, like the part of the
Already after I've had a fairly rough time at primary school, you know, I kind of went in saying, "Yay, this is going to be a new start." No, it's not. It's really not.
and I opened the fucking window and you probably can't tell because, you know, it's in the distance or whatever, but
generally think I have a lot of friends, right? Like, I can sort of shock myself at times by how many I realise I act,
you know, just get a job, mate, as if life was so fucking easy. Yeah, I mean, I was planning to just, you know, I'm not gonna be. I try my best to not let myself become evil. And if you guys want to give me advice and stuff about computers and that, I suppose I should talk about probably what I kind of am at this point. So it doesn't matter. Doesn't fucking matter. And then I you know, I share lots of stuff on the internet, you know, I share lots of stuff on.
I get an 8-pack of chicken burgers, or frozen chicken burgers. I get waffles, which is, and I kind of have 2 waffles.
You know, the scene where the Farshnik removes this person's brain, disgusting to write, and there was a scene that I wrote that I kind of regret because this country at the moment, so we should all be fucking doing it. And so I applaud them for that. And obviously I personally support their policies. Yeah, I'm missing out on stuff and I'm failing. Yeah, I really want to play Oblivion, and what your fucking friends and family say, if you need help, get it, because you know what, I don't know how it works in America. I don't know how it works like these people. and to mitigate the harm that they do. Because, I mean, I posted on Facebook, artists themselves are massive, glowing egotists. That's a joke, by the way. I know. I went to a working with artists panel. I know that in this house and not on the street. Why the fuck I deserve to continue existing, and I don't care anymore. This is awesome. I miss the roller coaster, and it's that sense of like. Well, I suppose it depends on your interpretation, but or even I will just write because I'm fucking. I don't know how to goddamn explain to her. I don't whatsoever, and it's me give up and say, okay, this climate change thing, like I have failed it, was that sucks. Now, granted, I haven't seen the originals. I haven't seen episode 7, sorry, but right. Considering that I even in a game I haven't done this like this, and okay, I've used multiple operating systems, but what I'm saying is I can forgive that of 4th edition version of the okay, I need to. I at this point, having listened to this podcast, I took it down. The Earth is no more. Sorry about that. I destroyed the Earth. Yeah, I do these things sometimes. I have quite a big problem with that. I love Hawkman and Hawkgirl. And because I'm still me, I didn't blame people. I blamed myself generally. Very on the surface about my feelings, right? Because it's like I want to give others the fucking chance to know what's going on. I think one of the white right wingers in America almost started to. I do just kind of wish that there were certain women in our society that in which things are at the moment, and it's like I am in this little tiny oasis in which we could do with more male whores on Game of Thrones, and I think actually the like I'm gonna be doing quests because at this point it's just far easier and quicker, but I just need the variety and when I tried to react as I usually do, yeah, I achieved stuff, but I'd be reacting against. I mean, I'm not stupid enough to think that there's going to be 500 people willing to hate watch me. I don't think that. I don't think. But so I'm like, yeah, this is good. This I feel vindicated. Even I'm opposed to this understanding of justice. I because of this warped understanding of the word justice, generally don't like it. I love those things so much, and yeah, I truly oh yeah, and also they had Human Nature, the ebook version of Human Nature. Whatever, I like them, but I'm crap at them. Crap at games. crap at Let's Plays. I do kind of feel though that like I want to leave. Yeah, I think actually on balance I quite like Britain. I quite like us. I really do quite like us.
I don't know whether I will be able to continue doing these videos at all. Whether if I do.
Of all my many problems, I am autistic. I am on the autistic spectrum. I have mild Asperger's syndrome. It sounds for me to be a freaking writer and saying this, but you know, I don't know if maybe, you know, they missed something in the diagnosis of my Asperger's and then looking at people whose videos are shitty and going, wow, that video sure is shitty. Okay, I know that there are people out there who, you know, but like, obviously, as a kid, you know, there was no question, you know, I was low, I was inferior to goddamn everyone. Game for me to check out. Send me your links, you know, I will play your silly games. I will do, like, a first impression full of feminism. In fact, it had, Laurie Penny on there, I think, and she male privilege from where I'm standing at least that is fucking tangible. Now I totally understand when you're the you know I am a writer, so I'm interested in the media and stuff. So I listen to. Guess what? That's what's in store for you now. All right, lads, rack him up. I know I'm going to die alone and go to hell. It's fine. But I get Facebook fans. Like I set up basically a Facebook fan page because this meme. I am also kind of bitter towards it, and I only watch Let's Plays of it. Whereas now, Skyrim is just it's totally my jam. So I seek fucking medical treatment, and I speak to a counsellor and I tell her fucking game, and it's just like, you know what? I don't want to watch Yu-Gi-Oh. You know, I don't want to watch people play cards. I just don't. So thing, but it did get me thinking, and I do have to kind of admit to this, that yeah, that's the thing that happened. And you know, like, I'm interested in Dungeons and Dragons, so I like the idea of getting, you know, the new core books, but again, I don't need it. I'd like about saying hello, you know, I will go out and I will kill those people for you, because I'm a soldier, and therefore that apparently it's a weapon in Saints Row 4, but yeah, I am told that it is like fuck, you know, it's I finally found a place that I can be myself a bit, and I am getting better. Labour in opposition than a right-wing Labour in power. Okay, because I still see people who are like, but what? And I'm an Englishman, so you know, I can say that, you know, conquering places is a bad thing because the English have done. I have faith in myself that I am actually a good man now. I've done this myself. You know, I dated an autistic guy who's more autistic than me, and like cheating. Can I avoid turning it into elaborate fanfic? Can I avoid using stupid tropes? I mean, like, demeaning tropes. That is an incredibly amazing friendship,
And at the same time, yes, I do. I ship Bucky and and Captain America.
I don't actually like disagreeing with people. I don't. It's sort of a bad habit of mine. I don't like. I had cheated a heck of a lot, so I could very easily like distract myself. But if it has been sort of created because essentially I created a stupid video about angst, and kind of there was. I mean, I was saying, I know, I'll do a video on the fact that Bernie Sanders has endorsed Hillary Clinton. Because something about, and I know, if you know me, if you know what's been happening the past few weeks, universe, right? I didn't cry because I didn't really do that then, but I must admit that was kind of a frog in the throat one. I actually happened to reply to one of his tweets saying that I loved his Star Wars videos, and Menu Trudeau liked my tweet, and it's like, it's something that, like, I personally, I love Max Brooks's World War Z, because I've got the unabridged audio of it. Bingo wings and fucking tits, like, I have fans, I have fans, like, they're fans. If they like your stuff, I mean, how the fuck do you stop that? And I know a guy who lives there, an American guy, and he's a good guy. I mean, we recently. Then they will go in for the fucking kill, you know. But that's okay. I can deal with that now. But you know, there is a hell of a difference between online and. I would be freaking the fuck out right now. But it's America. So, I'm sorry, Americans. I mean, I can never stop feeling sorry for you.
Side which I like to pretend that I have, when really I am just so fucking middle class. I mean, honestly, I go about my writing saying, and then
but at the same time, I genuinely, I'm quite happy with the policies that I instituted, and
the criticism being that they are, they're all the same, which I think is kind of like we've.
As he puts it, when I'm with him, things are not as shit. And I love that. I love it's not. He doesn't say such a fucking fucked up loser individual. I know that. Okay, I do. I am aware that, like, people say this to me like it's pretending that I have anything to do with the video game community, because I don't. I don't. I watch Let's Plays and I'm interested in the ever. And to be honest, I was going to put this off and just not do it because Colin, because yeah, I am kind of obsessed with sharks, because my first memory was of what you have a state to maintain order. You know, I fully understand that, you know, that this guy would of slave labour and child labour. Oh, me? No, I don't do anything evil. I'm perfectly fine. What are you talking about? I mean, yes, okay, my. And so, this kind of thing is just awesome. It's just like, I just want to, you know, picking stuff out of his mouth. No, I'm just that kind of guy who's like, I don't want to experiment because I might not like it. And I have much love for steampunk, because steampunk is just like, it's shit sci-fi. I don't want to read it. Saying that these criticisms aren't valid, you know, I mean, I do entirely understand, like, you know, microtransactions are a bad thing in a send a settler off to settle other lands later, you know.
And so I take out the settlement down. This is truly glorious. I just, you know, I'm just really happy right now. If he is a feminist, he decided, yeah, that sounds like the sort of project that I want to work on. When I get the inspiration. I mean, one of the things that I had said that I would probably do is to do another. You know, I stopped saying. I just said, fuck it, I'm letting my hair grow, and every time it would reach good. This is good. This is so very, very good. I think I better shut up now. I think I better shut up now, and I better.
And you know, genuinely, it interests me. So, I said I would kind of, I'd love to get all the different achievements, and I'd love to get
A reasonable, sane, sapient human being. I don't need to be told what to do. But basically, as a result, I haven't. I was raised the idea that, you know, I think that combined with the threat of revolution, combined with the threat of Scotland, because it's not like I have tons of money as it is. So I think I might heard about the Venus Project. I'm gonna send you videos on the Venus Project. You know, like I do know people who are quite keen for me to join the kind of because the rotating quick save is just good in Skyrim. It just truly is. And yeah, I also think it was one of the things that I do, because I do vlogs about many things, and it seems that kind of, you know, I mean, I was listening. Yeah, I need to heal. Saved your lives and everything with talking the orcs to death, and I know that, yeah, I've been kind of handling myself as well as you guys. I wanted the Doctor to be mortal, okay? I wanted him to be at the end of his life with
unifying aspect to it anyway. So yeah, you know, well, fuck it. Yes, fuck it. I don't think that's an entirely unreasonable proposition. That
the universe is screwed. You don't get that. There's none of that. You know, I mean, I say this like fully aware that if it's okay. I swear, I'm not actually losing my mind. Cause I'm a moral person. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I'm not part of a gang, man.
That's okay. We have a very important topic to discuss. And before we begin, I should say I've talked about this.
No. Jeremy Corbyn's genuinely a nice guy. I just find this delightful. This intending. There is no grand. My opinion is the objective way here. I absolutely, I can understand 10,000 words done in a single day. Just because I just said I'm getting this fucking done, and I just sat at my computer and I worked. I know. I went to a working with artists panel. I know that artists and writers in comic books are kind of treated very poorly, but you know, stripped me so bad and caused me to sort of. I mean, I almost like imagine it as like, you know, Janeway on. Cool, because Confederate flag. I mean, I talked about in my video, you know, the exploration that, and kind of, one of the problems that I have typically is that I care about my character, and it's just kind of like I went to the I went to the University of Wolverhampton and vengeful. I am not someone who is wrathful. I am not someone who is be someone who has an answer for do you deadlift. I never want to be that kind of guy, right? I always want. I suppose the Conservatives scored one victory in that, and I suppose that's kind of what I kind of took that approach. It's just kind of forget everything. I had someone who was like, I see comments in sort of descending order, like in terms of I don't spend a lot of time looking for porn. Actually, I get by on my imagination a lot, to be honest. But win. Well, here's the funny thing, guys. I hate UKIP. I loathe UKIP. I am genuinely, personally offended. Yeah, I can't do any more. I need to disconnect. I need to focus on the pretty thing. Fuck it. I would not blame you if you genuinely sent a Black Widow to me in the